Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live, man. We live from the boxing session, man. What's going on? Yeah, man. Man, we've been off for a few days. Man. But we back now. Alright. Patricia Sheldon, salute to you. Sheldon Moore, salute to my brother. Eli Zachary, what's going on, big dog? How you feel, man? So I'm depressed, man. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, man. That was probably the worst news I ever had. Nah, man, my stomach hurt so bad last night. Man, my stomach was hurting really bad last night. Yeah, man. I'm depressed though, man. That was the worst news I got off all year, to be honest with you. It's like, damn, man. Saved up all this money for what? You know what I'm saying? Shit, I had to take a little nap, man. I be having to take little naps and shit, man. For some reason, man, I've been like fucked up lately, man. Nigga head been hurting and shit. So I've been having to take a little nap and shit like that, but you know what I'm saying? Nigga back. Man, that Errol Spence fight, man. I'm hella mad about that fight, man. First it was COVID, now this shit, man, where it's like, man, we was right here. Man, right here. Everything was finna line up for us. Everything was about to move to that in the right direction. And then boom. Now we ain't shit. Now we ain't got shit, man. Shit, man. I'm hella mad, man. I'm working like this, man. And the Errol Spence fight didn't even happen, bro. That's what I worked so hard for, man. So I could have that money together for this fight and shit. You know what I'm saying? But getting ready to get this laptop, man. So we ain't gonna be on no more phones, man. The audio gonna be good every week. We're gonna be straight every day. So I'm about to get ready to buy that. Website, motherfucker, what? Whew. Man. But yes, sir, it's going down. So we're gonna watch some old fights. We're gonna talk about some old fights and shit like that. DJ woke me up out my fucking nap to ask me about watching some fights. About which fights. Oh man. Yeah, man. Like it's like, damn, man, we can't win, man. We can't win. Shit, I know injuries happen, man, but shit, man, I didn't want it to happen this fight. Shit, it could happen any other fight, man. I wouldn't have been tripping, but this fight here, man, I was ready for this, man. I was more excited about this fight than any other fight of the year, really, besides Schoolboy Steph fight. Yeah, man. I'm scared of that too, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. That $565 is just floating around. D-Man Jr., what's up, big dog? Let me put this link in the chat so we can get it started. Yeah, man, it's tiring the nigga out, though. I ain't gonna lie. G-Film, what's up, big dog?
What's up?
Man, what's going on, man? We
Good day
got the
at work, man.
AARP in here. Got the AARP in here.
Oh man, what's
Yeah,
up with
yeah.
you,
We
man?
get we now it's cool. It's a cool thing. We get benefits, discounts.
Yeah, all that good
Mm-hmm.
shit. Your ass gotta pay full price, nigga.
I know niggas that'll help me. Fuck Nas, what's up, baby? Fellas, what's going on, man? What's going on, man? Tell me how you feel about the news about a potential rematch with Mykal Fox and whatever the fuck her name is. What are y'all thoughts on that?
What you thought he was gonna get something else, like the L removed or some money or something? He wasn't finna get none of that. The
Nah,
rematch was the best he was
what
gonna
are
get.
your thoughts on that? Like, are you
Huh?
happy to get a rematch or what?
I expected him to get something. A rematch about that's what I expected. I'm happy he got the rematch. That's all he's gonna get. So I'm happy he got that. They might. I'm surprised they didn't say fuck him and didn't give him nothing.
Yeah,
I'm
they
really
know.
shocked about that because usually that's what they do.
Tell you fuck.
Tell you fuck you. This is what it is. If you don't like it, go sit on the shelf for a while. That's what they usually do. But they gave him a rematch. That's good.
Yeah,
Hopefully he takes advantage.
I know
Go ahead, Santos.
promoter. Him and his promoter was interviewed on another site yesterday or the day before, and they were, saying that they were going to be they're supposed to get a rematch. Um, that's about all they got to set up. Over the years, that's the best we've gotten from any of these sanctioning bodies and promotional groups. Is a rematch in circumstances like this However, of course, we as fans want to see them do real justice, like remove the L, things of that nature. But remove the win in the L, like that fight was a no contest or it never happened. But this is the best we're going to get. The kid said earlier that's what he's wanting, a rematch. I have mixed emotions about that. I feel the kid beat the guy. He deserved the win, but he didn't get it, of course. And who knows what's going to happen in the next fight. Hopefully the kid can improve, or the fighter himself will improve, the one who benefited. And that's the unfortunate thing, because it can go either correct all the way left for the guy. So we don't know. We just have to wait and see what happens. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat.
What's up, DJ?
What's up, man? How you feeling?
Yeah, cool.
What's good,
What's
fam?
going on, DJ?
Y'all good?
First of all, how'd you know it was
DJ?
me?
I was just about to say the same thing, DJ. I was hoping we get some name tags, some name badges or something.
That's fucking DJ.
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch? Robert Brown, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's going on, bro? Y'all all right?
We good, brother. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, same here, man. Y'all good?
Brown.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I'm just exhausted, man. I'm like Kyle. I'm like everybody, man, who's a boxing fan. I was so excited for this fight, especially the big letdown from whether it be, I was gonna watch it, even though it was a I ain't gonna say a trash fight, but I was gonna watch the T.O. fight. I'm excited for the kid. I was gonna watch that fight, then boom, that fell through. Then of course y'all know I was excited for the Wilder fight, as we all were. Then that fell through. Now here we are with the EJ and Pacquiao, man, and that fight, for whatever reason, falls through, man. Rest up, heal up. That's all we can say, man. But looks like that fight's not gonna happen till probably ain't no telling, man. This is why Michael Bisping is such a gangster and a crazy man, because he fought half his career with a detached retina, and if he had surgery on it like he was supposed to, it would have ended his career. So we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, is that where his glass eye came from?
Yeah, man. Yeah, Vitor Belfort. This is when Vitor was on that shit, and Vitor kicked him in the head, man, and pretty much just severed his it was either his cornea or his retina from his eyeball. So he pretty much fought half his career with one eye. How he got away with that, I have no clue. But he admitted that, man. He admitted that. So
I just realized recently he had a glass eye. He was showing it on an interview or something, and I was like, during all these years, and it's for him to have a glass eye. It seems like it looks pretty good. Don't look obvious, you know what I'm saying? Like some of them do.
Yeah.
He wasn't the first though, DJ. Joe Frazier fought with one eye whole career.
Really? See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's blind in one eye. Yeah.
I didn't know that either. Education.
Yeah, you learn something new, man. But I'm just tired of being emotionally let down from these fights not happening. And you got the crooked business of boxing, still very prevalent to this day. I don't know the lady, but apparently she don't like black people too much, from my understanding. So how she's still able to openly operate in this sport is beyond me.
I know. I can explain that to you.
Is
in between her legs, there's this thing called and she's using that in her marriage.
Yeah, she's married to a higher up at the WBA. Am I right?
Yeah, she's an executive of the WBA sanctions body. She's giving him the old, thigh master treatment. You know how to exercise thigh master 9 matches to go.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. But still, even beyond that, man, these I understand there's sanctioned bodies, but these commissions should not allow her to operate knowing that.
Well, yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. We all agree with you. But the essence is that's why she was put there, allowed there, because her marriage, an intimate relationship, connection, all that money stays in the house, basically. It's just a cheat. That's all it is, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey DJ, didn't you tell LeBron to go back to a stable or some shit like that?
Yeah, I heard I saw the comments earlier about her, what she said about Michelle Obama and all that type of stuff. So I've heard people reference what she said about LeBron. Yeah. Man, I've heard people say that stuff, and
tweets or something.
Yeah, man, if she's that openly racist, she should not be allowed to operate in the sport where she's affecting people's money.
Right.
I mean, so I don't know any other way. I don't know any other way to fight the crooked business of boxing other than not watch the fights. It's a double-edged sword, because on one hand you want to support these fighters, but on the other hand, do you really want this sport to change? So if you keep watching, they're gonna the higher ups and the people who make all the important decisions are gonna see. Well, they're gonna watch anyway. They're gonna watch no matter what we do. So we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing, But if they see that viewership and they see the pay-per-views start going down, and no matter what the fight is, people ain't buying tickets, people ain't buying merch. Well, they're gonna start reaching out to fans. Well, what are we doing wrong? How can we make this better? Until we start affecting that bottom line, and this goes with anything, until you start affecting that bottom line, nobody's gonna care. Because no matter what we do, we're still making the same money. So we can do whatever we want. It doesn't matter who Canelo fights. He's gonna make the same money. So he can pick Rocky Fielding over Demetrius Andrade. It's not gonna matter. Because you know what? The Zone is still gonna give him $25-30 million to fight Rocky Fielding, because he's going to sell out a stadium and they're going to make their money back. And people are going to sign up to the Zone to watch Canelo. So it doesn't matter if he fights Rocky Fielding or Abney Durham. We're not getting what we want as fans. And that's the best fights, because no matter what, these networks and whoever else, they're going to pay these fighters big money to fight bums. Or they're not going to get paid at all, or they're going to get cheated and whatever, and they still going to make their money. So it doesn't matter. And I'm just tired of that. Even with MMA, I watch these fights. We're getting the best fights. I don't leave MMA feeling like I got took. Now, you might get bad matchups, but I don't leave the fight feeling like I got took. Because, hey, I put them in there. They just won a bad match. I mean, they were just a bad match for each other. I don't feel like I got took at the end of the day, man. With boxing, sometimes I feel like I got took. Like I just really wasted my time. But I'm just tired with boxing, man. I really am. And the only way I know how to combat the shit is not watch it. Just don't watch it. But yeah, that's
unfortunately, unfortunately, you're 100% right, DJ. But and when we do that, there's a few problems with it. With us not watching. First of all, we're all admitted boxing junkies. I'm in BA myself. I'm in Boxing Anonymous myself. But I don't want to quit. I want to stay an addict. But at the same time, when we do stop watching for various reasons, we not only affect the sanctioning bodies, but we'll affect certain promotion, certain management teams, and certain fighters, and certain networks, which they all may not be guilty at one time. Let's say we're watching this, we're boycotting the fight of this certain fighter. Well, that means we're boycotting everything that has to do with that fight, and we may not be necessarily upset with everything that has to do with that fight. But unfortunately, that's just the way it works, and there's got to be some casualties of war, because we're going to affect the sanctioning body, we're going to affect the promoters, we're going to affect management, advisors, and the fighter himself, as well as another fighter that he's fighting. So it's got to be casualties of war if we do that, and we can't be thinking about that. But that's what goes into it. But the main thing, the biggest problem is they know they have us hooked on this sport. And they know if they don't get the casualty, at least we'll get the purists like ourselves automatically. And none of us truly want to go cold turkey. I know I don't, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But it's hard, especially when it's some of our very favorite fighters that we would otherwise need to go cold turkey for, just to prove a point, to boycott or whatever. And we do need boxing set up a little bit better organized than what it is, for the sake of the fanfare, for the happiness of the fans, and for the sake of the integrity of the sport. Because right now the integrity, there isn't any. We got even after the Deontay Wilder situation with Tyson Fury, with Glovegate and what the education information that people have right now, we still got fighters coming into the ring with their gloves manipulated, and we're still not pressing the commission as much as we should. We got fights not happening for various reasons, for ceiling negotiation reasons, or for percentage, whatever the case may be. And it's still happening. I mean, it's just a lot of bull crap that go on in the sport of boxing that shouldn't be going on, that will make life a lot easier for the fighters, the networks, as well as the fans, who are the biggest supporters of this sport. They just don't want to give it to us. Like, they were so used to this sport being so corrupt, and they know they don't have any governing bodies overseeing it, that they still going to run it like it's the Wild Wild West. Everybody has a loaded gun. They can shoot at will and do whatever they please to do. And it's sad because we, the fans, have to sit back and wait and watch this bull crap and wait for it to happen and take whatever they give us. It's like, there's cake, and then there's that pie that was served in the movie The Help. And they serving us the pie from the movie The Help and telling us it's just as good as the cake. And I mean, it's just a sad situation, man.
That's a fact. Hey, so when are you going across that bad spot?
Yeah, I'm about to go across in just a few minutes. That's why I jumped in. I'm sorry for jumping in front of you guys, but yeah, I knew I was about to get cut off just a minute, so that's why I jumped in a second.
No, I ain't, man. I'm just trying to make sure I can get you in and
I'll be trying to get back with you, and probably, I'm gonna stay on till it cut me out, but I'll probably be getting back with you within the next 10 minutes or less. I'm gonna put my foot in the accelerator.
All right, Rob, what you think about this whole situation, Rob?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
We hear you fine, bro.
Yeah, man. I get like a lot of the outrage, especially about the Fox situation. To me, this ain't nothing new though. You know what I mean? This the sport of boxing has been corrupt. It's gonna be corrupt, you know. Um, and like I'm disappointed with the injury stuff, you know, because I guess everything is happening back to back to back. And like I kind of agree with what DJ said, you know, about feeling like if we pull our money out, it may change something. But in my opinion, the way I look at it is the way they are in bed already with these networks and how they manipulate numbers. It's almost like the movie industry, right? You hear people talk about, well, look, let's support black movies, let's support black movies. But you got to understand that even if you go to a movie theater to support a black movie, they may sell you a ticket, but they put it on file as you bought a ticket to another movie. You know what I'm saying? So the other movie gets that credit. Now you may go in and sit in the theater and watch that all black movie and feel like you supported that film with your dollars, but actually your money went to support whatever movie they, or the studio, whoever's in charge, wanted to push at that time. And it's the same thing in boxing. They fudge numbers all the time. They tell you this, they got people believing that Canelo is the big seller when we don't know what Canelo's numbers are. You know what I'm saying? They got people, oh, this person sold so many 100,000 pay-per-views. And that may not always be true. You know what I'm saying? So, even if you did walk away from the sport, pull your money out, so to speak, it don't change nothing. And for me, because I did that, I was just in the chat going back and forth we was over on Fred's channel, and Fred talks about getting his credentials pulled. See, I got my credentials pulled too. You know what I mean? I got into it with another writer at the time who was over at Max Boxing. You know what I'm saying? And he said something out of the way, and I got physical with him back there in the backstage with everybody. You know what I mean? And even prior to that, coming up, like I was real cool with Diego Corrales, man. Like I was close by, you know what I'm saying? Knew the situation when he died in '07, I kind of came up. Vernon Forrest was like my big bro. He went out in '09, and then I used to spar at times with Paul Williams, who got that accident, I want to say in 11 or 12. So like for a 5-year period, man, I just it felt like everybody I knew was getting hurt. So I stepped away from the sport and just came back not too long ago. And it's still the same. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing changed, bro. So I get the frustration and all like that. I just think we're going through a rough patch. 20 and 21. It's been bad for boxing fans. We'll get a good fight and everybody will jump back on and be all excited about boxing. But boxing has always been about what could possibly happen. But through every era, there's been fights that people wanted to see that it just don't happen. You know what I mean? And to me, this ain't really no different. It's all happening at one time, and we're just all a little bit more frustrated. I think we're all a little closer to the sport. It's more access than it used to be, so we see it more. But I don't think it's much different than it's always been. That's just kind of my thoughts. So I try not to get too high up or too down about it. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it do hurt when stuff like that happen and you've been putting money into it. But hey, I've been on both sides of the sport, so to speak, ring and all that other stuff. So stuff happens, man. That's just life.
That's huge.
Yeah, what's up, brothers? Yeah, I just got on. And still, peace to everybody. Hope everybody doing well. Yeah, I
Peace,
see it's just
brother.
a lot. It's a lot going on, man. 'Cause I didn't find out about the fight being off until early this evening, actually. 'Cause I've been doing a lot of extra overtime and stuff, so I was resting throughout the whole day. So I was kind of surprised, shocked to hear it. But I do agree. I do agree with Rob that this is just how it is, you know, with boxing. Boxing always been this way. Boxing is like I always say, Boxing was and is the red light district of sports. It always has been, you know, from its inception. So a lot of the things like we seeing that's going on, like what happened with the was his brother Fox, Michael Fox, his fight. This is the history of the sport, man. You can go back over the history of the sport and you're going to see things like that from the highest level to the lowest levels. You know, from Jersey Joe, Joe Lewis, um, getting a decision against Jersey Joe Walcott that he probably shouldn't have got back in the 1940s to what you just saw with this kid Fox. So I definitely agree. You know, with the good brother Robert, that this is just a sport. This is what it is. And from the amateur level all the way up through to the top professional level, these are the things that go on. You know, it's just a natural part of the sport, unfortunately. And if you're a person that loves boxing, you have to just learn to live with it, or you would just literally have to not be involved with it at all. Like it comes with it. So, with all these things that's connected to the sport, if you somebody who's just a devout boxing lover, you just, you gotta take the good with the bad, so to speak, you know. And as far as the unfortunate circumstance with the fight with Errol and Pacquiao, real unfortunate, but I'm old enough to have remembered to seeing something similar to this, you know, with Sugar Ray Leonard. So it's just amazing how history just be repeating itself over and over again, you know? Like there's nothing new under the sun. That statement couldn't be more truer, now than ever before. So this is where we stand, brothers. We just gonna have to, for our beloved boxing, we just gonna have to either you're gonna be here for it, or you're gonna walk away into the sunset into something else. You know, that's my spill on it.
Sport that I love, but I hate so much.
Mm. Yeah, yep. It can be like that. And it's just a mindset thing. You as a fighter, and a few of us have actually been boxers from the amateur level, even all the way up through to the pro level. And that's just the mindset of the sport. You're raised a certain way in the sport to think a certain way. You know, so most of these organizations, particularly the older ones like the WBA, WBC, they've been around for as long as we know. So these are the organizations and the championships that you as a young fighter was always aspiring to collect, you know, on your way up. So, although you see a lot of the corruption that goes on, it's always been there. But, those are the standards by which, you know, you've been judged by to be considered a successful boxer is attaining those titles. So a lot of fighters, this is the underlying guiding force that guides them and moves them to wherever they're trying to go in the sport. So, to try to have guys try to buck up against the system and make that enormous paradigm shift, it's going to take a lot longer. This sport is very old and it hasn't happened yet. I don't really see it happening like that, honestly speaking, anytime soon, you know? People not gonna do that. There's a lot of money invested in this sport on high levels. So to have that type of revolutionary thought, I don't see it happening no time soon. You know?
So, so let me ask this question to the panel and to the chat. If anybody knows, please fill me in. How hard do y'all think it'll be to get Pacquiao to get back in the ring with Errol or commit to this fight with Errol again after this Ugas fight is done? Do y'all think he'll go ahead and retire, call it a fight? Because I don't know if he's gotten his money. Now, this is how the UFC does it. They don't pay their fighters until they show up and make weight. They get 2 checks. If you win, you get 2 checks, right? You get your show money and then you get your win money, right? So say if a guy was to make, if his contract was 50 and 50, he get paid 50 grand to make weight and another 50 grand after he won a fight. And that's if you don't win a win bonus or something. So I'm curious to know, did Pacquiao already get paid for this fight, or was it similar to the UFC where they don't pay him until after he made weight? Because if he's already gotten whatever he was asking for the Errol fight, if he's already gotten that huge payday and then he wins this belt, is it going to be hard to get him to commit to another Errol fight 6-7 months down the road, or maybe even a year down the road?
Well, first of all, DJ, you don't get paid till you show up. Once he shows up to the arena on the night of the fight, that's when he gets paid. Whatever his guarantee is.
Okay. See, I didn't know whether it was
that's how that
as soon
works.
as you sign the contract, you get paid, or it was okay. So it's pretty much
you get
the
paid
same.
when you show up to the arena that night ready to fight after the win.
Okay,
When you show up to the arena the night of the fight, that's when you get paid. Now,
okay, so it's pretty much the same thing all around.
Second one is this. This all is going to depend on Manny Pacquiao's schedule, because you guys know next election cycle in the Philippines, he's running for president.
Yeah.
While he's in the campaign, he can't leave the country. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
see, that's what I was saying. Like, how hard is it going to be?
I've been under the impression the whole time that no matter what happened in this fight, win, lose, or draw, this is probably it. Because as we all know, if you're the president of a country, you're way too busy to be boxing.
That's a fact. So, shit, man, I guess that's it then. I guess that's it. I guess Errol nor Bullet will ever get that Manny Pacquiao fight. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, to say the least. And as far as like, as far as like when it comes to getting paid before the fight, actually, the way I know it is, it's basically going to depend on also the promotion, depending on the promotion that you're fighting under. Because there have been instances where guys on a big major fight, because the fight was really selling well, that guys get like damn near half of their money before, get close to maybe a little bit under like a week. But this is a big fight anticipated for a big mega fight. Because I know myself once, I was supposed to fight on the card. My opponent pulled out.
Mm-hmm.
I still got paid though.
Oh, okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, they still paid me my full purse. Because I came ready, but I came ready to fight. Like I was ready to fight. The opponent pulled out. You understand?
So now let me ask you this.
And they couldn't find nobody else and they couldn't find nobody else in a short period of time. But then again, it ain't like I was making the shit type of money these motherfuckers was making. Like, this is millions of dollars. So, but
that's why I said that's why they rushed you guys up in there, because they was like, we can't stop this fight. We know he sold tickets. Fuck him. You fighting him.
On
the
that level.
The presidential election over in the Philippines is in May, though. You know what I'm saying? So
it's in May.
It's in May. So you know.
Yeah, but see, I think Errol will be out of this year though.
Well, it depends. See, this is the thing. If the retina is actually detached, then yeah. Now, a tear is a little bit different. It depends on how bad a tear is. You can have a certain type of tear that you can recover in like 4 to 6 weeks and hopefully be back, it just kind of depends, but this is a eye injury. I mean, it's like we're talking like best case scenario. Yeah, it'll be fine, but it could also be the end of a man's career. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
and and with
Exactly.
Manny, Manny running for president, we all know that any political office it costs money. So Manny was wanting a bigger payday. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna finance this presidential run too. I'm not sure he's gonna get that with Ugas because I mean he's gonna get his guarantee, but you're looking at that upside. You know what I'm saying? So I mean it's just really up in the air. You know what I mean? It's really up in the air. Like I said, it's not a it's you know they won't know until they really get in and see. But Earl obviously was trying his hardest. The dude went to 3 doctors, and I know from being an athlete, you go to different doctors to try to get a different opinion, and hopefully you can push forward with something. But if everybody telling you the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Is
Yeah.
so
You don't
we
want to
don't
hear
know.
that.
But I do know that the election is in May in the Philippines. I think Pacquiao they mentioned it when he said he was going to run. It's in May. They already put the tickets together and all that stuff. So it's going to be a
He's definitely
difficult thing
running.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, so
He's
he got to
Absolutely.
definitely
get
running
over
for
there.
president.
He
Absolutely.
got to get over there, campaign, all that type of stuff, man. So,
Yeah, I agree.
man, right now it's looking like if Errol's gonna see, I don't think he's gonna be back within the next 6 months. I think he's out until at least February, March, maybe. So,
Yeah, I think that's realistic.
I mean, so Pacquiao's gonna have to start campaigning at some point.
Hmm.
And man, I
Now
don't
here's a
see.
question. Here's a question
Yeah,
for the entire panel. The entire panel. After this fight, win, lose, or draw, do we think we'll see Manny Pacquiao in the ring again? I don't.
No, no. I
nah.
got a good friend of mine. His wife is Filipino. They just got married recently, and she just come over here recently, and she's a distant cousin of his, apparently. And she said more than likely we won't ever see him in the ring again after this fight. She was telling me this week before last or last week, and she said she don't think he's going to win against Earl, but he's building money, and he won't be fighting again because he's definitely running for president of the Philippines. So I think whatever we see this year may be the last hoorah. Because
And what a shame.
He's pretty passionate about representing his country. I mean, leading his country. And he's about taking care of the people of his country. He's very passionate about that. So I think that for everything that we're hearing and seeing, that he is going to be running for president, and the fact that more likely he will win because of his popularity and his connection to the general public there.
Yeah, yeah, I
So
agree.
yeah,
I used to work at this
so
nursing
he
home,
is
and
done. So he is
pretty
done. This
much.
is it.
And
I
just
This
to
used
is
to
put a
work
it.
at this
different
nursing
spin
home,
on it, just to put
and
a little bit of a different
sorry.
spin on it, man, it opens this actually opens the door, unfortunately, because I mean we're looking for a silver lining. But I heard today that the IBF may be looking at ruling while Spence is out, getting the IBF interim title, and maybe ordering their number one, who is Duka Koroff or whatever his name is, to fight against Boots, so Boots to get his shot. You know what I mean?
Oh, that
See,
would
that
be
was
And
going to be
great.
my
I
next
would
question. That
love
was going to be
that.
I mean, who's to say with the WBA? If Pacquiao gets that, if he beats, I mean, if we're assuming he beats Ugas, but hey, say Ugas wins, who knows? You know what I'm saying? But if he gets that, then you got those titles vacant. I know we was all pushing and hoping for certain fights and undisputed and stuff like that, but you know, when fights like this, and I know Pew's probably, he knows this, when big money fights go down the wayside, it puts money in other places where there are other fights that open up. You see what I'm saying? So if there's any type of silver lining there's money available for other fights, and then there's also, dates available for other fights. And sometimes some fighters, it lights a fire under them because they realize that letting all this stuff marinate and wait for a minute and hope for this and hope for that, like your career could be over. And it don't take nothing. You could take a thumb in the eye, and it does that. It don't even have to be. It ain't like he was. Some people, oh, he was getting worked over. And man, please, it could have been a thumb, bro. You can get dust in your eye and scratch your cornea. You know what I mean? And can't go. So this may light a fire under certain people that's sitting there babysitting stuff. Like, hey, it could be over in a second. You ain't got long, so it could be a silver lining. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I totally agree.
Yeah,
Yeah, when
I
it
was
comes to
thinking about
injuries
that
like that.
earlier because I know the IBF has somewhat strict guidelines when it comes to defending their belt, and I know Abdul Kakarov or Korov, however you say his name, I know he's been Errol's mandatory for over a year now. So how long was he going to keep sitting on the sidelines and not being able to challenge for that title? So I thought about that too. Would the IBF actually strip Errol for that belt if he's not able to defend? If he's not able to defend within the next 6 months, will they actually strip him?
Yeah, IBF don't
probably
care.
IBF don't play.
They probably
Yeah, that's
do
what I
an
said.
interim title
IBF
though.
kind of strict, man.
They don't care.
They would probably
The IBF
do
already
an
had the
interim.
feds come down on them before.
Yeah.
They
Let's
operate a
strip
little
your
different.
ass.
What I heard is it would be an interim type deal. You know what I'm saying? With if he came back, he would have to fight them. So I guess effectively stripping them. But Boots is ranked number 4 in the IBF because it's Abduka Korov, Porter, then Manny, then Boot. So they would look at ordering Abduka Korov against Boots because Porter is going the WBO route probably, and then Manny is already fighting for the WBA, so that pulls him out. So the two highest would be Abdul Korov and Spence, which should be easy because Abdul Korov was actually kind of coming under PBC umbrella anyway. So
That would actually be the best for boxing because they give Boots a shot and Boots takes care of Abukarov. Boots ain't turning down nothing but his collar.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna be no other side of the street or easy route. Ain't gonna be none of that. Boots fighting whoever up there.
I heard that dig too, Shelton.
Huh?
I heard that little subtle dig in there too.
What dig? I'm not making no digs. I'm just repeating what the man said. He said that. I didn't say that. Shit. I didn't have shit to do with that.
You know how many times I watched that interview, man?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I just go knock out Shy Porter, take his belt?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Man, nothing about Terrence Crawford, huh? But man, I hate that for EJ, man. I really do. I mean,
yeah, honestly, if you want to be honest,
this
about
happens in the prime of his career too.
Yeah, if you want to be honest about it, bro, I just wish the brother recovers and comes back better than ever. I don't want to see nobody go out like this. If you lose, get beat in the ring, but I don't want to see nobody injured or hurt. That's not sportsmanlike. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying? That man got kids. That man got a life, and we making light up here right now. But to be honest, as Robert Brown can tell you, as Best Hughes can tell you, this is a serious injury.
Yeah,
because they can fix a lot of things.
Dealing
they
with
can't
your
fix your
eyesight,
eyesight,
man. You're dealing with
they
your
can't fix your
eyesight.
Yeah, because they've come a long way. They've come a long way with the treatment of that. Because there was a time in boxing, once you got that injury, it was over. No matter what. Like, was a time once you got that type of injury, your career was done. I know a trainer years ago. Actually, he was his name was Bernard Forbes. He was Emil, the late great Emil Griffin's cousin. He was a fighter, he fought I guess in the late 60s, 70s. And he was really good from what I hear. Bernard was really good, and he got a detached retina. And when you saw Bernard, to that day, when I was around him as a kid, you could see his eye his eye was slanted, like his eye. You could see it was something when you looked at him. You could see it was something that happened to his eye. You know, and this was back at a time when they really didn't have the type of um scientific technology to fix those type of injuries in the way in which they've later been able to do. About 20, 30 years after that happened to him. But that was usually like a death sentence for a career, a torn or detached retina. So this is a real serious thing. Even if it's although there is a difference between being actually a tear and a totally detached, but at either rate, it's a serious, serious injury for a boxer. You know.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat. Hold on, Abner Mares had the same injury.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Abner just
yeah,
came back.
Oh
It took him a
man,
year.
I
It
just
took him
saw
a
yeah,
year and a
Jimmy's
half, 18
comment in the
months.
chat, man.
It took him
yeah.
18 months to come back. Because
Easily.
remember when we saw him, DJ, in Atlanta, his eyes are straight now. Everything is straight.
Yeah,
We sat and talked to him for like 20 minutes. His eyes are straight. He said he's fighting this month, actually. He's fighting this month.
Oh wow.
yeah. And I was
Wasn't Mares detached though? Like I said,
his
we
was
don't
fully
know.
detached. I
Yeah,
think
we
his was
don't
fully
Lamares was
see.
detached.
I
detached,
don't
I think.
think EJ is fully detached. And
Yeah.
And,
I'm looking at the chat like, no, ain't nobody throwing away the dude career, man. It's an injury, bro. So we're just saying
yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying? Anytime you go under the knife to get surgery, it could be the end of whatever. You know what I mean? It's, like we could be
mm,
optimistic and all that, but I'm forget all that optimistic stuff. I'm real. Like, just be
Yeah.
real about it. It's a real injury. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no BS pulling out with fake COVID and none of that stuff some of these other jokers been doing, taking mental health
Having a
vacations and
panic
stuff.
attack
It's a real
and
injury.
have
It's a real
having a
Yeah.
injury,
panic
bro. You
attack
know what
and
I'm
pulling
saying?
out of the fight 3 months in
And
advance.
as a boxer, you need your eyes to see what's going on. So it's a real injury. So y'all, you can stop with that. People canceling his career. No, it's not a canceling his career. It's a real
We
injury.
just we just
yeah,
know
We're
what
just
it
stating
is
the
because all
facts.
of us have
You know what I
shared the
mean?
ring. We know what it is. And that stops people it stops their careers. And to 817, no, bro. I looked Abner Mares in the eye just like I'm looking my man right here in the eye right now. His eyes are straight. I know what his eyes look like on TV. They was crossed. His eyes are straight now. I'm telling you, you can ask Kyle. We looked the man right in the eye, talked to him for 20 minutes. He's fighting this month. He's recovered.
and with that, you still see how long it took because I think his was detached, and
It took him
generally
18 months.
speaking, yeah, because if you remember, even with Ray Leonard, that happened to him '82. He ended up and when he finally made that comeback, he came. It was 2 years later.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? After he had the surgery, and of course, the techniques used now are far superior than they used to be. So you have a greater chance of success, but still, it's not the type of injuries you could rush back into the ring with. Because you
Right.
get punched in your face.
Yeah,
You get punched
yeah.
in your face and you can easily get hit in the eye. Easily.
Yeah.
You can easily get hit in the eye just like that. If you don't
That's
if you
why I was
haven't if
telling
you haven't
DJ.
healed in
I
enough
was telling
time, if you
DJ
haven't healed
earlier.
properly, it'll mess you
Yeah.
up.
I was telling DJ earlier, I'm just glad they caught it before the fight.
Yes.
Can
Yeah.
you imagine this dude
Big
goes in
time.
there to
Big
fight
time.
this guy and he's not right and he gets hit? That could have turned out to be way more serious. So I'm just glad they caught it.
Or
And
we,
then you take
mid fight, we're just sitting there wondering why does Errol keep getting hit with that same punch?
yes, yes. And the thing about it is see somebody like Errol Spence, because uh what's his name brought up a good point earlier. It was Rob that brought up a good point earlier. As a athlete, as a fighter, when you really want to do something, that's why he went to three different people.
Yeah,
Because he was trying to fight. Even though, because as a fighter, anybody who's done it, you always got some form of injuries, man. Like you very rarely, if ever, go into a fight perfect 100%.
No, nobody does.
So
You never do. You always got something going
yeah,
on.
yeah. So what happens is, as a fighter, you learn to just sometimes you just be overlooking things. Like that's just a part of your training. Like so, even if Errol was noticing something because he's preparing for the biggest fight in his career, and he's so laser mindedly focused on this, even if he was noticing something, like he got touched in the eye and maybe his eye fluttered in a way that normally didn't, he's gonna write that shit off, to try to make this fight happen because he had a lot, on the line going into this fight. So he could have actually gotten that ring and been fighting, and Manny could have caught him with something, and then this shit could have went from that slight tear to a full rip. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a good thing. It's a good thing that they caught it when they did.
Yeah.
Because it could have been far worse.
Yeah,
He
and
would have
that's
went
what
into
I'm
that
glad
fight
about,
not thinking nothing
man.
wrong. Because he'd have went into that fight maybe feeling like nothing is wrong.
And Best Puge and Rob, especially Best Puge and Rob, you guys know, bro. This didn't just pop up. He probably been dealing with this for a minute and just maybe ignoring it.
Yeah. Facts. Very, very much so. It's very quite possible, man. And anything like because right now, the first speculation you're going to make is that it happened in his training and sparring. But you remember just what, uh, little more than 2 years ago, he was in a car accident.
Right.
That car accident could have set that shit in motion. And then he did a full training camp for the fight with Danny Garcia. So, it's very possible that the accident could have set it in motion, could have weakened it just enough. And then you sparring, you training, like he trained for the Danny Garcia fight, and then you add this fight. It could have just it could have been any number. It could have been other things, not just about. Yeah, we're gonna make the assumption, but he's a boxer, so it had to be that. But shit, he was just in a very serious car accident. And if you remember, some of the first pictures they showed to him, if you remember,
he was.
One of his eyes was like more redder than others. So you never know, man. It could be anything that could have contributed to that shit too. And it just took time. Like Sheldon just said, it's not something that just happened just like that, or it could be.
It could be because I'm not a doctor. You're right. It could be. I'm not no doctor.
Well
I don't know.
It very well could be.
I do know. What I do know is that I'm glad they caught it because I wouldn't want nobody to go into the ring with an impairment, that could possibly cause them a serious injury. Because, you get in the ring with somebody like Manny, even at his age, if you can't see them shots coming, you in trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Like y'all said, all these fighters, whatever combat sports you watch, they all come in. They've all spoken about it. So they all go in with some type of injury or some type of bump and bruise. But damn, at least be able to see.
Yeah.
I said, keep caution. I see keep caution brought it up again. Yeah, I spoke about it earlier about how crazy and how gangster Michael Bisping is. I don't know how he kept passing the medicals. How he went in there and fought, and won a UFC title with one eye, So
that shit is amazing. That's
amazing. Man, it's crazy. He fought, I think, the back half of his career with one eye, man. I'm talking about he fought straight killers: Anderson Silva, Luke Rockhold, George St. Pierre, Kelvin Gastelum. I mean, he fought all these guys with one eye, man. It's crazy.
And DJ, look what it cost him, though.
Yeah. I mean, he ended up winning the belt at one point, but damn, now he literally only has one eye. So it's that, and people still trying to figure out how he passed all the medicals to get cleared to fight. Yeah, I said, I spoke about that earlier. Jalen when Vitor Belfort kicked him, and that's why till this day he still hates Vitor Belfort's guts. And it was proven that Vitor Belfort was on the Mexican supplement.
Yeah, come on.
And so, he detached his retina or his cornea, one of them, and changed the course of his career. But I'm like Sheldon said, we were talking about it earlier. I'm glad they called it before EJ seriously got injured in there, man.
Thank you, bro.
And it alters. But here's another question.
Thank you.
Knowing how hard he was working to get down to 47, and he's spoken about how it's harder now or it's hard for him to make 47. If and when he does come back, do y'all think he comes back to 47 or 54? Because I'm thinking he's going to be out at least another year. I don't think he's going to be back until this time next year.
I think it's going to be 54 because it's going to take at least a year or two. Most people with these type of injuries have been taking them at least a couple of years. So I don't see that this not going to be no overnight flash in the pans repairing or healing. It's going to have to, the eyes heal quicker than a lot of parts of the body, but they also got to have a certain amount of time to heal a certain type of injury. And for me, if it was me, I want to be safe. I'd do an Abner Mares or Ray Leonard type deal. I would make sure 100% I'm straight before I even re-enter the ring. Or if he's not going to do that, he might as well go ahead and fight now. Because it'd be the same results. You're going to probably injure yourself for the rest of your life if you don't give yourself proper time to heal. And if it's a year or two, the body, his body's going to mature biologically because he's going to get older. And that weight is not as easy to keep off as it used to be. So metabolism may slow down just a bit, and he feeling more comfortable at 154 by then. He's already a much bigger guy than 147 naturally already. So I think 154 would be easier for him than 147 at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll find out more today.
I say Hughes, Rob, Sheldon, what y'all think? I think, like I said, I think he's going to be out at least 6 months to a year. I'm leaning more towards a year. I don't think he's going to be back this time next year. And it's hard to say, man. I think he will go ahead and make the jump at 54. I don't know, but that's just knowing what he said. It's hard to make 47 for him now. So you're going to ask him to take, even though he's injured, he's going to be off another year of inactivity. And is he going to want to come back to that weight? Because who else is going to be waiting for him at this weight now? Pacquiao's going to be gone. Do you think Bud will move up by then? So what other big fight would interest him at 47 anymore?
That's the key right there. That's the key. Like, it would have to be, in order for him to do something like that, it would have to be somebody who can motivate him to want to do it. But anything less than that, and especially if it take a year or more, I don't see him coming back to 47 unless it's somebody like Bud. It would take somebody like Bud to do that, to motivate him to do that. But anybody less than that, I don't see it. And especially if it take more than a year or more.
And when those youngsters probably got a little bit better by then, a little bit more solid, and be a bigger threat at that point than what they already are.
I think we'll find out something today. You know what I'm saying? I think we'll find out today because I think today or Wednesday, which is today for me. That's when he's supposed to get the surgery. If they was talking about this Wednesday or whenever, so we'll they'll know how bad it was or how bad the tear is or whatever then, and give him a prognosis. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it could be 2-3 months, or it could be a year. We don't know. I mean, I guess we'll find out as it comes back. But as far as making the weight, I kind of agree with what was said. If he's motivated, which I don't see him not being, I've never heard of him. I've heard him say it's difficult to make the weight, but I haven't heard him say that, or him miss weight or nothing like that. So if it's a big fight, I think he can make it. Or he may go to 54. I mean, it's kind of a lot up in the air right now, and we won't know until, what I'm saying, we hear about the surgery and what the plans are. But one thing about it, he ain't one to, a lot of these guys ain't want to really speak fast. And I think somebody mentioned in the chat, speaking indefinite, you know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, it's just up in the air. We'll find out, once more people smarter than us get in there and do it,
Yeah, I think the fact that, I'm going to give him 4 to 6 months for his recovery time, but you got to also give him time to mentally prepare. You're talking about somebody who's never really, except for that car wreck, which can happen to anyone. He's never been injured before. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's going to take time. He's going to have to get back mentally to where he feels he's physically and mentally right to get back to training and get back to fight. Because he's never been through this before. I mean, he went through it with the car wreck, but shit, a car wreck can happen to anybody.
I
He's got to
wonder
mentally prepare for this, recover from this injury, in my opinion.
Yeah. I wonder though why they like I wonder if he was starting to have like sand, was he struggling sand like recently? Because generally, you get your basic, they give you your basic tests and stuff before the fight, but maybe he must have been seeing some flickering lights or something, because for them to have went that in depth to even find out that he had that tear, meaning that he must have noticed something.
But that's obvious. Something happened
Yeah,
with his eye where he wasn't seeing something, or he was getting
yeah,
hit with shots that he wasn't seeing. Like, what's going on with
yeah,
my eye? Maybe he had a blind spot that he couldn't
yeah,
see nothing on the peripheral, something like that. But something triggered the fit. Something sent them to the doctor. Something sent
yep,
them to the doctor.
But they also
yeah,
had the pre-fight checks. They 2 weeks out. They also had the pre-fight checks, didn't they? I mean, when you
That's
fight,
true, brother.
you know,
That's
in
true.
what 10 to 14 days, you got like a pre-fight check with a doctor and stuff like that. So I mean, I haven't read specifically. I mean, it could have been, like I said, it's one of the things we just don't know. I mean, it could have been that he was saying something, or it could have been a pre-fight check with the doctor and the commission. You know what I'm saying? And then it made him, go further with it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's facts, brother. That's truth right there. Yeah, he probably failed that pre-fight test because we 10 days away. We 10 days away from the fight.
What if this was what's the possibilities of an injury like this starting to occur sooner than we do? Like this fight with Sean Porter before the accident, but it wasn't quite as bad and not enough for him to complain and want to admit that something was going on with his vision. Then he gets in the car accident. It's another traumatic situation. Then a few years, a year and a half later, he sparred, or a year later, whatever, he sparred, and then he gets in the ring with Danny Garcia. Didn't take a lot of abuse then, but probably took a couple taps to the head and face through sparring and Danny. And then this training camp right here might have just run on and it got worse. And it got to the point where he really couldn't see. He couldn't deny it anymore.
That's what I said earlier, Santos. We
yeah,
have no
yeah,
idea when this happened. We have no
yeah,
idea when this happened.
yeah. That's very possible. Me and Sheldon said that earlier.
Because he took some punches against Sean. But surely, even though Sean is not a knockout artist, but that was a battle. That was the only battle that we are aware of that we've seen, vividly on television in the ring that he's had within that timeline. Before the accident, then we know about the accident, and then we know about the Danny Garcia fight. We don't know what happened exactly in those training camps, but you get hit in the training camps. That's part of training. So all that stuff could have been an accumulation of what it has turned out to be at this moment. To the point, maybe he knew he couldn't get in there with Manny Pacquiao and play around. Like it's a possibility Earl probably would have took a chance on somebody else, like somebody, a lesser opponent. Like he went against Danny. Anybody but Manny and Terrence Crawford, I think. He probably would have took a chance on some other guys. It depending on the degree of how severe it is. I don't know how severe it is at this moment, but I would think that his vision is pretty bad. It was rumored for 2 weeks that he was getting touched up in sparring, and it may be because he wasn't seeing those punches as clear as he normally would.
I mean, I guess that could be possible, but I've had a scratched cornea before, and you don't go in no fights with no. I mean, I couldn't stand it, man. And this wasn't no retina. This is a cornea, which is a little bit different, the scratch or whatever, which, like I said, you can get dust in your eye and rub it, dirt the wrong way and scratch your cornea. But I couldn't, you wouldn't, I don't think he would have taken all those fights. Yeah, I don't, I just don't, it could be, but I think it was more something that happened in training, recently in sparring, maybe caught a thumb to the eye, something like that. I don't know what a detached or torn retina feels like. I know what a scratched cornea feels like, and I wouldn't have taken 2 or 3 fights. You know what I'm saying? With nothing like that, I couldn't walk around something in your eye. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, man. Every time you blink, your eye is hurting, and you know what I'm saying, and scratching up against, and you can't see, it's blurry and stuff like that. And as I understand, the retina is worse than that. So I don't think it came from a Sean Porter fight or a Danny Garcia fight. I could be wrong. I don't, I think it was more or less probably in sparring or something recently,
It probably was. I mean, it's hard. I mean, we never known anyone else to give that much time to an injury like that. Wait around and talk about it or whatever. But I know I've been hurt, not to that degree in my eyes, but I'm saying on my body, I've been hurt severely. Didn't go to the doctor, didn't tell anybody because I feel like I keep working around something. Matter of fact, within the past couple of years, I've been out here driving at nighttime. I've hurt my legs severely. I got so many bad scars on my leg, but I've hurt my legs severely. I'm just now, my right leg under my knee, I'm just now getting all of within the last 2 or 3 months, I'm just now I'm stopped feeling any pain from that injury that happened in late 2019 to that leg. And I'm just now getting all of my strength back in that leg within the last few months. So. And I know it's really bad. It stayed swollen for a very long time, and it was so big when it happened. And I still didn't go to the doctor, but sometimes, well, I ain't gonna say all men, but me as a man, I do stupid stuff like that sometimes and endure pains and injuries that I shouldn't walk around with. And I walk around with them, and I say God will take care of it, and I keep moving. Because I feel like if I got enough strength to do most everything I normally do, I'm gonna keep doing what I do. And I didn't want to take off being self-employed. I didn't want to take off and miss my money. So it's I'm just throwing costs away. But you're right. An eye is a serious situation. It's a little bit more distracting than most body injuries, and you probably don't want to walk around with that. But I was reaching a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised either at the same time because I've never been through a detached retina or a torn retina, but I don't know. I mean, it's gonna come out. I think Earl will be straight up enough to tell us what happened or give us some type of story about this situation that pacifies it in the long run. I think that's what's gonna happen. So we just have to wait and see what's said about it.
Yeah, it usually takes time with
Hey,
stuff
Spence.
injuries like that. It usually takes time with injuries like that because I remember hearing Sugar Ray Leonard say that when he first noticed he had the eye problem, he said he think his eye problem started when he was preparing for the Tommy Hearns fight. He said that one of his sparring partners elbowed him in the eye, hit him with an elbow. And he said his eye, he felt it was hurting and it was swelled up a little bit, but he still, obviously, he went through with the fight with Hearns. And you remember his eye, you remember that eye, and that was the same eye he had the detached retina. His eye swelled up in that Hearns fight after a while, but he said he had, if you go back and watch that fight now,
Yeah.
which I actually did recently, if you go back and look at that fight recently, when you look at Ray Leonard come into the ring, look at under that eye. You'll see his eye got a little puffiness. Like when you look at it, he got like a little puffiness on there. So so he said he think it started there. And then
That
by the
long
time
ass, that long ass jab finished it.
yeah, and they added on to it, and and that added on to it, and then by the time he ended up, which was like about, I guess, a year and a half later. By the time he got ready to fight Roger Stafford,
Yeah, that was
and that's
it.
when that was it. You know.
Then he
Hey,
retired.
fellas, hold on, fellas. We got a motherfucker in the chat wants some attention. Check him out. I think his name is Brent Jones. He wants some attention, y'all.
What DJ?
Weirdo.
Hold on.
You know, Sugar Ray didn't. You know, his eye situation was. I don't think it was immediate after the fight when they told us how severe it was. I think it was a couple of months or something. That's when he, you know, 3 months after that, he said he was going to retire. Brent Jones, Big Gold, B-Boys won't speak at a. Who is this, man?
Some weirdo. He wants some attention.
It's a possibility it was a Kleenex. Hey, bro. Yeah, we see you, bro. Sometimes we get caught up in the conversation. We may not necessarily be looking at the chat, but hey, we ain't mean no disrespect to anybody. We definitely don't want no disrespect either. We all got a little streetness in us. I can tell you that right now. So don't get it twisted over here. Keep it respectful, man.
He's a weirdo. He already went outside the box.
I don't like little young N words talking stuff, man, because I get a little pissed real quick and be want to check it. So just don't come over here with all that, man. We're adults over here, and we're respectful grown men over here, and we keep it like that.
But you know, don't
sweat the sandbox ones just come in here and play with us. Don't come over here thinking you running something or acting like a little gal or something.
That's what the internet do, man. I don't even pay that shit no mind. This is what they do.
Y'all block me, then say this, let me call it. Man, ain't nobody block you. We ain't even thinking about no blocking over here.
He just wants some attention, y'all. He's starved for attention.
Yeah, he don't change the screen name and everything. I don't know what.
Exactly.
Somebody must have
Exactly. Now he don't even got a picture up there.
Oh, yeah. Man, y'all want to hate. Ain't nobody, man. You know what? That's the end of your airplay, bro. I ain't gonna even pay attention to you anymore.
I just chime in and y'all
came on here and messed up the rhythm, changed our energy.
That's how you can tell the channel growing. That's how you can tell the channel growing, huh, fellas? When you start getting weirdos.
Yeah, you start getting these old haters up in there, man. Yeah, I tell you what he can do though. He can put some Vaseline on that little coochie here between his legs and keep it pushing. That make him feel better.
Or shit, if Kyler's awake, if you got something to say, nigga, jump on the panel.
Yeah. Go. Once you go catch the stream and come on the panel. You come on in here and get some of this flavor. This brand new flavor in your ear.
What he can do is put something on Kyle Cash App. That's what he could do.
Yeah, you can do that too. Come over here putting all them N words in the chat. You know. Take care of the mind, you understand? Anyway, what were we talking about, man? My bad, fellas. I'm getting more and more less tolerant with these knuckleheads than I used to, man. I apologize. My apologies to you.
Yeah, because it's funny, right? Because when they actually see you in person, the whole dynamic changes, don't it?
Everything changes. You know what I'm saying?
All changes.
And I be wanting to keep that same. Energy, and then I got to change my energy because I wasn't tripping, man. I just messing with y'all. Let me stay mad.
Hey, Rob and Hughes, that's how it happened in Atlanta. You dig?
Yeah.
All them cats that was running their mouth and talking all about how they gonna pull up and do this and do that. Well, we bumped into a couple of them at the fight. Oh, man, for real. I wasn't talking about y'all. I was just saying. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah, we just down here to enjoy the fight.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, these little internet gangsters trip me out, bro. I don't even don't even address them because I be getting heated for real, bro. I'm already on the road. You know what I mean? Like, don't
Exactly.
whatever.
Exactly.
I just whatever. I don't even address it. You know what I mean? If we're gonna talk and disagree, that's cool. But you want to start all that stupid stuff, man?
All that personal, that
I ain't.
personal
I
stuff,
ain't
man. You know what?
about. I ain't smart enough to talk too much. I don't have too many words to say. I'll just leave it at that. No, I ain't. I wouldn't do action. I ain't about that word stuff. Yeah, for
You
real.
know, you got
I don't
you
play
got some
all that.
platforms.
Hold on, y'all.
You know, there's some
Hold
platforms
on.
out there.
I gotta tell y'all this. Hold on. Now he's gonna shoot all of us. He's gonna shoot us now. He's a tough guy. All right, tough guy.
I'll send him my address. He want it. For real. Like, whatever.
Hey, brother, over a boxing
It's
conversation,
best.
brother?
Yeah, it's best we move on, bro. It's best we move on.
Hey, Brent, I've been known to
let's
give my
move
full
on, man.
address info on this joint, man. So
It's best we
look,
move
man,
on,
once you
bro.
just chill out, man. If you want
Let's
to
just
talk
move
boxing,
on.
man, talk
Yeah.
boxing, man. Leave all that personal
Yeah.
stuff
All
alone.
this fixing to be is evidence, bro. This is gonna be evidence. That's all it
Some of us
is.
Real
need to
talk.
switch back over to
Real
what we used to
talk.
be in these
Real
streets
talk.
for real quick. And we ain't trying to go down
It's
that
gonna
road.
be.
So if you
Over a
want to talk
boxing
boxing, just talk
It's gonna
boxing.
be
Leave all that
evident.
old silliness somewhere else on somebody else's platform. Don't bring that over here, bro. Now, if you
Young
want to talk
brother.
boxing, talk about it.
Young brother, you talking all this craziness over a boxing conversation. Think about what you're doing, man. Just use your head for something other than a hat rack.
Now he gonna talk boxing from this point on. Just talk boxing, man. Leave all that old silliness alone because trust me, you got a whole lot of streetness over here. For real talk. And we trying to be civilized citizens these days. You know, I'm trying not to knock niggas over their head out here. You understand me? And sell these dresses. You know, what my man saying, baby boy.
That's what
Trying to be civilized. You know, but nah, man, just keep it boxing, man. Don't bring all the energy over here, bro. For real.
So back to that.
We just grown men trying to talk about some good boxing, man.
Exactly.
You already got me off my square a little bit, and I'm usually trying to be the peacemaker, but I'm a little low tolerance these days. I think I'm on my period or something, man. So you need leave me alone, man.
So back to the boxing. How do we feel about Pacquiao versus Ugas? I think it's going to be actually a little bit of a competitive fight.
You know what? I just don't think Ugas is busy enough for a Pacquiao. I think it can be an entertaining fight, but I just don't. You know, the excitement ain't there, of course. But at the same time, I'm gonna say something, man. I don't want people to take this the wrong way, man, because I have a love for Earl. You know, that's on a certain level, man. And yeah, I support Bud as well. I'm more of a Bud fan than I am an Earl fan for the reason I was following Bud before Earl was on the scene. So that's what it is. But I love both of these cats. I love what they stand for. I love their boxing abilities. I love who they are as men. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. I just got to feel. I was telling my man Sheldon Moore this earlier. I think the boxing gods, man, is just putting stuff in order, man. To be honest with you, because I mean, Bud didn't get the Pacquiao fight. Unfortunately, for a medical reason, now Spence is not fighting Pacquiao. So they're probably trying to keep that fight lined up. You know, the boxing gods. I know it might be a little wishful thinking, but they might be trying to keep that lined up for us on a more even playing field market-wise. You know, even though Earl's market ability is greater, but I don't know, man. It's just something. It's funny how all this playing out. Pacquiao loses his belt for not fighting in a certain amount of time, and then Ugas gets the belt, and now him and Ugas is about to fight right now. Think about all that coincidence, man. I mean, it's something about this situation that I think it's I think the boxing gods are stepping up and making some stuff happen. It's just what I'm thinking. to be something wrong with you think, you know, I've been known to be crazy, be called crazy before, you know, but I just got a feeling, man, some stuff is being put in order, man. And you know, the
Rob,
other
what
fight
say
got
you,
pushed
Rob?
off to October.
What say you, Rob?
Think all these fights have been pushed off. All the fights of the summer, the big fights of the summer, they're all getting pushed off to the near future, man. Think about all that, man.
I'm happy that Ugas gets a shot, you know what I'm saying? Gets to actually fight for the title in the ring, you know what I mean? Even though if it is a WBA or whatever, you know, he gets to fight the champion who left with the title. So it makes it a legit title for him, you know what I mean? Switching opponents like that, you know, that's going to be difficult, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I know people say that Ugas can't punch and this, that, another, but man, Ugas does some good work on the inside. I don't see too many people just running up on him without covering up either, you know. So it could be a good fight. I just honestly wish they'd take it off pay-per-view and put it on regular Fox though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Pacquiao Ugas don't have the same feeling as Pacquiao Spence, man. You know what I mean?
Exactly, bro.
You know, do something for the fans here, bro. I know they won't, but I just wish they would, you know.
I wish they would. I know they won't, but I wish they would. What you think, Puge?
Yeah, hello, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's not something that I agree. It's not something that I really was looking forward to, you know, considering the circumstances. But if you got to take what we can get, I guess it'd be, you know, somewhat competitive because I know Ugas gonna try, but he just seems he just seems limited in comparison to what Manny could do. You know, Manny can move around, use the ring, he can move, coming from different angles. I just see him, you know, pretty much being and he's just, you know, with his style, Ugas' style, he's just aggressive enough to fit right into Manny's style. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just aggressive enough. He's not necessarily the biggest puncher, although he looks strong. Although he looks strong because you would think he would be a stronger puncher than him because he's a strong built guy. You know, and he got a good boxer's body, but his style is just to me it's kind of made to order for Manny. You know, so I would expect I'm expecting Manny to work him over a bit, but Uga's gonna try for as long as he can. You know, he's gonna give his best effort, but I don't expect that I don't see him winning the fight. You know, but stranger things have happened. We'll see. You know, we shall see. But I got Manny though, relatively easy. Yeah,
My man said relatively easy. That's I mean, because you got to take into account the intangibles, man. And just like we said, this was the biggest fight of Errol's career. This is the biggest fight of Ugas's career too. So you really don't know what Ugas is going to show up. Ugas just may have the fight of his life that night. Now it's probable, highly unlikely that he beats Pacquiao, but it is probable.
agreed. I agree with it. It's like because simply put, anything is possible. That's why, but not because of the fighter type of fighter he is. Like
Right,
styles make fights. Styles
right.
make fights. Styles make fights, and if you look at if you've seen a number of his fights, which I'm sure you have, his style is pretty much tailor made for what Manny Pacquiao could do. You know, and only I mean you say motivated, like the intangibles. Intangibles generally mean that the guy's going to be more motivated. And generally,
Yes.
when a guy's more motivated, what do? They come more aggressively.
Yeah.
That
They
fits
take
better
chances.
into and
They
that
take
fits better
chances.
into that fits better into Manny Pacquiao style than his.
But I'm saying I believe now. Rob, tell me if I'm wrong. I think Ugas has to take chances to have a chance in the fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. He already lost a close decision to Porter. You know what I'm saying? That stuff don't go away. That plays in his mind, you know. And then how he became the champion, you know, people hadn't really necessarily respected it or stuff like that, you know. So, you know, I think he has to take chances. I think he's gonna take chances. I don't like him being hurt by Ramos and stuff like that because if Ramos can hurt him, a
And he
fast
gonna
punch
stop.
and Pacquiao is really gonna hurt him. You know what I'm saying? So you know, of course, I'm gonna watch the fight because I'm a boxing fan. I got Manny in the fight though, but I tell you, it's got potential to be a good fight. You know what I'm saying? If he comes forward and fights into to Manny's thing, and it can look good. You know what I'm saying? But as far as him winning, like I said, I just don't feel like forking over this money for the pay per view, man. I like some good news. Just wake up in the morning and be like, you know what? We decided to put this on Fox. You know what I mean? Free Fox. That's what I'm pushing for.
Yeah, you trying to keep your $75 in your pocket. Me too. And with the Fed and state taxes, that's just like $100 for that fight. You know that $75 price ain't just it. You gotta pay Fed tax and state tax on that shit.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're
It's
right.
like $100 fight, man. Well, Santos, you got Manny too, huh?
I just feel like Manny is the more busy fighter of the two. He's more productive with his punches. He's gonna move more. Ugas can be effective on the inside, but Manny's gonna be in and out, man. He's in and out. He ain't gonna just he might stand there a couple times if he hurt him or something, and do some toe-to-toe action with him, straight up inside fighting. But for the most part, he's gonna move in a circle around Ugas, man. Ugas need to fight his best ever performance against Manny just to have a shot at it. But I got a feeling Manny's gonna end up with that title at the end of the day, and then he's gonna go and get elected, and they're gonna take that belt. He's either gonna keep it for a few months and give it up, or they're gonna take it away from him while he's running for office, and then we'll see all the other guys fight. But I just think it's the boxing gods speaking right now. Unfortunately, it's misfortunate for our guy Errol, but it's just one of those situations. I feel that there was a dispute who should have the belt, Manny Pacquiao or Ugas, and now they're both gonna be fighting for that belt. Then
Poetic justice indeed.
yeah, man. Then the situation that Errol initially had with the fight against Bud, it still keeps that situation the same. We still got to worry about whether or not if Sean and Bud's going to fight, which I think I don't know.
Well, they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight. It's just Porter gonna have to take the fight because Bud's locked in. Bud has no choice. He has to take it. Take it or be stripped. And he knows he's not gonna give up his title without a fight. He's not gonna let them just take it. So Porter has to accept the fight. And in Porter's defense, Porter knows he should know that if you duck this fight, everything you've done prior means nothing. Because you ducked this fight. You got to take it. But if you don't take it, just go into broadcasting. Stay out the ring.
Yeah. Well, he's done with the Olympics. He definitely gonna get him a little broadcast now. He auditioning every month around his fights and stuff, But yeah, it's just something. How all this stuff is working. That's all. Okay, I'm good now. That's all working out, man. I had some cranberries I was eating, and I guess I dropped one on the floor, man, or maybe two or three. Some got on the bottom of my shoe. While I was driving, the real
Yeah, I believe that Porter got to take this fight. He has no choice if he want to have the career that people make out for him. You're going to keep that same status that people give him. He got to take this fight.
Yep, as they say, keep that same energy.
You know, they got the date. Was it August 20th is the deadline for the purse bid. So I'm hoping, you know what I'm saying? I'm hoping it goes on and comes through. You know, you got the Virgil Ortiz and Mean Machine is fighting this weekend. So
Yeah.
that's definitely somebody that's knocking on the door, so to speak, since they claim he ain't afraid, which I doubt. But guess we're gonna see, man. That's the thing. Yeah.
Let me let you know something, brother, that you probably already do know. Virgil don't need to be thinking about nobody else. He got Mean Machine problems. That's not gonna be no easy fight. Come in there, if he try to fight Mean Machine the way he fought Maurice Hooker, he gets beat.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how good Mean Machine really is. You know what I mean? You're right though. You can't fight everybody the same way. Hey, did you hear anything about Virgil talking about he had COVID before the Maurice Hooker fight? Did you guys
You
see
know
that?
what? I didn't even hear. I never heard that. But you know, it's so many people now claiming the COVID defense. It wouldn't shock me. But yeah, I don't want to hear none of that.
I hear you.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. You got business to handle on Saturday night.
Yeah,
Now you
for
been
sure.
calling everybody. They're saying Virgil gonna wash him. Virgil gonna smoke him. He's a bum. Okay. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Go in there and do it.
Right. You got him beating Mean Machine, or you got Mean Machine taking him out?
I got Mean Machine stopping him late.
Oh, really? Okay.
I got Mean Machine stopping him late. Because Virgil, I only got one problem with Virgil. The only problem I have with Virgil is Virgil uses his face for defense. That's the problem I have with him. And you can't walk in there face first with everybody, especially somebody who can crack like Mean Machine. Mean Machine can crack. Robert Garcia said himself, that's the hardest punching guy he's ever worked with, was Kavaliauskas. And that's your trainer. So, hey. Don't get me wrong, fellas. I think Virgil is the goods. But we're going to find out Saturday exactly what he is. Because Mean Machine is not no pushover. Y'all hear him? I preach to the choir.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I had to switch devices. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you good. I got you good, man.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was on mute. I'm messing around in the back of this truck.
Yeah, I do want to see. I'm gonna see what Virgil got this weekend, though. See if he's learned anything from that Hooker fight. You know, of course, Robert Garcia fighters kind of all fight the same way, but we're gonna see, and you know what I'm saying. And
yeah, that's the issue.
this weekend we got a lot of fights this weekend. I think we got about four decent fights. You know what I'm saying?
We got two cards on the zone. We got an 11 o'clock card, and then the Virgil card starts at like 5 or 6. Then we got the Maloney card for ESPN, and we got the Rigo card for Showtime.
Yeah, that's 4. Yeah, because you're right. The zone got 2 fights, so they got the the Virgil Ortiz fighting in the evening, at night, and then I think during the day they got one of those UK fights. I would say it's like that Buatsi guy. He's fighting Bolotniks or something like that, which is a pretty good fight,
Yeah, something
And
like
then,
that.
like you said, Maloney. Seemed like somebody else, and I know we got Gary Antonio Russell is fighting too on that Showtime card against Rodriguez. Is it Rodriguez? I think.
Yeah,
And then Rigo is fighting. Yeah.
They trying to. I think they're trying to give Antonio a little push. He's at 122. Am I right? 122.
118. That's 118, I think. Yeah, I think
He's
it's
at
118.
Yeah, because Schoolboy Steph
Well, it
is
may
at
be 122. I can't. I'm getting them mixed up because he's right under Rios, wherever Rios is, I think.
Yeah. I know Coolboy Steph is at 122. He's fighting Figueroa, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be a good fight too when they fight.
Yeah.
Steph. Yeah, I think for all of us, it's been a letdown with these fights when they miss. But I think also at the same time for all of us, we know these things can happen. We know it's best to not get your hopes 100% up, built all the way up, because we know we can get that letdown for these big fights to happen. And I think the biggest letdown of any time recent was this Wilder Fury fight, and I think that fight got us ready for this letdown we just incurred. So I think we all majorly are doing a little bit better emotionally about how we feel about the fight not happening versus what we would have felt if it wasn't for the Wilder fight. If that hadn't happened, man, I think we all be real sick. A lot more than and upset, a lot more than what we are now. But we'll probably be a little bit more sympathetic with this one, like we are, versus that Fury Wilder. We know Fury just concocted an excuse to get out of that fight date. This right here seems to be a real legit situation here, so we can understand it more, But I pray that Errol comes through his medical issue real well and recuperates very well, and he can continue his career in boxing. We just got to be a little bit more patient, and the fights will pop off. Boom, boom, boom.
Reggio, salute, big bro.
And I forgot
salute,
it started off with the Teofimo and the Cambosos fight, but that wasn't like that was the first one that used that COVID excuse.
Nobody was checking for that fight though.
No,
nobody was checking for that fight.
We weren't tripping. It hit us like the Fury thing did, But yeah, it's just we were looking. We had a action-packed summer ahead of us.
Yeah.
And it just turned into a mild situation. But at least one thing we do have, fellas, we still have boxing. Even though it's crooked and there's no, the ethics are lousy, the integrity is lousy, we still have the sport itself, and we can see people compete against one another. So I didn't totally lose my girlfriend.
Before you go on, let's go back to that point you just made. Now, did anybody actually give a shit about that Teofimo fight? Because I know I didn't.
Still don't, because we want to see Teofimo fight Haney.
Yeah, exactly.
So now we're not really caught up. That's just like one of them fights that a fighter got to go through. We just just like a pass-through fight. That's what that is. Placeholder.
Pew, did you care about it?
Not particularly. Nah, not particularly. Just another match. And it's the match I wanted to see him fight. You know.
What about you, Rob? Did you want to see it? I didn't really give a shit about it.
No, not too much, man. I wanted to see Cambosis actually take him out since, you know what I'm saying? I kind of felt
Right.
like Cambosis might actually make the fights we want to see. And to be honest, man, I mean, I'm let down because I don't get to see certain fights. You know what I mean? But I wasn't, I really wasn't begging for the Spence Pacquiao fight. If we want to be honest, the fight I want is Spence against Bud. So you know what I mean? I'm not just. I mean, I'm down when we don't get fights because I could do a fight every day if it was me. You know what I'm saying? Or every weekend. I'm cool with that. So when we don't get the fights, I'm down about that. But I'm not. I don't know. I'm just not really invested so much because none of them are the fight. The fights I want to see. So it's kind of like I'm taking what you're giving me, but it's not nothing I'm really so invested in that I'm just really just. I mean, it's messed up. Don't get me wrong, but like you say, the TO fight. I mean, that was just kind of like, hey, hurry up and get that done so we can move on. You know what I mean? And then when he started pulling that mess, I want Cambosis to take him out now, bro.
Yeah, exactly. See, I'm on the same page you on, Rob. I mean, I wanted to see the Wilder fight because of all the build-up and the intrigue and see if he can make some adjustments. But in all honesty, bro, the only fight I want to see is Bud and Spence. That's the only fight I really want to see. I think that's the biggest fight in America and the biggest fight in boxing right now.
Well, I think it was a big fight. It definitely was a big fight. I was talking about Bud and Bud and Earl. I'm gonna tell you something. That fight was gonna be watched. It's gonna be paid attention to and watched around the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that was gonna be. And it still will be if it could happen. If Earl can recuperate properly, and they can go at it. But let me catch this chat up real quick. A17 boxing. He says. He said he cared about that Cambosis and Teofimo fight because he thought Cambosis can win. I want to say shout out to Reggie. Oh, he done popped his head in the in TBC in the boxing section. And,
I said salute to the cousin. What's up, Big Reg?
Oh, you did? Okay.
I didn't hear you say nothing back yet. You must be busy.
Yeah, I didn't. I must have been. I didn't realize. Then we got my man A17 boxing. He giving them hell out there in the chat, man. He said Bud loses to Earl and said he don't have a good chin, and then he was talking about Campos would beat Teofimo, and he says the beauty in boxing is the unexpected matches. He also said besides Wilder versus Fury 3. He was talking about. I guess he was saying that Bud and Earl's fight would be the biggest besides Wilder and Fury 3.
Yeah,
but yeah, man. Now keep caution. He's keeping the buzz in the chat as well. He said Porter ain't got enough pop for Colonel of Corn. All right. And see, A17 boxing was confirming what I thought he was meaning. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, bro. Keith Caution also said this year has been one kick in the nuts after another for boxing fans.
right.
It's been a wake up, man. Jalen is in the chat. He said either Frank. He said either Franco or Virgil is going to be with Robert Garcia. They fight at the same time in different locations. Interesting. Yeah, so one of them is going to be with Robert. The other is going to be with probably his son or somebody or his dad. No, dad used to roll with Robert, don't he? And,
hey, 817. Who was saying that? Ain't nobody said Porter didn't Errol. What we said was we don't know when that happened. It could have happened then. It could have happened in a car wreck. We have no idea when he's first started
he's
having
probably talking about when I was giving a hypothesis. I was giving a hypothesis, A17, saying that we don't know if it, like my man said, we don't know if it happened in a car accident or maybe he took a shot against Sean in that fight, and it wasn't as serious then, and it probably grew to be more serious now. That's basically what I was alluding to. I know what you're talking about, but no, I wasn't saying like he just did a man up or nothing like that. You know, it really wasn't a hell of a fight. That was Errol's toughest fight to date. To date.
The thing is, 817 is that we all know that a torn retina is a cumulative is the word I want to use. It's the cumulative injury.
Yeah.
It takes an accumulation of shots to make that injury. So we don't know. That's why we're saying we have no idea when it happened.
I think something will come out I think something will come out in the future. You know, and we'll get the truth. Being that I just feel like Errol is.
I agree with you. Facts. I agree with you. There's no way he went through all them tests at the hospital and they didn't find that. So I agree with that.
Yeah, I can see some truth behind it. I was using that against Keith Caution. Oh, he said he was using that against Keith Caution.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe that too. I believe he failed the pre-fight exam, just like Rob and Pugh said. I think he failed the pre-fight. That's what I think.
I believe he failed the pre-fight test.
Yeah, they do those tests. You know, I think, like I said, I want to say it's 10 to 14 days out, 15 days out. They'll do the pre-fight test, measure everything, check everything, and you know that could be when he failed it. You know, like I said, I didn't read about it. I just kind of heard the news today. I didn't really go in depth into like when it happened or stuff like that. I just know from that side that's what happened.
Let me put a little disclaimer out there real quick. I don't want anyone to get it misconstrued about what I was saying. I was just speaking on some hypotheses. I was just speaking on some hypotheses a minute ago when I was talking about the Earl situation and the possibility of him getting an injury in the past that just got worse over a period of time, because I don't know that to be true, and I'm not trying to paint a narrative. I just want to be clear about that. I don't believe in painting narratives and trying to get people to follow that narrative. I just state my opinion, and I make sure I clear my throat and let people know that I'm stating a opinion, not some that I'm trying to act like I got some factual information on, because I don't. So I just want to be clear about that. No narrative here. Just like I said when I was stating, I said I may be reaching, and I'm sure I am. Just an opinion and a hypothesis.
BB, what up, Cuzzo?
Just trying to figure it out, but it'll come to us in the field. I think the Errol Spence team are pretty ethical about who they are and letting us know the truth about what they're going through and dealing with. I think we'll get the truth out of that situation, which I don't think there's been a lot so far. I think we'll find out eventually where that problem started at. Now, a lot of us want to say it started in sparring, which is probably very possible. They may tell us. They may not tell us who they were sparring and how severe the sparring match went and whatever, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean that it had to be very severe of a match. It could have been a freak accident that happened from a punch that wasn't seen or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's boxing. You can get hurt in boxing. You can get a detached or torn retina. You can get a broken jaw. You can get a broken nose. You can get your ear bit off, Mike Tyson. Or you can get your feet stoned. You can get broken ribs or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or you can have a broken back, Mike Tyson. There's all kind of things that happen in boxing.
Well, here's something I want to put out there, Santos. I heard somebody trying to spin a narrative today about Derrick James, just trying to blame Derrick James.
You got more wind noise now.
But here's the thing, man. I think Derrick James has been around the game long enough. He's been with Errol long enough. He's trained enough fighters that I don't. That's why I say it's had to be a cumulative injury, and it had to happen maybe sometime before now because Hughes can second this, and I know Robert Brown can second this. You are not doing no heavy, hard sparring 10, 12 days out from a fight. Am I right, Rob?
Yeah, shouldn't be. Should be. You know, like you said, going through, you know, some light sparring, not risking too much injury. Yes, might have to.
My fault, man. I was talking on mute here. I was on mute. I was trying to.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if it's me or not, man. I was trying to get on mute here. Let me see.
But am I right, brother?
Say it again, man. I couldn't hear you. There was a lot of feedback.
I said Derek James is probably sharp enough to know that we're not doing no heavy, hard sparring 10, 12 days out from a big fight.
Yeah, for sure. When you're that close, you're not doing heavy sparring. Nah.
Right. You should be risking. You're right. You don't risk the injuries at that point. You know,
you're not trying to risk no injury. You're trying to get nobody hurt. You're just trying to stay sharp, stay in shape, be ready, lose weight.
If you like me, you 10 to 14 days out. You're really trying to make weight, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, you're trying to make weight and watching film and stuff and you're doing some light work, shadow work and hitting the bags and stuff like that. But the sparring is kind of over with at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
The heavy stuff, you know what I mean? So, like I said, you're trying to make weight at that point.
Right. You're just trying to make sure you make the weight. You may be, because about 10 days out, you're probably about maybe 5 pounds off, maybe 4 pounds off, something like that. Something where you close to weight. No?
Yeah, for sure. And Errol was real close already, you know what I mean? He was, even when he came in the barbershop, he was talking about how, this wasn't necessarily a fat camp, you know what I mean? So, I mean, like you said, right now you're trying to, pass all your medical and coming off your weight and keeping your running going, making sure your cardio is up, you know what I'm saying? And really studying, your game plan and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, I don't believe
Hello?
that.
Hello?
Hugh, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
Yeah, go ahead and answer that question for me. Yeah, go ahead.
You got another question? You want me to answer the last one?
No, I want you to answer the last one about the heavy sparring. You don't spar this close heavy to no fight, right?
You should start. They should start, scaling down at this point. You would start scaling down, doing probably less rounds. You just want to stay as close to sharp as you can, and you work on specific whatever strategy that they came up with for the fight. Stuff like that. But you shouldn't be going killerly hard at this point. You shouldn't be doing that. At that point, you should be scaling down and just staying tight with your technique and things like that. Shouldn't be killer. At this point. Yeah. You go. What's the next question? You want to just say something else?
No, I think he just wanted you to answer that last question.
No, I just want to answer that one. Yeah, bro.
That's pretty much it. Scaling down at this point. You ain't trying to go too crazy because you don't want to risk no injury. You just want to stay sharp. Or stay as close. Actually, you must stay as close to sharp because you don't want to go. You don't want to get over sharp. You want to get like you start getting dull. You don't want to start getting dull. You want to stay. The goal should be you're a fighter. You stay as close to your sharpest level until the night of the fight. So by the time that the night of the fight comes, you should walk in that ring at your sharpest. but you don't want to overdo it, because then you start getting dull.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to be ready. You want to peak at the right time. You don't want to overtrain.
Hmm.
You don't want to leave it all in the gym. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he was close when he popped up on the barbershop that day. He was only 11 pounds out then.
Yeah, and that was a month and a half ago. Then 2 months ago, right?
Yeah, he was only 11 out then. So nah. Again, he was doing that work with Blu-ray on his physical strength training. So nah, I'm pretty sure. They should have been slowing down a little bit.
And there's something he said on that barbershop interview that made me have a newfound respect for Errol. Because you hear the bashing. You got the Bud bashers, you got the Spence bashers. You know what I'm talking about. You hear this garbage, right?
Hmm.
And when they was in the shop, Errol said, "Look, I've talked to Bud on 3 different occasions. We didn't know how to make no fucking fight. We had no
Hmm.
idea how to make a fight. We had no idea how to make a fight." He said, "Now we've both been in the game longer. We both understand more. And now we know how to get it done. The fight's going to happen." And that's all I've been wanting to hear from Errol the whole time, bro.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah, it's
saying?
gonna happen.
I have respect for Errol. Errol is a great fighter. I'm not one of these dudes that's going to say Errol ain't shit. I call him out on the fact that his resume, in my opinion, as I said, this is just my opinion, his resume, in my opinion, ain't as stacked as they make it out to be, because I don't think very highly of Danny Garcia. I don't think very highly of Sean Porter. I don't think they walking Hall of Famers. I don't think that. You know what I'm saying? My criteria on any fighter is who you fought and who you beat. I mean, Sean Porter done fought everybody. He ain't beat none of them. And Danny Garcia, shit, the welterweight division takes turns whooping his ass. So I don't see the Hall of Fame status. I just don't. But Errol's a great fighter. He's probably one of the 2 best welterweights in the division. I just want to see them fight. And when he said that, I said, okay, that's all we want to hear from you, bro. The fight gonna happen. You didn't know how to make it. Now we do, and it's gonna happen when it happens. That's all I want.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, when it comes to when you look at 2 guys like Sean Porter or Danny Garcia, I would say at this point, I would say, so you have to look at the time frame when we say Hall of Fame. Like, see, especially like in our case, us being a little older, a lot of your thought process on that is going further back. You got to realize the era and the time that we in. So it doesn't take the same criteria for the people that's judging it to put somebody in the Hall of Fame of boxing now than it would have been 30 years ago.
Because we got new people judging it, right? That's what you're trying to
Because
say,
you got
Fuge?
because you got new people judging it. You understand what I'm saying? Exactly. You got new people judging it. So
Right.
so guys like that, they're gonna have a pretty good damn shot at making it. If Danny Garcia was to retire right now, because he done held the belt in 2 different weight classes. You know, that's pretty much a good
He
enough.
has. He
That's pretty
has. You're
much a
right.
good enough. That's pretty much a good enough criteria to get somebody in
Yeah.
nowadays. You know, and you got to still remember his career ain't over. It's not over.
If he try to go to 54, it is.
Cause yeah, it's not over because you never know. Like, um, if he should do something again, like win another title. Let's just say right now he was to go back down to welterweight and win another title again. How would you feel about it then? Would it change your perspective?
Who? Danny?
Your yeah,
If Danny won a title again,
yeah.
it would have to. If he's a 2-time welterweight champion and unified 140-pound champion, then my perspective would have to change. Because I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. If he wins
Yeah,
wins the title 2 times, I mean, he's
yeah.
probably going to be shoe in damn near.
Yeah, so I'm saying Even in this era, he's not far off because two could
Right,
get you in.
right.
You know, two
But
could
then,
get you in.
and then I have problem like motherfuckers want to put Danny Garcia in that status, but Livingston Bramble's not in the Hall of Fame. So, come
Hmm.
on. And Livingston Bramble would have beat the brakes off that.
Yeah, nah. But see, this is my thing. Like, nah, see, I like Livingston Bramble, but I don't think Livingston Bramble was as good as some people tend to make him out to be. Only shit Livingston Bramble did was beat Boom Boom Mancini, who was easy as fuck to me. That's all he did. That's all he did. Like, a lot of people liked his character because he was a character, but as a
Yeah,
fighter, to be honest with
yeah,
you, as a fighter, I liked him as a character, but as a fighter, he really didn't do shit. All
he
he
was
did was
really
beat
basic.
Boom Boom Man. All he did was beat Boom Boom Mancini because Evan Rosario whipped his ass.
Of course, but Evan Rosario whooped a lot of asses.
Evan Rosario whipped his ass. So like I'm saying, the other good fighters, good to great fighters he fought, he ain't win.
No, he didn't win. You're right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like
He kind of was like a Danny in that sense.
yeah,
You
he
guys
gives
talking
more
about now?
props. He gets more
Huh?
props for beating Boom. He gets more props for beating Boom Boom Mancini
Yeah,
because
I
of the
know.
status that Mancini had at the time.
And Boom Boom got that status, on the same way. Really, if you want to be honest, Boom Boom got that status the way Sean Porter got that status. With the almost and the good fight, and I damn near did it, and all that shit.
Because of the fight he put up against Alexis Arguello.
When he got murdered,
Yeah,
he
and
got
that
beat
fight he
on
put
for
up against
14
Alexis.
rounds.
Yeah. So in that regard, I don't think Livingston Bramble deserves to be in the Hall of Fame as just based off his record. Like he did so many great things in the ring. Now if he want to get in as a character, yeah, hell yeah, he deserved that shit. You know? But I don't think he deserved it. I would put Danny Garcia in there before him, based on what he actually accomplished in the ring.
Yeah,
You know? Sometimes
yeah.
we get caught up on sometimes you get caught up on the characters, you know.
Who did
And
Boom
I
Boom
agree.
beat that I remember? He beat uh
Over the hill, Bobby Chacon.
he beat Bobby Chacon. And he beat somebody else too.
He beat you remember he won the title from what was
He won the title for Fritas.
it? Fritas,
Fritas.
Fritas. Yeah, Acevedo Fritas. He beat Bobby Chacon.
Yeah, he beat
Um
somebody else too, because he lost to when he stepped up against Arguello and everybody else. He beat Dooku Kim,
yeah,
and
he
that's
got
what changed
yeah.
boxing. That's what changed
Mhm.
boxing for 12
Yeah.
rounds. He beat Arguello.
Uh no, he
Acevedo
didn't beat
Fritas. That's
Arguello.
right.
He didn't
Acevedo
beat he
Fritas.
didn't he didn't beat Arguello. He lost to Arguello.
No, he lost to Arguello twice, didn't he? He lost to
Yeah.
Arguello twice.
Nah, they only fought that one time. They avoided him.
Oh,
They didn't fight him
they
the second
fight
time.
twice?
Nah. Him and Arguello fought once. He never beat Arguello. Arguello beat him. That was because that was the only loss he had for a long time until he lost to Bramble.
I
He
think
lost to Bramble. He lost to Bramble twice.
he did lose to Bramble twice.
Yeah, he lost to Bramble twice. Bramble
Because
beat him both
Arguello moved up.
times.
You're right. You're right. Because Arguello moved up after that and he fought Pryor.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Arguello moved up. So he lost to Bramble. He lost to Bramble twice, and then he lost to Camacho.
Yeah, he lost to Hector.
He lost to Camacho. After he retired for a little while and came back and lost to Hector.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I mean, sometimes I probably need to back off, give Danny a little slack, but it's hard, man, because he ain't got no wins at 47. It's hard to back
Because
off.
like I said, I give Danny his props because like I said, he was unified. He was unified at 140, and he beat a couple of good fighters really at 140 because he beat my homeboy. He beat my man. He beat my homeboy Hulk. That's my
Yeah.
dude, man. He could fight. He was a talented dude, man. He was a talented dude. You understand? Like a lot of people, don't forget about him, but he was a talented dude, and he also beat Amir Khan. At the time, Amir Khan had status at the time. It was damn good, and was actually lighting his ass up in that fight prior to getting caught with that hook.
And he beat El Terrible too. He beat Eric Morales.
And he beat, yeah, but Eric Morales was over the hill. Eric Morales' best days was when he was like smaller, like 122. I don't
Yeah,
consider
but he
nothing that
still
Eric
beat him.
Morales did. I don't consider
He
nothing
still
that he did when he was fighting 130 and all that shit. I don't give none. I don't give none of that shit no credit. None.
You don't give none of
Anybody
it?
who lost it, none, none. His best years was when he was fighting Pacquiao, which I picked him to beat Pacquiao. I won the bet that night because I picked him to beat Pacquiao that first night. When he was fighting Pacquiao and Marco Antonio Barrera, those was his shit. But all that 130 and above that, he was done.
He was done.
He was been done. If you was losing to Eric
Yeah.
Morales then, you wasn't shit to me. I don't care what nobody say. You had no business losing to somebody who at their best weight was at 122 and 26 at max.
But only, in my opinion, the best win I seen him have was the win against the dude that Pacquiao fought. You know what I'm talking about? Matisse. Lucas Matisse. And nobody picked him to win that fight. Everybody thought Matisse was going to destroy that kid.
What are you talking about?
Danny. He went there and beat Lucas Matisse.
Oh, but this is what I was about to. Yeah, that's the point I was about to bring up. Like, so that was going to be the second person I was going to mention that he beat. He beat Amir Khan and he beat Matisse. Those are two good victories for him at 140. Because both of them, it was people that was picking Khan to beat him, and so Khan was the favorite, and it was people that was picking Matisse to beat him. So I give him credit for that shit, man. I can't take that away. Those are impressive victories for him, especially the Matisse fight.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I do.
So
I give him credit for that. But
so
I just
I
can't. Just at 40, we can't argue. We cannot dispute the fact that at 40, Danny Garcia has done absolutely nothing.
mm-hmm. You mean at 47? You mean?
Yeah, at 47. At 147, he's done absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm. No, but he did win the title
From Robert Guerrero, bro. I think Guerrero was like 42 at the time.
True.
I think he's 50
But
now, right?
I agree. Yeah, but he did acquire it, even though, yeah, under those circumstances, it was crazy. But in the fight, and I will say this: the fights that he did lose, I give him credit for even taking the fights, because in this era where it is the trend not to take fights, he fought Sean Porter. It was a close fight, and he fought Thurman, and it was a close fight. So,
Right.
but I also agree with you. I'm not one to give somebody more props because they fought somebody and lost. They're not fighting him at all. You understand?
Right.
It's just like years ago, like when Mike Tyson was fighting Razor Ruddock. I had a homeboy. He was a big Razor Ruddock fan, and I would be like, Razor Ruddock ain't like y'all making him better. I said he lost those fights to Mike Tyson. He ain't win them shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was like, yo, Razor this, Razor that. I said, yeah, but y'all basing his reputation on losses, not a win.
I ask people all the time, brothers. I said, I want you to pull up your box rep, and I want you to show me where the almost column is, and the I came close column, and I almost did it, but I gassed out column. Where those columns at on box rep?
Exactly. Because I remember when he was about to fight, I remember when Ruddock was about to fight Lennox Lewis, and I was picking Lennox Lewis. And they're like, oh, you bugging, son. Yo, he gave Mike Tyson tough fights. I said, yeah, but he lost them shit.
Yeah.
He ain't win. I said, Lennox Lewis going to serve his ass. Oh, you bugging. He ain't fighting nobody tough like him. I was like, all right, you going to see. I said, he beat my man Riddick Bowe in the Olympics. That nigga talented dude. And sure enough, what did he do? He went right out there and knocked Razor Ruddock ass out quicker than Mike did. Quicker than Mike did. I was like, I told y'all. I said, y'all betting on this motherfucker based on losses. I said, you never pick a fighter based on the losses they had against a good fighter, man.
Right.
Never vote on. You never
when they fight
bet
another
on
good
him.
fighter, it's gonna be uglier.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Hell no, you never do that.
I don't count that almost shit. Or he put up a good fight. Who cares? He got his ass beat. Almost counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. That's the only thing where it almost counts.
Well, hell no.
You know what I'm saying? So we'll see though. That fight's gonna happen in November. And I want to see what the narrative gonna be spent after that. What they gonna say now? They gonna say, "Oh well, Errol softened him up. Porter ain't the same. Porter's old. He should have retired a long time ago." You know how it's gonna be. You know how it's gonna be. I see it already. You know what I'm saying? I saw a dude today. As soon as this news came out, first thing he came out of his mouth was, "Well, he was in that car accident." I was like, "Here we go. Here we go." But yeah, man. Yeah, there's gonna be some exciting fights. I'm excited actually about to be honest, bro. I'm really excited about that Stephen Fulton Figueroa fight. That's gonna be a banger, bro.
Yeah, I like that fight right there.
Well, I would ask you who you got, but I already know who you got.
Yeah, you already know. I think we already had the discussion.
Yeah. I think that kid is good. Robert Brown, what you think about Cool Boy Steph, man? Stephen Fulton.
Yeah, I think Cool Boy got that fight, man, against Figueroa. Yeah, I think he got it, man. It's gonna be an easy one. Yeah, I was kind of listening in, talking about the resume thing,
Yeah.
and I don't know, man. That's why I'm not big on discrediting nobody's resume. You fight the guys who's in front of you, and I think sometimes like people get into like with the old school and this that and other, but sometimes like we remember some of that stuff fondly. You know what I'm saying? But like I said before, boxing kind of been the same for a long time. And a lot of people have gotten their resumes built up on so-called. So that's why I don't really go into that questioning the resume type stuff. Um, just because we don't know. Sometimes guys get the big money fight, so to speak, against bigger name guys, but they may not be the better guys. You know what I'm saying? Which is
Exactly.
why I want to see the Mean Machine fight against somebody because you know somebody try to discredit Bud's win over Mean Machine. Well, how does he look against some of these other guys? He's just, and so that's why I don't really get into discrediting a person's resume and well that was a garbage fight or this. I know we have fights that we want to see. You know what I mean? But sometimes I think we just get kind of. Sometimes some fans, instead of being fans of the sport, they get to be fans of certain boxers. And whatever one boxer does, oh, he fought a killer. Because even and that's how I was feeling even about this Spence Pacquiao fight. Now see, I had Spence beating him, but I also felt like the detractors would say, well, Pacquiao was 42 and he was coming off of this, and then it was that, and you know what I'm saying. So like people like that, I just choose. I don't even try to talk to them because they're gonna always discredit what somebody was doing or somebody's resume. And so I don't get into that even with Bud, man. You can see the skills when the man fights. You know what I mean?
Right.
Regardless of who he's fighting, you can see the skills when he fights. So I don't. There's fights that I wanted him to get, because I want the best for the boxer. I want the boxer to make the big money against who people say are the big name fighters. But hey, and when people discredit it, but then they want that name on their resume though. That's what gets me. You'll say, there's some people that say, well, Bud ain't never fought nobody, but every welterweight wants that name on their resume though. And I say the same about Danny Garcia. We talk about Boots and stuff like that. Wouldn't Danny Garcia be a good name on Boots' resume? but then we can't discredit him. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, there's
that's
definitely
how I
a
look at it. Yeah,
yeah.
that's how I look at it. Bro. If it would be a good name on somebody's resume, if you got to go through him to get where you want to go, then that's a good fighter. You know what I mean? And
Right.
because I stepped in the ring with a guy who was undefeated as an amateur and went to town on him. I mean, just beat him
Blew him out.
from pillar to post, stopped him. And then I come
Right.
into a guy that's like 26 or 35 and figure I'm gonna wear him out and I'm getting my tail whooped, bro. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it is what it is. That's spikes, you know.
That's why I always say,
So
bro, I always judge.
that's kind of how I look at it. I don't discredit these guys, just because we ain't heard of him. This guy may be a killer wherever he's from, and because I ain't heard of him, but I heard of this guy that's been manufactured and built up to be this so-called big name. That don't mean that's the toughest fight or the best fight. And let's
Right.
face it, some of the best fights we've ever seen have been two no-name guys, the guys you can't even pronounce all their names. You know what I
Right.
mean? And so it
Exactly.
just I don't get into resume bashing like that,
I don't get into
Yeah.
I don't like the resumes, period, because I judge fighters on two criteria: who you fought and who you beat. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't care if you fought him last week. I don't care if you fought him last month. I don't give a fuck if you fought him 6 months ago. I don't care about none of that. Can you beat the guy that's in the other corner tonight? That's all that matters. Doesn't matter what you did last week or last month or last year or 3 years ago. None of that shit matters tonight. Can you beat this guy? It's just because you beat that guy and that guy and that guy does not mean you're going to beat this guy. See what I'm saying? You got to take
Yeah.
it one fight at a time. You got to fight the guy who's in front of you. Just like you said, you got to fight the guy who's in front of you. And all them other fights don't matter.
Yeah. Like sometimes, like I said, people get, you know, their reputation, like Brother Rob just said, like, sometimes people reputation get blown up bigger because you fought the bigger name fighter, but not necessarily the best fighter.
Exactly. Exactly. I feel
You
you.
know, yeah. So that's why I brought up that Livingstone Bramble thing. Boom
Yeah.
Mancini was the biggest name at
Yeah.
that time, but he wasn't he
But he
wasn't
wasn't the
considered the
best
best
fighter.
lightweight. He wasn't considered the best lightweight, but he was the star. He was that's what he was pushing. You know what I'm saying at that
Yeah.
time as they
Right.
star guy. So, and when he beat him, he took some of that luster off him and took some of that shine onto himself from having
Right.
beaten Boom Mancini.
The great
But
Boom Boom.
yeah, but in actuality, that was the highlight of his career, which was very short lived.
Yeah, he had a
Because
short
like I
career. He
told
only
you,
fought
but I'm saying in terms of him at the top status, because you had some
yeah.
people who may have been viewing him. Because I remember at the time, people were looking at when he was fighting Errol Rosario like he was going to run through Errol Rosario, and it
Yeah.
was the complete opposite. The shit went the other
Exactly.
way. And you remember that shit when he got. You remember when Errol Rosario whipped his ass? He was complaining about he couldn't see. You remember?
Right. Right. Exactly.
I can't see. Yeah, you couldn't see with them fucking right hands coming over the top. You know?
But you gotta remember too, Ray Mancini only had 34 fights total. He only had a 34 fight career.
Yeah. Yeah. So, um, for the time period, like I said, for that time period, he fought. Pretty much was available there. And overall, like I said, when you look at a guy like Bramble, a lot of his reputation was just built purely off of that victory over Ray Mancini
Right. Right. Right.
and little else, you know, and little else. So when it comes to that, I'm not like I said. I see you when it comes to Danny Garcia. You've been pretty much towing the line about how you feel about him, and you don't think he was good. But I give him credit because one thing I know that's not easy. One thing I always have to give any fighters credit for is the ability to move from one weight class to another and win. Like if you can win, like I hear a lot of people the downgrade Terrence Crawford with him being the undisputed and unified down at 140 and coming up. The bottom line is, if you look at the fight when he won the title against Horn, he fucked Horn up. But Horn, even though I had Pacquiao winning that fight against Jeff Horn, it was a tough fight for Pacquiao. Nevertheless, it was still a tough fight for him. He didn't just walk through Jeff Horn. But Terrence Crawford handled his ass easily. I don't take that shit lightly, man. I'm like, he handled him very easily. So I don't just count that out. I gotta look at what I saw that ring. Like he showed something, you know? I don't just like downplay that shit. I'm like, nah, it was impressive. Because him coming up from 140, he handled that dude with relative ease in comparison to how Manny Pacquiao dealt with him. So that should mean something to me.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah, we here.
Yeah, I'm driving, but I'm sleeping or something. I think I might take my 5 or 10 minute power
I
nap
think
and go
Sheldon.
listen
I
to
think
you
Sheldon.
guys.
I think Sheldon fell off.
Yeah, yeah. DJ. What's that, Robert? That's Robert Brown. He's still up. Yeah, so his phone might have ran out of petrol. Should have checked. We got Boss Red in the house. What's up, Boss Red? President Jafar. I think he was already in here. Jay Walker. Shout out. Champion Hard. What's up, my brother? Yeah, well, it's going to be exciting, man. As far as what's going to happen, to find out what's going to happen, it's going to be exciting. I must have still had a piece of cranberry on the bottom of my shoe. Sticking like a mug. Doing no wrestling with this stuff. Man, I
What y'all
got the
think about the
stickies
fight?
on.
What you think about the fight this weekend with Rigondeaux and Rigondeaux fighting this week?
Yeah. I think I saw somewhere it says like 42, 40, 41,
Rigondeaux?
42, something like that. Yeah. They've been trying to make a big thing about his age here lately. We know he's older.
Yeah, it's older, but hey,
He
that's
probably
what
would have
box.
retired if they hadn't stalled him out so much,
Yeah, yeah, but
more fights and
that's
more.
how it is with most of those Cuban fighters. They get a late start
Yeah.
because of the circumstances that they fight under as amateurs. So his 42 was a younger than it would have been if he was fighting at an
Yeah.
earlier age as a pro here.
I'm saying he probably would be retired now if they hadn't been on board him in his pro career so far. They stalled at Bob Aaron, wouldn't get the fights for the man, and and he stayed on the ship and wasn't fighting at all for a couple of years, and then he hooked up with the PBC. But yeah, man still got the abilities though. Yeah, I got a couple of parties to attend this weekend. Me and two of my personal childhood friends. We all had birthdays yesterday on the 10th. So the two of them are having parties
Oh, it
this
was your
weekend.
birthday? Oh yeah, it was your birthday. Happy
Yeah,
belated.
yeah.
Happy
Thank you, man.
belated, man. Made
Yeah,
it through another
and
one.
yes, sir, absolutely. So we're gonna be hanging out Saturday. I got one part of the 10, and then when that was over, I got an hour to get to the next part. So that'll be pretty cool. The later party, good friend of mine I grew up with, homeboy man. His wife is having him a surprise party, so we're gonna be hanging out, surprising him. I'm gonna catch this chat up
Oh,
real
that's
quick.
cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
I'm gonna go back up to. I'm gonna go back up to. Well, A17 boxing said Danny 140 pound. 140 pound record looked way better than Buzz with them empty accolades. And then he said, "Facts, famo." President Jafar said, "Giving Danny credit is hard when every Spence fan stay pooping on Bud's record. You can't give Danny credit for his career, but then poop on resume, Bud's resume." And then A17 Boxer says, "Morales was done when he fought Danny." Yeah, I agree with that. A17 Boxing B said, "Danny fought tougher cats at 140. Ammo than Bud. Let's see. In my opinion, I just figured out what that means. IMO. I thought people was typing short. They are typing short, but I didn't know what the acronym was for. Charge to my head, folks. Anyway, President Jafar said, "A17, your logic makes no sense." And President Jafar also said, "Postile beat Matisse." Yeah, he did. A17 Boxing B said, "When did Postile beat Matisse?" Yeah, he beat Matisse, man, back in the day. Before he took Batiste off his reign, and then Bud took Posta off his reign right before he won undisputed. A17B said after Danny or before. It's probably after Danny. Probably after. Oh, you talking about? Yeah, he beat him after Danny. I think Danny was the first one to beat up Batiste. As far as I know, when he was at his
Nah.
best.
Danny wasn't the first one to beat him.
I'm talking about when he was
Cause
at his
remember,
best, though.
yeah, cause
Who
remember he had
before
a
him?
loss to Zab.
I forgot about that. But when he lost to Zab, was that earlier? I mean,
Yeah, that was early in his
Matisse.
career. It was early in his career, but I was saying
Yeah,
that
but
I'm
Matisse
just
went
saying
on a
that.
run. He went on a
Yeah, I'm just
run where
saying that to say that that wasn't
became
his
the
first
boogeyman.
loss. Yeah, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that was his first loss. Like he already had
Okay.
that loss to Zab. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Okay. Um, he said after Danny or before. I'm gonna say after Danny. President Jafar said, "Does it matter?" Say first of all, A17. You gotta remember, Bud was fighting at 135 before he went to 140. When Danny was doing his reign at 140, Bud was at 135 running things. Then he moved up. So it's not like both of these guys did a great job, man. Bud's got a hell of a resume, man. Going back to 130, trust me. Said okay. All right, 17 bucks said, "Does it matter that that Bud beat Kale after Earl and Triple G?" Well, let's talk about that for a second. When Triple G beat Kale was winning that fight hands down with no problem, and then his eye got injured from some punches from Triple G, but it wasn't like it was a knockout. It wasn't, in my opinion. I know what boxing says, but in my opinion, Triple G didn't stop Cal Brook. Cal Brook stopped Cal Brook because he realized the injury he had to his eye was pretty severe. So he took that knee and he gave up the ghost. Same thing with Earl. That fight went back and forth. But when at the end, he knew he had that same injury in the opposite eye, took that knee and gave up the ghost. So it wasn't like these guys just stopped him cold or nothing like that, you know. Now when Bud hit him, he didn't stop him and re-damage either eye. he hit him with a shot that he had never been hit before, and that's coming from Kell Brook himself saying that he had never been hit with a punch like that, and it felt, he had felt something like that before either. So, tomato. Champion Hart said, salute to my brothers in the chat and my brothers on the panel. What up, my man? President Jafar said, no, it doesn't to me. Y'all man fans, it does. Bud went over. Let me see. It doesn't matter to me, y'all man fans. It does Bud win. It does Bud win over Brook? It's solid to me. I guess you're saying that it doesn't matter to you and the guys are man fans, and the win the, the win that Bud has over Brook was a solid win to you, is what you're saying. Me too. President Jafar said doesn't. Okay. So he's saying man fans, it doesn't Bud win. Maybe he's trying to say and doesn't Bud. Well, anyway, we got it. Tay Walker said facts. Jafar said y'all been y'all selves in pretzels to discredit Bud. He said y'all bend yourselves in pretzels to discredit Bud. Boss Red said, bro, the feedback is hell. Keith Carter said Bud 140 title reign was a lot of vacant titles because Algeria moved up and Danny Garcia moved up. Well, he would have killed Algeria, man. Moved up, and there was a lack of high-profile names. The man fought who was available for the title. President Jafar said, when you start discrediting resumes, it's a slippery slope. You can do that to any boxer's resume. Exactly. He also said they never gave Bud credit for the Horn win either. Correct. Sheldon Moore said, I did. Darn, well, he said it did him. You know what he said. President Jafar said he beat Kell Brook in quick time, and he ain't get no credit for that either. Correct. Sheldon, I know you ride with Bud. I ain't mean. He didn't mean you, is what he's saying. Champion Hart said, best futures not necessarily styles make fights, brother. In most cases, it does, though. Shelton Moore, Bud is a 35-pounder moving through weight classes and stopping cats. That's true. President Jafar said he beat a game Jose Benavidez. They say Benavidez is a one-legged fighter, but he's about to fight this weekend or sometime real soon. President Jafar, he beat a game. Okay, he brawled with Mean Machine and stopped him. They still say Bud ain't fighting nobody. When he stops Porter in November, he won't get credit for that. Yep, exactly. If he beat Spence, he won't get credit for that either. Hard. Centos boxing, happy belated, bro. Oh, thanks, bro. Thank you, man. President Jafar, he lost Zab, then Devin Alexander. I forgot. Yeah, Devin Alexander did beat Batista. I forgot all about that. Champion Hard at Boss Red 357. I thought I was only getting that feedback. Okay. What kind of feedback are y'all getting? Is it a wind sound or what? I have my AC on in my truck. I don't know if that's what it is. I know when Shelton was on, I guess a lot of wind noise in the background because what part of the house he's in. But anyway, the chat's caught up. Let's keep the talking going with the boxing. I got to get some stuff out of the back of my truck. And I don't want, I want y'all talking about these additional sounds I'm about to send through the airways. So I'm going to go on mute for a minute here. Get this stuff out of my truck. It's supposed to take care of. We'll go on to the next one. I wasn't taking a nap, but I think I might have a little edge.
Yeah, I stepped away for a minute, man. Heard Centos catching everybody up in the chat. So what's up to everybody in the chat if I ain't speak to you already? Let's see, what was y'all talking about? Pugilist, man. I stepped away for a minute.
When people was talking, I was in the before building. I was half asleep driving.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Rob. Let me catch up. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I put my other headphones on. I'm about to close down this job and get off from work. Get out of here. Yeah, we was talking about he was reading just checking the chat and basically he was just reading the chat and seeing what they was talking about, and they was basically discussing the fact of talking about who certain individuals fought and they're not getting credit for it. Like I said, I give Crawford credit, man, for them victories, man, beating certain people. I don't take nothing away from him.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you know the guys that you see, man. That's my thing. I'm big on that. I like seeing Bud fight. You know what I mean? And it's why the everybody, people may disagree on this and that, but a lot of people want, if they really fans of boxing, they want to see their favorite fighter, if it's Errol or if it's whoever, fight Bud. So you know what I'm saying? You don't see your you want your fighter to fight the best guy out there and win. You don't care for them fighting a bum and Bud ain't no bum. You know what I mean?
Nah, he
I'll
ain't
never
no bum.
say that.
Nah,
Yeah,
he
for
ain't no
sure.
bum.
I'll never say that. Yeah.
Man is undefeated fighter, well
Yep.
over 30 fights. He's a multi-division champion. I don't care how you win it. I don't care how you win it, whether you fighting what other people consider so-called bums or you getting non-title fights. The fact of the matter is, he's been finding ways to win. He ain't finding a way to lose yet.
Yeah, for sure.
So I respect that. And like I said, he done beat some guys. And I got to bring up that Jeff Horn fight at welterweight. They be like, he ain't beat nobody at welterweight. He whipped Jeff Horn ass, man. And that same Jeff Horn gave Pacquiao a tough way to go.
That's right.
Just before that. So I don't discount that shit.
Yeah.
That's a talented
Jeff,
dude,
that was
man.
his first fight, wasn't it? Wasn't that his first fight at 147? And Jeff Horn was like a big 147 pounder anyway. So
yeah, well, he was a natural 147 pounder in comparison to him, just moving up from 140. Sure. Shit.
Yeah.
So you gotta respect that.
Yeah.
Gotta respect that. And he totally dominated him. Totally.
That's right.
Shit wasn't even close. So I give him. I like I said, the people just downgrade between a fight between him and Errol. I had Errol in the fight, but not by much. I just like Errol Spence overall boxing prowess and what he's already done. And it's not even so much about the weight, because I said a lot of people keep focusing on the weight, because he's the natural welter That's not my reason. I have other things that I factor in to why I pick him over Crawford. But he's the only one though that I'm gonna pick over Crawford. I don't think none of them other guys beat Crawford except for Errol Spence. So I just look at the reason why I pick Spence. I just look at Spence overall style of fighting and his his resume as a total boxer. Like I don't mean just as what he's done as you might have heard me mention before. Like I said, when I look at a guy like Spence who has the Olympic pedigree that he has, I find that the guys who had that particular pedigree that was good amateurs, made the Olympic team, and was you know came into the pro ranks. Like I said, stylistically, he had the style that was very adaptable to the pro ranks coming out of an amateur. You know, that's why you can have a lot of guys that's great amateurs, but they don't have a style that's adaptable to the pro ranks quite as easily. And I just looked at overall. When I look at Spence's overall skill set, you know, that's why. And I just feel like that Olympic his coming with that particular Olympic style pedigree he had, and being expected to do well. See, because he was somebody that was expected to do well as a pro, and he has thus far. Take somebody like Crawford, who's a damn good fighter, didn't come in with the same exact accolades expected. His shit was more from the dirt up, and he's gotten to where he's gotten. So that's the reason why I tend to, and it's only because it's a close. They're close, like they both elite. So it's like that's what leans me slightly toward Spence over Crawford. But if Crawford was to beat Spence, I wouldn't be shocked and shit. Like, oh, I can't believe that shit. Nope. So I think he's the one that's most capable of defeating him. He's the most comparable to him with his overall skill set and what he could do. You know, of the guys that's up there already. I'm not talking about any of these younger guys like Boots Ennis or any of them guys. I'm talking about that particular group of fighters. So I don't down um Terrence Crawford. Like I hear some people just down on him, but I have my reasons for going with Spence in that fight. And it's not but it's not by much though. You know, not by much.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, man. It's I like both fighters. You know what I'm saying? I want them both to fight. I want them both to get the opportunities and the credit that they deserve. You know what I'm saying? Um, if they're so-called top guys in whatever division, I want Crawford to get those guys just like I want Spence to get them, and them two be at the end standing. I think a Crawford Spence fight has the potential to be like back in the day, watching old tapes or whatever of that Ali Frazier stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where they fight, 2 or 3 times. You know what I mean? And we get a 1-1 and a tiebreaker or something like that. They that close in my opinion. Um, and so those, yeah. But I'll never just discredit nobody. You know what I'm saying? And even I know sometimes, you know, and this is where I say, either we got to be fans, and most of us here are. We don't get into all the extra, the A side, B side, 60-40 stuff like that. I mean, we can understand it and understand the business part of it, but you know, like you said, Spence, they came up kind of different ways in the sense, but they both got that dog in them. You know what I'm saying? And Crawford hadn't had the strong promotional stuff behind him. You know what I'm saying? And I hate that he's a loyal dude, and sometimes maybe comfortable. I kind of hate that. I wish he would kind of take it by the reins a little bit when he's dealing with the promoter he got. But, as far as discrediting people, that ain't my thing, man. That's, I'm a fan of both guys, um, and I don't discredit. I want to see the fight, and that's what I'm saying. People can't say, well, I want to see them fight, but then turn around and discredit. Well, that's not my thing. You know what I'm saying? I give both guys credit, and that's why I want to see them fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of the best fighting the best, and I think those two are the best at that weight.
Yeah, no question, no question. I feel the same way. I think they're the two. They this time they're the two elite, and they're gonna hopefully we get the opportunity to see that, you know, while they're still in their prime, you know. But I think it'll be a hell of a match. They're both very competitive. They're both very competitive brothers. So I'm expecting they're gonna both go out there and have something to prove.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And honestly, man, if you listen to those guys talk, or if you've ever seen them together, so to speak, or around each other, them guys got a lot of respect for each other. I mean, a lot of times, you know, on these forums, and that's why, we engage with each other, and we talk. That's why I like the panel here. Most of the guys that's here, jump in, and even on some other channels, when you talk sensible boxing. I mean, you got some people that's just fans of one guy, and they're just like irrational fans, and they have all this beef between each other. But the fighters actually respect each other, man. They wish each other the best. You know what I'm saying? And support each other and root for each other, because one thing about, as few as and anybody that's played any sports, you want to win, but you also don't want any asterisks by your win. I don't want this guy, injured, or I don't want him not at his best. No, I want his name on my resume. I want him that I beat him, and that's why, when Errol went over and fought Brook, you know, that's a big win. He went over to England. That's a hard place to fight, and that made a big deal. That's a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Likewise, Crawford coming up through the ranks like he did and taking on these guys. That's big, and that's what we want. And real fans of the sport, that's what they want. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I like to talk to. You know what I'm saying? Real fans of the sport, not the irrational, fans of one person who make excuses all the time and change the narrative. That ain't my thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's why that's why I always say, and as we, I hear it even said a lot on this panel, you be a fan of the sport and, enjoy the sport and the fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. They just both gave each other props the other day on Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. Errol Spence was like, yo, he wish him the best and everything that he do, you know. And he was just saying he wishing Errol Spence was just saying he wished Terrence Crawford the best, and Terrence Crawford responded in kind, you know. They're like, I ain't got nothing against him personally like that. So we just competitors, you know. And that was good to hear. But I already knew that. But they came up together. You know, they came up together in the amateur ranks together, you know. So there's a camaraderie there. Having competed in most of the same tournaments, coming up as an amateur, you know these guys, you know. You all know each other. So you know who was good, and who was the man and who was respected. So you know that coming into pro ranks, these are things that they already knew. It's not something new. They know who's who. They know who's good. They know who's the man. So they know each other. This is not like they finding out something brand new that they didn't know before. So that's why they have respect for one another, despite what everybody else may say. You know. Yeah, I just think I just seen this tweet the other day, about day before yesterday, where Errol Spence, somebody asked him about Terrence Crawford, and he gave him props. He's like, I got a number of respect for him. And then somebody went and they read the post. to Terrence Crawford, and he responded in kind. He was like, "Yeah, I ain't got nothing against my bro, man. So that's my dude. You know, we just competitive, but it ain't got nothing to do with us like me not liking him as a person or nothing like that. We just competitive, you know. But they respect each other because they came up through that similar era, that similar grind. They know. So if that fight can happen, it would be a good thing. You know, I liken it to the Sugar Ray Leonard Thomas Hearn fight. You know, that's what I would liken it to. Those type of uh those type of talents.
Yeah, definitely.
Those type of super talents fighting each other, you know?
That's right.
And it's gonna take one of those types, to win. So that's what that fight reminds me of in many regards. Two super talents, super undefeated talents. Well, in that case, Ray Leonard had the one loss to Duran at that time, but the two top guys in the division.
Yeah, you're right, man. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Because you got to give, like I said, when I look at Crawford's record, I'm like you when it comes to this, like you're gonna go in the eye test. You're gonna go in the eye test. You're gonna go by what you see, and what you see Terrence Crawford do. He just could do a lot that a lot of these guys that's up in the welterweight division already can't do. He could switch. He could switch and fight from both sides very well. He carried his punch up from a lower weight, but he's still hurting people, man. He's still scoring knockouts, having moved up from a smaller weight class. You know, so I'm respecting the fact that he's able to do that. He a tough dude. You know what I'm saying? Like he got that dog in him. He ain't gonna just fold under pressure. He gonna go for his. You know, and when people try to downgrade his opposition, I'm like, I can't really do that because if you look at some of the guys he beat at the time, like even Post Style, after Post Style had schooled Matiste, won that title. They was all on. I remember that shit. They was all on Post Style love. Like he was that dude. Terrence Crawford handled him easy, boxed circles around him, yo. Because I remember watching that fight. I thought Post Style might present a little bit more of a challenge than he did. And I remember watching that fight and was like, damn. Like that's one of the fights when I watched it. I was like, yeah, Crawford is definitely that dude, man.
Yeah, I
He
even go
handled,
back to the Ricky Burns fight, man. You know what I'm saying? A
hmm
lot of people, that Ricky
yeah,
Burns is a big 135. You know what I'm saying? And he went into his backyard and did his thing, man.
yeah, yeah. That was impressive. A lot of people forget about that fight. Like if you haven't been following him from early in his career, you won't either you won't know that fight or you don't forgot about it. And that was a big deal to go into that man's backyard and beat him like that, which is never easy.
You said the Ricky Burns fight.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Ricky Burns fight. Yep.
Yeah,
hmm
yeah, yeah. You very seldom hear anybody bring that up. Glad to hear you bring that up, man. 'Cause, he went overseas and fought, and before Errol did, of course, it wasn't as significant of a fight. I mean, because of the weight division that they were fighting in was not as thought of, and neither one had a. Terrence Crawford was on the come up there. But you know what though? During that time when he beat Ricky Burns, he was the second most exciting fighter in boxing to me because he was. They was comparing him to Mayweather at the time, and he was making it. He come on the storm. He came on by storm. It seemed like. And he was doing his thing, man. I mean, he had very impressive showings every time he came out. win, no matter if he was winning by decision or by knockout. Because I mean, even when he boxed, man, he boxed circles around folks, man. But
Yeah,
I
that was
heard you guys
impressive.
speaking. Yeah,
Yeah, that was
I heard you
impressive
guys
victory.
speaking about the relationship with him and Earl earlier. You know what's crazy? Those two guys, they have more respect for each other than fans have for the two of them. You know, the fans that, you got fans that just be totally disrespecting Bud's abilities and vice versa. But those two gentlemen there, they respect one another. They respect what their accomplishments have been and everything. And they respect who they are as fighters and their abilities and what they bring to the table as far as their abilities to fight and the willingness to fight. Now, the perfect example, one of the perfect examples of them, what happened? Yeah, on my truck. When they all met up, I forget the fight location, when they met up to watch a fight. Early came up, him and Bud was talking stuff to each other, and Bob Arum was out there in the foyer area.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. When Errol had the
yeah,
red sweatsuit on.
that was a prime example of two cats in the hood talking stuff to each other, but having respect for one another at the same time. You know what I'm saying? They having confidence about their abilities to compete against one another. They talk to each other like they were talking about basketball or something instead of boxing. Yeah, and then every time they said they've ever had conversation with each other, at the end of those phone conversations or verbal, face-to-face conversations, they neither one of them speak disrespectful about the other. It's always respectful, man. So yeah, those cats, man, they're real dudes, man. Both of them, real dudes.
Yeah, man. When you come up, you know how it is. Like when me and you be talking about, like when you was an amateur fighter, and and you really was trying to pursue it. You know who was
Yeah,
who. You know, you get to be
right,
around the tournaments, so you get to see the
exactly,
real fighters. You get to see the guys that's coming up around you. So they know each other,
right,
man. You know what time it is.
exactly,
You know who was good and who was
right,
trash, and they was two of the better amateurs. You know, so they know each other.
yeah.
So it's respect there. You know, it's
Now
that simple.
I have to admit, man, that there was this cat I wanted to fight really bad, Clay Jenkins. I've told this story before.
Hmm.
I didn't respect his boxing ability from outside the ring. After I got finished boxing him, competing against him in the ring, I had a whole new level of respect for Clay Jenkins. He put that whooping on me. So I didn't see half of them punches coming, man. I was like, God,
Yeah,
dog. Clay,
yeah.
you the man. You the man, Clay. But yeah, man, like you just stated, and like I've said in the past a few times, fighters know fighters, man. I'll never stop believing that because of my experience when I was a kid. We knew who had the goods and who didn't, man. And those guys been knowing each other since the amateur ranks. They've known each other in the nationals, the Olympic trials, all that, man. So they know who's good and who's not. So I always say that these guys, fighters know fighters, man. If they're in a similar age group and they come along about the same time in professional ranks, man, minus one man went to the Olympics versus the other, they know of each other. They may not have kicked it before, but they know of each other. If anybody made it a splash in the nationals and all that, okay, Deontay Wilder. Deontay was a late bloomer and late comer to the sport of boxing. But the splash he made in the nationals and all that, and the Olympic trials, and what led to him going to making it to the Olympic team, the other amateurs knew of who he was and knew about him. We might not have known as much about him until they start talking about him being on the Olympic team. But the fighters knew, and they still know. Now, the ones that's talking blab about him mostly are the ones that didn't come up with him. They came up behind him, or they came up before him. But the ones that came up through that, you don't hear uh, Gary Russell Jr. talking bad about Deontay because he saw what that man's heart was like but that man was in the amateurs fighting for the Olympic team. So you got guys that gone through the ranks like that. You don't hear Errol Spence talking bad about Deontay. They went on a Olympic spar together, but they got to know each other and learn to respect each other. And Errol has learned the type of heart that Deontay Wilder has. You know, and you got a few fighters that respect who he is and what his abilities are and stuff like that. Then you got a few of them that don't give a crap because they don't feel that kinship with him. But for the most part, fighters know fighters. And it's man, every time I think about Deontay Wilder and Fury, man, I can't wait till that fight happens, man. I'm telling you. I just think Deontay's gonna really, as long as he keep his head and stay poised and don't be anxious to knock him out, he gets Fury out of there. It makes it an easier fight for himself at that point. Fury banks on getting in the head of his opponents. He tries the Ali effect. Ali was the greatest at it, though. He's not only getting your head, but he'll also whoop your tail. Going forward or going back, it doesn't matter, you know, side to side, whatever. He'll stand in front of you and make you miss, piss you off even more. Or get you on the go against the rope, lean back on you. Before Fat Joe put the song "Lean Back" out, Ali had already developed this style. Lean back, make you miss shots. But yeah, it's interesting, man. Interesting. I hope Earl's going to be all right. I hope he can come back in a short period of time versus a long period of time. But I'm hoping the main thing is for him to let himself heal properly and don't rush back. Come back when it's time. You ain't hurting for no money, so you can afford to stay off for a little while. Get yourself right. Get on back in the fold. We know you're going to come back competitive. That's who you are. So just do your thing, man. Let the Lord heal your body as needed. And come on back and make us happy again. That's what we need.
Yeah, I expect that he's gonna. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to come back quicker than it's been stated by like maybe the medical profession and stuff like that. Just like he did with the accident. You know, he came back a lot quicker than people expected with the accident. You know, so
Absolutely.
he's a competitive dude and he wants to do some things. He wants to do some things with his career. So I'm sure he's gonna try to get the best treatment possible to fix his eye. I'm sure he's gonna try to make sure he get the most advanced form of treatment, something that's gonna make the retina the most secure and strong. You know, the most highly advanced surgical team. I'm sure they're gonna do all that. And when he's gonna do his relaxation and get himself ready. And I expect he's gonna try to get back as quick as he can.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to lay out just to be laying out. He's going to come back as quick as he can. But I just want to make sure he gives himself an opportunity to heal properly before he actually comes back. You know?
Yeah. He's gonna take off just long enough. But I'm pretty sure, like his competitive nature, he gonna want to once he get it taken care of. When he gonna be going through his checkups, the moment they tell him it look like it's strong, he gonna start trying to set up a fight.
Yeah, he'll start sparring and all that. Well, he probably
Or start training. He probably gonna start sparring right away, but he's gonna definitely start his
he
training
won't spar.
heavy.
He won't spar later. Yeah.
If he even he's gonna take a little break because he's been working hard. I'm sure he's gonna take a little break.
Well,
But I would
I
expect,
think he's gonna keep his body conditioned. I don't
but
think
he's
he's
gonna
gonna
keep
let
his
that
body
drop.
conditioned. Yeah, I don't think because he
But
basically
he probably
said
won't
that when he was
spar
on the
until.
show. He said that on the show, like he ain't doing that no more. He's not letting himself go all up in weight no more. You know, that's a lifestyle change. He's not doing that no more.
Yeah.
So that's over. He's not going up to that 180 and 90 shit no more. That's a done deal.
Right. Yeah, as long as he stick with Blu-ray, he'll definitely be in shape. Knock that stuff off, man.
Fellas, I'm gonna have to jump off here, man, and handle this stuff at work here for a minute. before I get off. But it was cool chopping it up with y'all. Cool chopping up with the chat a little bit. Um, I'll catch y'all on the next time.
All right,
All
bro.
right, man. You take care,
Stay
Rob.
safe,
All right,
man.
bro.
Travel
Appreciate you
safe the
coming,
rest of the
man.
way.
Yep.
Have a good one,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Speaking of the chat,
Man.
let's see what the chat says. Let's see. Champion Hart said, I gave Crawford credit for beating Cal, even though Cal wasn't the same fighter Errol fought. And then Champion Hart also said, I just want Bud to fight some top guys. So when we say he can beat top guys, we have actually seen it happen. Then seen and unseen boxing. What's up, my man? Welcome aboard. He said all facts at Champion Hart. Word. Yeah, it's something I wanted to say earlier, man, but I got caught up with that last stop, man. I forgot what it is. I was going to want to say. Well, they give me an obstacle course tonight. It's a bag there too. But I can do it. How was your weekend, Pictures?
That was cool. It was cool. I just I did some overtime. I told you I got
Oh, okay.
stuck doing some OT at work over
Yeah.
the weekend, and that was pretty much it. That's why I didn't even get to see like the fights and stuff that was happening when they happened. I had to watch them after the fact.
Yeah, they robbed that kid, man. So
Yeah, I
terrible,
saw it.
man.
Yeah,
Watch they come in with.
I didn't catch his
Go ahead.
interview on Fred because I got the Fred show late tonight, but I heard
Yeah,
he was on there. I'm gonna rewatch it probably
yeah, he
later
was on there.
today.
But I'm gonna tell you, go ahead and put his name in the search on YouTube, and it'll bring up additional, YouTube vids about him. Because he did one a few days ago. It was either the same night of the fight or the day after the fight. Him and his promoter. His
Okay.
promoter's a white guy. I can't think of his name right now. President Jafar said, "Who are the top guys in welterweight?" Well, I'm gonna call it Earl, Bud, Porter, uh, Thurman, Boots, Ortiz, Garcia. Uh, what's my man name over in England? Uh, Connor Ben. Somebody else I'm missing. That's a few of them off the top of my head. Let's see.
Yeah, I agree with
Somebody
that. I
else I'm
agree with
missing.
that pretty much.
Yeah. Ugas, got to put Ugas in there, and of course Pacquiao, since they're both
Yeah,
fighting.
yeah, that's
Um,
about it. Top 10.
yeah. And then the rest of them kind of just, follow suit underneath the apple tree.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Let's take my I guess you gotta say middleweight, super middleweight right now. And welterweight. Probably top 30. What do you think after that as far as highest paid weight division? Fugitive?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, what other weight divisions you think I'd fade behind the ones I just called?
Huh? Say that
And
again?
President Jafar said a PBC guy ain't welterweight. I mean, at welterweight ain't fighting Bud. They pump faking. And he said, guys. Okay, he was saying guys. He said it takes two to tango. That's true. But yeah, I think heavyweight, middleweight, super middleweight, welterweight. Those are the money. I'll hold on 135 lightweight. Come on to welterweight. Long mute, man. Let on hurt anybody's ears, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back off it. Hey, Fugitive, did you get to hear
Yeah.
Fred now? Did you tell me you did check Fred out tonight?
Yeah, I caught it late. I missed the interview with the guy. I got on after he was on. already had came and went. When I came on, by the time I got on, Fred was raging on everybody about not holding people accountable and so on and so forth. He was going off about that when I got on, and getting at the DB squad and shit like that. By the time I got on,
Okay.
so
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna have to.
I asked him because the residential cool. The dude that Fred nicknamed that, the one out of Vegas.
Yeah.
He been calling inconsistent lately here, and he been speaking a little bit better opposed to how he was speaking last year, man.
Yeah. Sound a little
Uh,
different.
more makes sense type of conversation, not the. Yeah, his conversation hasn't been trolling like conversation. It's been on boxing, no matter if you agree with him or not. But like tonight, he was speaking about, he was agreeing with Fred about, the guy don't want to help himself. I didn't catch
Yeah.
all the young man's interview. I caught the tail end of it.
Mhm.
Apparently, he said something a little different than what Fred feel like he should do.
Yeah.
As far as against the WBA. But the young man wants to fight. They talk like he don't want to cause too much ruckus. But I'm like this here, man. I would be like Deontay Wilder against on the situation. I want that fight back and raise some ruckus about it. You know what I'm saying? Because the way this kid was treated. When you see that fight, man, you gotta catch it from the beginning. When you see that fight, they got like a 7-minute clip on YouTube about it. There's highlights more or less than that. But the beginning, before they even started fighting, when they would approach the center of the ring, his father noticed that the tape was unusual on the guy's gloves. So he protested that. They were trying to skin the gloves, skin them back, so his knuckles would be all pressed up against the edge of the surface of the glove. So they made him remove the tape. There wasn't any commissioner signatures visible on the gloves, but underneath the first layer of tape, I think there was some initials. And the ref was like, "Who signed off on this?" And the guy from so-called commission came up and said, "I didn't, but I don't know who's in the back or whatever. They didn't do a good job, but this is another situation that proves that these commissioners not always on top of their job, correct, and enforcing the rules and regulations of boxing, So a lot of people, they're saying that Deontay's accusations, along with his fans, about glove game, is a reach, it's far-fetched, and all this type of thing. No real evidence. But since then, this is the second or third case of somebody manipulating their gloves before the fight, after the commissions have already supposedly checked these folks' gloves out. So, it's been a proven fact for years that boxing, the ethics of boxing and the integrity of boxing has not always been of the best of honesty. And people want to, because of Deontay Wilder's situation, people want to make light of it. And they don't do all that. They don't do it. Even some fighters and some trainers. Some probably can't do that. Just because, now I can see why some trainers, some boxers say that, because their minds doesn't work like that to be cheated. And some folks' mind do work like that. So they know there are different tricks you can try or risks you can take to try to get the edge in these fights. That's illegal. And but just because you as a trainer or you as a fighter don't have those type of thoughts to do stuff like that. It doesn't mean there's not a few villains in the sport, because there are. And there always have been. So we need to, recognize it. And we as fans don't need to be, we don't need to be naive. That stuff don't happen. It's not all the time. First situation was the first fight. And that's what it was. Second situation was regarding the second fight, where the numbers were very apparent, looking like there was no cash on top of the second fight. The first fight, he did have those hands up a little bit, pulled out of that hand, with his fist down and palm. Thinking that's what gave Deontay a pivotal effect that he was talking about. He was thinking all that, but it also gave you a little bit more range from him. And also say that. What it is, their team proved that they were a little bit smarter than the American side. That's all it is. They know what they're doing. They've been doing stuff for a number of years. They know that people are caught up and excited about a big fight. They ain't paying attention to everything. That's right. Try to play. That's what it is. We're just so naive over here. And they do it. Around the world, a lot of folks they feel like America's like one of the two areas to realize the bar right in the face. They're not far off. Hey, there he is. How you doing? All right. Bart. Yeah, got it in there. It helped a little bit tonight. All right, thank you. You have a good one. All right. Gotta keep the integrity going on. Fighters deserve it. We as fans deserve it. It'd be nice if sport to clean up a little bit. But I guess we'll have to ask ourselves a question. Would boxing be boxing if it were cleaned up and turned into a very ethical sport non-cheating sport, a very nice sport that honors integrity. Would it still be boxing at that point? I think it would be because we the fans who support the sport want to see boxing. Not the negative part of it, but that's just my opinion. See what conversation going.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, we got four. Let's see. President Jafar said Danny say he got a low ball. Thurman and Porter said the same. He also said, so if the top welterweights make excuses not to fight Bud, how is that Bud's fault? He also said, why should that be held against Bud? And his next one said, that boy don't want to rock the boat. Oh, yeah, I think he's talking about the young man that Fred interviewed. He said, Fox, yeah, that's his last name. Fox happened to get the rematch put together by the same crooked people that cheat him. Yeah, he probably is, man. You know, that's what they was speaking of. I don't know if you heard me a minute ago, Pigeons, but I was talking about the young man, his situation. I was saying that, you know, fans really just want to see some pure boxing without all the cheating and misleading and crookedness, and just want to see some integrity and some ethics, you know. And I said, I posed the question: would boxing still be boxing without all those things included? The cheating, the dishonesty, without the you know, anything that's below board, anything that's not you know, displaying a level of integrity in a positive way. And you know, in my opinion, I think it still would be just as exciting, and it still would be a great sport without all that. For the simple fact, the fans don't support boxing because of all the cheating, all the terrible negotiating, and all that kind of stuff. We support the sport because we love the sport of boxing, the art of war, the display of two human beings throwing punches and trying to outbest one another. That's what we love, competition. So that's my opinion. But at the same time, someone else may have a different opinion. Do we need that in boxing? Do we not need that in boxing? Because we definitely have it, and it's been there for shoot, as long as boxing's been around, I guess.
Yeah, boxing will still be boxing, with or without it, you know?
Yeah,
But you gotta
yeah,
remember, boxing like all things in life is an extension of life itself.
that's true.
There's corrupt things that go on in real life. Boxing is just an extension of that shit. Like
Yeah,
everything is. Like everything.
right, bro.
You know? So
See,
it's gonna be good
see
with
this,
it, it's gonna be good without it.
right. See, this is why we are this is why we so love this panel right here. Because we have great minds like yourself that bring light to a
Appreciate
subject
it.
when the rest of us are not even thinking in that
Uh-huh.
area. Uh, and we have great minds like yourself that put something on our heart and on our mind to think about and to learn some understanding of. Like you
Yeah.
said, it's an
Hmm.
interpretation of life. I never even put I never even thought about that part of it, and I'm sure some of the rest of us didn't, and then some people probably did. And you are absolutely right. Just like anything we do, you see guys on the basketball court, football field. Uh, I want to say hockey, but a lot of us don't play hockey where I'm from. But I'm gonna say hockey because they hitting up in that joint, with a little attitude in it, little spunk, swag, and strength goes into that. Supposed to baseball, all that, You're right. It's an interpretation of how we come up in the world, how we live in the world, and how we deal with things on a day-to-day basis. So we're gonna play because our everyday thinking can affect how we perform in our various sports or various activities that we do every day, no matter if it's work or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I appreciate that one, brother. That's why this is such a great panel, because I don't care if it's one of us or two or more of us on this panel speaking at times, and however many that we have in the chat or however many we don't have in the chat, somebody's going to say something profound. It's going to put something on our heart and our mind. And that's my man's name is so true to who he is. Best pugilist. Just put something on our heart and on our mind. Appreciate you, bro.
No doubt, bro. I appreciate it, man. I just try to bring a little bit of, you know, insight as I see it. So that's all I can bring. I
Right,
can
that's
only
it.
bring it as I only can bring it as I see it.
That's it,
So,
man.
you know, that's how I see it. For without the things I've been taught and by way of what I've been taught in my own life experiences. And that's with
Right.
everything,
And guess
at
what?
the end of the mhm.
You didn't even have to MF us. You didn't have to N-word us. You didn't tell us how much you're going to beat our butts and none of that to get your point across.
Nah.
You just stated the fact of your opinion and how you see things, and boom, it was profound, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, it's just that's how I see it. Like, it's just what it is, man. Like it's just an extension, man, of life itself. And in this life, you see all sorts of things, so it's no different than anything that we go through
Mhm.
in life, you know. That's why we
Right,
say, look, boxing has always been. That's why you always hear me use that terminology. I learned that terminology a long time ago of boxing is the red light district of sports, man. You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying? It's always been. When you look at the
Mhm.
other sports like baseball, look at baseball, football, these other sports they have commissioners, they have
Right.
national commissioners and this and that. Boxing never been like that. It's been run by the underworld,
Mhm.
the seediest people in the society of the underworld. And things. Boxing always been run like that. So it's
Right,
always been like the red light district, you know, of sports in comparison to those other sports. So you're
right.
going to get these things. They're going to happen on all levels because I would say boxing is if you compare with looking at just the sports, because we're talking sports here, that's most like life itself,
Right.
you know.
Yep.
But in all things, you get that. You get that.
Man, just think about what you said just a second ago about, you know, how the things have gone, the red light district of sports and things of that nature. With boxing, there's always been something going on in it. I remember years ago, well, you pull up on YouTube, sometimes I find myself going through multiple interviews that Ali did over the years in the past. Now, I remember he was telling this story. He was probably over in England when he was telling. He did a lot of interviews in England, and he was saying that a little old fella came up to him one time and told him He wanted a sure way to win the fight. Ali said he listened to him to see what he's talking about. He said, but Ali said he never will cheat, never would, never will. They just ain't never to do that. He only wants to win fair and square. That little fella, they had a little hat on, basically what he described was like a wise guy from Mafia. So his body probably in his 70s or something, They gave him some little cream to the jar and said, you use this right here. If you ever get him to use this, they can't smell it, can't taste it, can't see it. He said, make your opponent blind for just a minute after you put on your gloves and everything. Make him blind for just a momentarily, a few minutes. And they'll never be able to detect what it is. Ali said he took it. He said he still had a little jar he still had it in the jar. The jar that the guy gave him, he still had all of it. So he kept it. He said, the little old man don't realize that Ali remembered him. Because Ali got to think, he said, it's going to be what Sonny Liston used against me when I fought Sonny Liston. He said, everything the man described is what happened to me. He said, when I thought about the fight, and I looked back at some videotape, that little old man, that little old fella was in Sonny's corner. He said, apparently the guy got older.
Who you talking about? Who you talking about? Milk Bailey?
He didn't call
Milk.
the guy's name.
Oh, it probably was the little old guy, because that's probably Milk Bailey. Milk Bailey was a good old school trainer. He was an assistant trainer in Sonny Liston corner.
Might be. Yeah, Ali didn't mention the name. Ali just said he's, mafia type dude, He looked like a little gangster.
Oh, that might not have been Milk. That might not have been Milk, then, because Milk Bailey was black.
Yeah, man. Every time I see that video, it tickles me. It puts something on my mind every time,
Yo, so you seen Fred movie? You seen Fred little
Yeah.
short film?
Yeah, I checked out over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this past weekend I saw it. Yeah, man, it's interesting, man.
Yeah, it was well acted. Short little film.
You said eye candy? What'd you say?
I said it was well acted.
Oh,
She
okay,
did that thing.
yeah. I thought you said eye candy. I'm like, yes, sir.
She's a beautiful sister.
Yeah, they both of them are.
Mm-hmm. But it's interesting. Like I said, I already know. I know most of all that information. I told you I used to practice Al Islam, so I know all that stuff. But how I view it is this: I see how Fred, Fred is a big follower. He's a big supporter of Malcolm and everything. And I've heard most of that stuff for years. I know some older members of the nation. I don't look. Most of these things can be true about an individual.
Yeah.
So I don't overly judge them in a bad way. And I don't overly praise them, and I don't overly condemn them. Because most people, and particularly our people here in America, black people, is religious. Whether they Christian, Muslim, Jew, Hebrew, whatever, right? So the thing is, you have to make a decision, which clearly Fred has done. He's chosen his side. So, which everybody has a right to do. You pick which side you think is good for you, and usually that's determined by that individual's life. Because if you look at that person's life experience, it's going to help you determine why that person thinks the way that they think. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm sure, like I gather, like people might see like, damn. I see a lot of people like, oh, Fred, tearing down black organizations, he a coon, he this and that, so on and so forth. But you got to look at, if you listen to things that people say and you find out certain things about their life, that also shows you why they think the way they think. Like I gather by some of the things I've heard Fred say that his father wasn't necessarily heavily prominent in his life like that.
Right.
Because
Right.
when he says that he'll drive past his father's grave to go to Malcolm X's grave, that tells you a lot
Right. Right. Right.
about him. And I would never go past my father's grave to see another man.
No, I don't care how
You
good or how
understand?
bad my father was.
No, but
I'm gonna give my respects to him for
no, but
bringing,
no, but
producing
for
me.
me, no. The reason why I won't do that to my father is because my father was in and prominent in my life. Now, maybe if my father wasn't in my life prominent, and I had a different view of him, I may feel that way. But the reason why I won't do that, not just because he was my father, I won't do that because
He
my
blessed me.
father was in my life prominently. You understand? So he
Yeah.
was a fixture in my life. Like my father was my dad. He wasn't just my
Yeah.
father. Like me and my brothers don't call him. We call him, when we refer to my father, we refer to him as dad. We don't refer to him as father or like I know like my ex-wife, like they called her and her sisters, they called their father by their first name,
Oh
by
no,
his first
can't do
by
that.
his first name, by his first name. Why? Because he wasn't in their life prominently like that.
Yeah.
You
To me,
understand?
see, to me, showing a level of respect. Uh, what are you saying? Them, call them by name or addressing them properly as your father or your mother.
Hmm.
I always had a problem with when kids refer to their parents by first name basis. And
Hmm.
I have more of a problem when the parent accepts it.
Hmm.
I can't do that, bro.
Yeah.
To add to what you were saying, my dad wasn't always there when I was a kid. But before my dad, since I've been an adult, my dad and I we've been pretty close before he passed. Uh, but even if we hadn't been that close, I would have went to his funeral and I would have visited his grave from time to time because of the fact that I don't want to miss my blessings. Second of all, this is the man who helped produce me. I'm not gonna say create. I always leave that to the Lord. You know, God Himself, Allah, Jehovah, however you refer to Him, the Most High. But as far as producing, he assisted my mother in producing me, and I respect that. But at the same time, I don't want to miss my blessings. So I'm not going to disrespect my parents, no matter if they're living or dead. Uh, my mother and father, they were not married, but my mother and father, they loved me, and I know this. We had a great relationship as I was an adult. When I was a kid, my mom, she was hard on me, man. She was hard. She was real hard, but I thank God for her and for her strength. She was a single parent, raising 3 kids. And seemed like she focused more on me than any of us. you know, put that belt to my tail, whatever she felt like she should have. But the thing is, I tell people all the time, my mother beat a conscience into me. And the reason I say that because if it wasn't for those whippings that she gave me, who knows? I probably have, killed a few people or done some other things worse. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't talking about killing them in self-defense. I'm talking about killing them just because I felt like I was tired of them living, that type of thing. But I don't have thoughts like that. But that, what my mom instilled in me changed my thoughts real quick. So anyway, then my dad, well, just basically, my mother and father, they had plans to get married when I was a little, but before I come along and just after I was born. What the stories they both told me, but they never did. Even though my mom was upset with him years ago when they split up, they always got along as long as I was able to remember. They got along when they were in one another's presence. I've never heard my father, never seen him or heard him speak one ill word to my mother in my presence. Never. He always respected her. Matter of fact, I used to feel like he's a little too weak for my mom, but my mom was a little bitter from the fact they broke up years ago. You know, you become an adult, you understand all that stuff. But they had a lot of laughs and talks, and you know, they'll sit back and they'll both think about, they'll look at each other, and then my mom would say, look at him talking about me, telling my father that I think we did pretty good. What do you think, Robert? That's what she'll say.
Yeah, I hear you.
But
Yeah, but I hear that.
But
Yeah,
I put them. They died within 5 months of one another. And every time, you know, as I was coming up, every time they were around each other, they would flirt with each other. I put them together, put them side by side at the cemetery. When I go visit one, I visit the other. And that's where
okay.
I wanted it for myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So I would never even think about it. Now he has his reason for doing whatever he does. I can't knock the man for what he believes in or whatever, you know. As far as the movie's not as bad as the arguments and debates were. Uh, but you know, if you know what people probably thought he was going to do. But at the same time, I wish Fred had did something like, okay, did you ever remember seeing the movie What's Love Got to Do with Angela Bassett and Lawrence Fishburne playing Ike and Tina Turner?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember Larry Fishburne gave an interview, and he said he met with Ike Turner before the movie was released. While they were working on it, he said he told Ike. Well, first he said he asked questions to the directors and writers and all that about. Uh, he said, "Where's the part of where Ike made her a star?" I see that in the news, but he made her a star. According to what I found out about the two of them. And they went in and they put some more positive things in the movie about Ike as far as creating helping Tina Turner become Tina Turner. You know, so when he run into Ike Turner, he said, "Mr. Turner, just want you to know, man, I made them change it a little bit to where it showed you the good things you did for her, as well as you know what they were putting in the movie." So shout outs to Lawrence Fishburne for something like that. And I think whenever you tell a story that's me personally, I'm thinking whenever you're predicting writing any kind of script for people to do, for an audience to read or see or hear, there's two sides or more to every story. So I think we gotta, you know, if we're gonna tell one story, we should tell both. We don't need to be one-sided like they've been one-sided here in the United States about the history of the United States. We need to tell both sides of it. And what I mean by that, uh, we don't agree with what he did with those young ladies. But at the same time, I don't disagree with what he did with those young men, affecting them in a positive way to making them upright standing young men, get off the alcohol, got off the drugs. They stopped gambling and they started living a clean life. You know, they had their, you know, the organization had their flaws and everything, but at the same time, you had a lot of people got off drugs, alcohol, and things of that nature and was living right for themselves as well as a spiritual life. So I commend Elijah Muhammad for that. And, you know, we you know, most depictions and movies about him, it do show those sides of him. You know what I'm saying? But of course, we got to understand this was a 15-minute short movie, and Fred was trying to emphasize and shed spotlight on a certain topic about the man's life. You know, so I understand what he was doing, but at the same time, you know, for the sake of respect for people that believe in this man, uh, you know, wholeheartedly or whatever, you know, you should show him a little respect and show both sides. You don't show one, show both. You know what I'm saying? But it's his movement, his project, do what he pleases. And honestly, to me, it wasn't overly trashing the guy. I'm not gonna say it's trashing him at all. To me, what I got out of it, it was a person who was getting their last words in. And I'm gonna say it like that because I don't want to, for the folks that hadn't seen, I don't want to spoil it. You know what I'm saying? But if anybody's interested, I would say look at it. You know, but it's not one of those. It wasn't one of those situations where, you know, after all the back and forth rhetoric between Fred and Brandon and maybe Fred and a few others, the movie is not anywhere in line with what those conversations were about. Just say that. So it's a little different. And I'm gonna tell you, man, that introduction, man, is off the chart, man. It was nice. You know what I'm talking about? Pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that part alone. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I mean, the movie was cool, man. It was cool. I'm gonna tell you, man, that introduction, man, might be the best part of it. What do you think?
Yeah. It
that
reminded
sun
me
goes,
of.
that
Yeah, it
sun goes
reminded
off.
me. Yeah, it
Yeah,
reminded
you
me. Of,
know,
it
about
reminded me
show.
of the Godfather of Harlem.
Yeah, exactly, man. It was just as good of quality and everything. Oh man, I loved it, man. Hey, it's like watching the introduction. Normally, when it comes to introduction, you don't pay a whole lot of mind to it. But this
Yeah,
introduction is worth looking at, man. This was detailed and very well thought of, man. And I mean, it's state of the art, state of the art, man. I think he did a great job. He smashed it on that introduction, man. Smashed it.
yeah. Because the point I was just bringing up about that scenario, that I said about him and his pop going past his father's grave to go to Malcolm's, is that that shows you because each individual is affected differently by things in their life, like how
Yeah,
certain things in life. But I think that also, and the fact that he's a real big admirer of Malcolm, and see
right, right,
for me, and since he's a big admirer of Malcolm, so these things factor in to his view
right,
on how he sees things,
right,
and
right.
I'm sure. Damn, is that my
Yeah, it was.
so
Yeah,
my
yeah,
thing
I
is
get
that
that.
yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
my thing is that it's like how you view things. Like both things could be good. Like you said, on one side, those things did occur. I've known about most of that for years because, like I said, I practiced all this time, so I heard about stuff like that. But it's how you view it. You got to view
Right,
it in as you have to weigh the balances of because we all human beings exist in a duality. Every one of us, me and you on this phone right now, we done did some very good positive things, and we done did some fucked up shit too. You know, because
right,
as a human being, you have that duality. There's things that you're
right,
gonna do good for people, and then people are gonna view as good. They're gonna be things that people are gonna view as negative and bad. And my thing is, when it comes to something like that, it's like you have to weigh it. Like some people, like in a nation, they look at the honorable Elijah Muhammad as a spiritually divine man, you know, and anybody that follows a religion will tend to look at their people that they follow like that. Like do it in all religions and Christianity too. So it's just like you have to weigh it out. When you view a great individual like that, you have to weigh it out. Like so on one side, you take somebody like in the Bible, like you Christian, right? So in the Christian Bible, you got people in the Bible that was great people. Some of them did foul things. You got somebody
Right.
like King David, like King David. King David was a great king in the Bible.
Yeah, but
King David is the one
he
who,
wanted Bathsheba though.
and you see, he did something that's considered foul to get her, right?
Yeah.
But when you think of King David, you don't. That's not the first thing you think of. You think of King David as a great king
No, you think of it
first. You know,
exactly.
you don't you don't think of him as don't haven't done that shit because you're gonna only find out about that later if you do some
Right.
studying of the Bible. That's not the first thing. You're gonna
Exactly. Exactly.
the first thing that's presented about him is the fact that he defeated the Goliath. You learn that as a kid that he defeated the giant Goliath,
Right.
cut his head
Right.
off, and then made his nation a real nation.
Right.
But then you learn that other stuff too. So you have to wear it out. What are you gonna judge him for? You're gonna judge him because he did that shit to get Bathsheba?
Yeah. And,
Because
and
had he
let's be
not done
clear,
that,
man. People gotta understand.
had he not had he not done that, had he not done that, you wouldn't have King Solomon, who was considered the wisest man to ever
Right.
live. Because
Right.
King Solomon
Exactly.
is the son of Bathsheba and him.
Right. Right.
So you understand? So it
Speak
depends
on
on
it,
how
bro.
you view it. Because if you viewing it as if you're a believer of the Most High, you believing that it was the Most High hand that guided that shit.
Some things are done a certain way for a certain
So
reason.
you would have to
And
believe
see, I was gonna speak
that the
on
Most High is behind it.
yeah, and what you said is true in every way. Because see, what people gotta understand when you believe in a certain religion. Ali said this. We all know it. Ali died as in the Islam as a Muslim, a believer
Hmm.
of Islam. Okay, but Ali always said this when he's talking to people of different faiths. He said, "All faiths are good faiths. Is whatever is good for you." He said, "Islam is good for me." He said, "But
Hmm.
it's all good in all of it." He said, "It's the how the people carry themselves is what make some religions seem not to be so good or whatever, you know. But
Yeah.
all of it's good. It's all leading to get to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Hmm.
he called all these different religion names out and stuff like that. However, when you're in these religions, you believe in that religion and you believe in
Hmm.
the teachings of that religion and the walks of life styles of that religion. If your
Hmm.
religion says that it's okay to have multiple wives, that's and all the people around you, that's they have multiple wives. That's what you're gonna do. You know, we got Amish people. They have multiple wives. You got what's those folks in Utah? Start
You
with
got
an M.
the Mormons, the
Mormons.
Mormons.
They have
Yeah, Mormons.
multiple wives. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in a lot of uh, cultures, African cultures, you are allowed to have multiple wives.
Right
Okay,
now.
and that
Right
had a
now.
lot to do exactly, and that had a lot to do with the religion that they're studying as well. Now,
Hmm.
the thing is, when you, if that's part of your life, you don't see it or view it as what the masses are saying that you should, the opposite of what they believe. You don't see it like that because you're in your own bubble. You're not,
Hmm.
the Nation of Islam was living like they were a nation within a nation, and they were living according to what they believed to be their religious
Hmm.
culture at the time. Now, a lot of people may not admit this, but if you have learned that Bible, the Holy Bible, for Christians, which is not the Old Testament and the Quran is not too far off of one another, you know.
Hmm.
So you go back and you study that stuff, you see even in the Bible that some of those men were allowed to have multiple wives.
Nah, that's the culture. Cause see, I
It's
told you
straight up proof.
I was Nubian Islam. Nah, cause that was the culture I practiced.
Exactly.
I
That
was
was
Nubian
more
Islam
culture
and
back.
Hebrew. So what happens
Yeah.
is that what people don't understand. in Judaism,
That was a culture, but also some of those that was before
what
Christ,
happens is,
and that was a
yeah,
culture
but
in a lot of those situations. Go ahead.
what happens is this. See, in the Jewish faith, a man is allowed to have as many wives as is on his right finger, right hand, right? So that's really four. But of course, people indulge and do more. Now,
Oh, that's where they get
Abraham,
four from.
oh
The fingers.
yes,
That's where they get the
yes,
number four wives
because
from for the finger. Okay,
yeah,
that's good.
yeah, you get
Okay,
the four from that
you
because
can put a ring
the
on each
fingers
finger, huh?
and it's not considered and your thumb. They don't say that's why they say fingers
No,
and a
it's not a
thumb.
finger. It's a
They
thumb.
don't
Yeah.
they don't put it on. Technically, it's a finger, but it's not called a finger. It's called your thumb.
Yeah.
So that's why. So what happens is that's where that comes from. So in that faith, right now, I know some. Me and my ex, we was renting out a house out in Long Island from this African sister. She's Christian though, but she's telling me her father. She's like her father had like 3, 4 wives, but he's Christian. They Christian though. You understand what I'm saying? She's from Nigeria. She like her brothers had came to her house one day to visit her, and she's like, yeah, that's her brothers. And I was like, damn, there's a lot of them. I don't know how many guys. She's like, yeah, I got a bunch of brothers. She said, 'cause my father had multiple wives, but they Christian though. They wasn't Muslim, but that's a cultural thing. People think of it as always just a religion. It's not just religion. It's cultural too. That factors in that part of the world. You understand what I'm saying? It's not just based on that people associated with just the religion, but you have to factor those things in. And when you look at those books, like the Mormons live off of the Bible. So in the Bible, you see that a lot of the people have multiple wives. Like when King David became the king, he took the former king's wives. Those became his wives. Saul, when he got rid of the weak king Saul, those wives became his wives. And also, Solomon is known for being the wisest man, but he's also known for having damn near 1,000 wives. But what they don't tell you is that he inherited that stuff from his father, King David, too, as well. So this is how you have to, like I said, when I look at it, I see it both ways. But I understand why some people have their view. And see, when I listen to Fred say things like that about he'll drive past his father's grave to go to Malcolm's grave and shit like that, that tells me he didn't necessarily have the greatest relationship with his father. And that also factors in why he viewed things the way he viewed things. And that's why part of the reason why and he a big Malcolm fan. So when he look at that, because anytime you look at a situation like that, a person is going to put their personal view in it. They can't help but to do that. They put their personal view in it as well. So for me, like even though I already knew most of that information already, I didn't get the movie to find out something I didn't already know. What I wanted to see was what spin he was going to put on it.
Yeah.
To see the spin because I already knew the information. And see, what happens is that now, granted, in Al Islam, you are allowed to have multiple wives. But at the time, the big problem with the story is that you got to look at the time frame and certain other information at that time. Like, see, now, what would have been better for them? Now, of course, hindsight is 2020. If he really just would have came out and living like I'm living straight Islam, because see, a lot of those people that was coming into the nation of Islam at that time, they coming out of Christianity. That was their religion prior to that shit. So and then they're Americanized, so they thinking with an American mindset, and you coming out of Christianity, and an American mindset coming out of Christianity, you can have one life, one wife under the law, under the law. So you combine those two factors, it's going to seem like that. But if you got to remember, the Nation of Islam, the way that they practice Islam is different than the way an Orthodox Muslim practice Islam. It's not the same. So when you taking those different variables in there, now if you're gonna say like I don't know, did you watch the interviews that he did with Muhammad Ali first
Yeah.
second wife? And he
Well,
also got some.
I seen a piece of her interview before, but I didn't look at it this past weekend. But
he got.
I did check out the best friend of Farrakhan. I looked at that interview.
Yeah. I was gonna tell you to check those out and check her full
Yeah,
interview out. And he also got something with Claire, with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's granddaughter
granddaughter.
on it
Yeah, I'm
too.
gonna go back and
Yeah,
check all of them out.
she was talking with those is good. Those is great. I like those. Those give you in depth stuff, you know. But and for me, like, it was real crazy, coming up to it between, you have Brandon and DB is another nation, different people, they have their view and feel like, the way they feel about it, and understandably so. But to me, it doesn't diminish what he did in a positive light, because the point I was trying to really get to with all this is that, look, if you take the prophets of God, right, or somebody that's considered a messenger of God, you can be a messenger. You can be the messenger, whether you be considered a prophet, apostle, or messenger. But one element that people don't always overlook is those people are still human. They're still men. You're still susceptible to human frailty, human faults,
No,
and you can still be
very.
that individual. But even in Christianity, Jesus is considered the Son of God in flesh, but he's also human too, because he had a
Yeah,
human mother. So he was
yeah,
human too. He wasn't just he was human too. That's why if you read the stories, that's why I can show you shit in the Bible where Jesus did stuff like that wasn't considered nice. Like the story of him when he was talking to the Canaanite woman, him and the disciples was walking over by the Tigris River, and they said the Canaanite woman approached him and said, Rabboni, Rabboni, that's Hebrew for like master or teacher. And they said he answered her not a word. So what that means is that he
you there?
heard
I think I'm in a bad
Judah is
area.
the kingly tribe in Israel. Now I'm in a bad area.
Oh,
I'm in a bad area. Yeah, where I'm at right now, I'm about to
all right.
pass it because I'm going through is a bad area. It's like this is one of the worst areas when you driving by performance recession. It's one of the worst areas of my trip back to my spot on the way home from work. Because I'm on my way home from work. It's one of the worst. This particular area I'm passing through is one of the worst areas that I'm going. So like, as a human, you can find.
Yeah, it's coming
Hello.
through broken up. Oh, you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now your picture had fell off. I was like, damn, I think it might have lost it. But what I'm saying is this: you can't criticize. I don't like to just necessarily criticize people who did big, like you said, like when you bring up the fact about what he did with the brothers and many sisters too. He helped a lot of sisters in the black community too, clean their life up, get off of drugs, stop prostituting. He did a lot of that too for a lot of sisters as well. You
Right.
know, so like I said, you have to balance it out. You can't condemn because you could still be a person could still be a divine person of God, whatever name you putting on it, and still have
Mm-hmm.
human frailties and still have human faults.
Right.
Like
Right. Right.
because you know why? Simply because the fact that you're human. A prophet is a human
Right.
being. Prophet is a human being. Like King David, like we brought up King David earlier. King David is considered to be a prophet of the Most High.
Right.
King David killed a lot of people
Yeah, he did.
in being a
Sure
king. He
did.
killed people in being a king because he's the warrior king. He was known as a warrior king, so he killed people. Now, should that make him have him looked at as the evil person? So it's how you view it.
Right.
Now, just as in boxing, as I said a little while ago about boxing being an extension of life, as all things are. Fred's production is an extension of his life. It's an extension of his life. He loves Malcolm X.
Yes, he
Just
does.
like just like how you have certain just like you have certain people that got certain fighters that they favor, he favors him. So his thing is going to be shifted slightly in that and in favor towards him and against those he think that hurt him and conspired against him in the big picture. So that's what that is. So when I view it, because I was talking about it with some brothers that got it as well, and I was like, they didn't know some of that stuff. So I was like, nah, I don't. How do it make me view him? I was like, I don't view him no different than I already did. Because one, I already knew the shit. That's first off, because it's stuff I learned years ago. I know about that years ago. You know, but I'm like, nah. I look at the positive things that what he brought to the table did, because he brought he brought a whole bunch of good things as well. You wouldn't have Muhammad Ali was a student of his. Malcolm X was a student of his. Minister Farrakhan a student of his. Father Muhammad student of his. Silence Muhammad student of his. You know what I'm saying? So it's still whatever it was, it produced a lot of people from our community that was able to excel, you know, in a good way. So it was interesting. I'm sure for those who didn't know anything about it, you know, it was
You
interesting.
own it.
And,
You own it, bro.
huh?
I said you own it.
Yeah. So I'm not. I don't view it in a bad way. It didn't make me look at him less. I respect the positive things that he brought to the table. Because we
Right,
all
right. That's right.
human beings. We all human beings.
I had I had a
Human beings
discussion
gonna
with another brother.
have forever.
I had the same discussion with another brother earlier yesterday,
Hmm.
and both pretty much said the same thing.
Because when a person gets power, see that's a true testament. When you in a position of power as a human being, even if you consider divine, human beings gonna make human choices. Sometimes, even the wisest, even you take somebody like Solomon in the Bible, considered the wisest man ever. Even with his wisdom, he made a wrong choice
Right.
in that. And what was it connected to?
Yeah, exactly. I know he. I know it's you say
It was
king.
connected. It was
Talk
connected
about
to a woman.
Solomon.
Oh, it was connected to a
Yeah,
woman.
it's always connected to a woman. Woman, religion, money.
You understand? It was connected to a woman, and he's considered the wisest man. So look, I don't care how divinely inspired you are. If we going according to natural nature, if you put the most righteous man in a situation where he got to be around a whole bunch of beautiful women all the time, nature going to win sometime. At some point, it's going to prevail. You know, it's going to prevail.
Yeah,
I don't care.
yeah, yeah.
Especially with a heterosexual man, it's going to prevail.
Right.
Because a man, it's funny because me and his sister was talking the other day, and I was explaining to her. I was like, I said a man could have a baby till he 100, long as he's remotely healthy. Because after a certain age, women go to menopause, they can't produce kids no more.
Right. Right.
I said a man, I said if that motherfucker healthy, I got two uncles, one of which is my uncle Frank. They had kids in their 60s.
Yeah, putting it in.
My uncle Frank had his last kid when he was in his mid 60s, yo.
Yeah.
And I got
Take
another
mine.
uncle. I got another uncle Charlie. He also had his shit in the mid 60s. Niggas was like 65, 66. They was both over 64. I had their last
That's
kid.
true.
You know. So like I said, it's the Dawa community is in shambles and has been in shambles for hundreds of years here in America.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's in
Yep.
shambles,
That's the truth.
and
That
it's
little dump truck look like he want to come over here and kiss my truck.
so like if you Smith brothers talking about it, but I was like, nah, I don't make me see him no different in no way. So I said, one, I've been knowing about this shit probably longer than most of y'all. Some of y'all was born, and you got to weigh it out for what it is. The positive things they bring to the community, as opposed to the negative.
Right.
Because they straightened out. He helped out a lot of both brothers and
Yeah.
sisters clean up their
Yeah.
lives, man, in the black community at that time. But you got to also look at the time. Shit, that was Jim Crow. Shit, Jim Crow, because Jim Crow ain't ended until fucking 1968, man, 69. People don't understand that shit. When you saying Jim Crow, people tend to think back to just like the 40s and 50s. No, Jim Crow didn't end until 60 fucking 9. When those laws from the civil rights movement went into effect. So when you gotta factor in all of those things as well, I think it did a lot more good than bad. Now it personally, when you're trying to do really big things like that, affect the kind of massive change, that's a massive movement that he was trying to do. Whether he feels that he was inspired by God, who he felt he met in the flesh. Look, if you read the Bible or Holy Quran or any of that stuff, and any of these people that we look at as prophets and apostles of the Most High, whether you're saying it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or Yahweh, Yahweh, whatever name you putting on it, the reality is that there would have been people at that time when you're talking about you rightly divine, you rightly guided by some God that nobody can't see. People gonna look at you as you bugged out. Everybody ain't gonna agree with you,
Right.
but your actions and what you can actually get done is gonna show the worth of your conviction as a person. Whether you were able to
Right.
actually get done. That's why when you heard that older brother, the brother Shabazz, that was on there, Mr. Farrakhan friend, you see how he was talking about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You see what the conviction he was talking about him. Still to this day,
Yeah.
that's because of the positive things that he got from him. Now, of course, that's not to shoot down whatever any of those the personal the personal experiences and relationships that his children from those other sisters, because they're obviously their view would be looked at differently, understandably. So it don't change the fact, you know, in that life. But everybody feel it in their heart, you know, to feel it in their heart. See, people get caught up with and it's something. It's funny because I remember some years ago, me and some brothers was talking about the lot. Like people get caught up with the. My mom brought up the a little bit earlier when we was talking about the boxing, and I bring up the Livingstone Bramble thing with the Boom Boom Mancini. That's what I'm talking about. It's like because I hear a lot of people talk about when they bring up Livingstone Bramble in a certain regard, like yeah, but he only gets that prop because of the fact that he beat somebody who was well known because the media was pushing him a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons why, like Malcolm, I got mad love for Malcolm as well, but Malcolm was a very charismatic orator.
Right. Right.
charismatic orator. Honorable Elijah Muhammad wasn't no charismatic orator like that when you see his speeches in comparison. So it's easy to fall in love with somebody like Mount.
Yeah, Matt was
You
extraordinary.
understand? It's
He's
easy too.
very moving. Yeah,
So you
yeah.
get caught up in that. You get caught up. A lot of people, because human beings are attracted to sensationalism.
Right. Ain't no not to take anything from Malcolm, but a lot of
Nah,
people don't realize he come from
nah, never. I never
a
would.
background.
But but a lot of it is about the sensationalism too. Like, but that's a human thing. We get caught up with that. We all susceptible to that. That's
Yeah,
why
they
people like. That's why people prefer touchdowns, like touchdowns in football. We like knockouts in boxing. Most people would prefer a knockout in boxing as opposed to just looking at a masterful boxing performance because it's more sensational.
basketball. Right. Excited
You know?
what they consider greatness,
Huh?
or what they consider they matter, what they consider greatness, or high
Yeah.
achievements.
So my thing with the kind of comes to that is so people gonna like who they like even when we talking about the boxing, how people we be saying that we want people to be more into the sport and liking the sport than the boxers. I don't have a problem with somebody. I have no problem with somebody being a fan of somebody and liking that person because it's that passion. Because I understand how human beings' minds work. Being one myself, certain people you're gonna just be more attracted to, and they're gonna pull you in a way that others can't. That's simple.
Ready to go? Y'all have a good one, okay? All right, listen. All right, thank
How far you in on your route?
I'm still in Alabama. I got one more stop down coming up for Tennessee. I got 3 stops. I got my food the run from here, from the last area to here, it's like 40. It felt like it took me an hour. I get a little sleepy on that run.
Yeah.
Sometimes, not every time. Eli's in the chat.
Eli
Cooking with
Zachary.
with Sear Senior. He's in the chat. Champion
Okay.
Hard still there. Let's see.
No doubt. No doubt.
Eli says salute. Pugilist and Sento's boxing. What's up, my brother? And Champion Hart says seen and unseen boxing salute. And Champion Hart also said Judge Joe Brown knew Ike and Tina, and according to him,
Oh
what was
yeah.
totally wrong. He says Tina
Yes.
was a gangster. That's
Check
what
it.
a brother was telling me also.
I'm glad you
And
brought that up. I'm glad you brought that
and
up. I don't mean to cut you. I'm
cooking
gonna
with
cut you. I'm glad you brought.
no, it's cool. I'm gonna catch these up and you can take over. Cooking with Sir C. He said they were side chicks. He smashed on the low, not wives. talking about Elijah Muhammad, I guess. Then Eli Zachary said Paul too. And he said truth that best pugilist. And he said exactly as Sento's box. Go ahead, bro. Pugilist. No, you still there. You got it when you start, bro. Let's go to the next stop. Yeah, this
Bring up the thing about Ike. Yeah, it's funny. I just now I saw a documentary years ago about him, but I knew some stuff through my parents from about him. Because Ike Turner was a real talented dude, like real gifted
yeah, very
songwriter.
talented. Yeah,
He the one who created all that shit, man. And
yeah.
but check it.
No doubt.
His daughter right now, I just seen it the other day. You know, his daughter got a screenplay. She trying to do it. She got a screenplay done. She's doing a movie. She did a book and they're doing a movie. She trying to do a movie to give
A
his
correction.
side from his perspective. Yeah, from his
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, he always
Yeah.
said I need to tell my side of the story. He
Yeah.
always
So they
said that.
working on it now.
I do remember him saying that. He said it. He said
I
she
just read the thing. I just read the thing the other day with her, and she was giving an interview about it. Yeah. So she's saying like, nah. She's like, I ain't saying my father was no damn angel and a saint all the time. She's like, but yo, my
right,
father was a loving man, so on and so
right.
forth. And it wasn't like how that movie spend it. Of course, like
Yeah,
I
but
told you, but as I explained to y'all about my family situation with that movie, they're gonna have to put a spin on it because you have to do that. That's what they do in a movie.
right,
You're
right,
gonna put the spin
right,
on it because if you read the book,
right.
when you read a book, a lot of the times it's
Hollywood,
different. Hmm.
Hollywood. Yeah. Now
You got to have a bad guy.
I know one thing. I just want to say this. Let
Got
me
to have
just
a
get
good
this
guy.
out there. This more on the comedy
Hmm.
side of things.
Hmm.
I don't think any of us can deny that Tina had that good. 'Cause, man, she was fine, and they kept on making them babies,
Hmm.
man. So
Hmm.
somewhere along the lines, there was some happiness, and a few occasions where there was some sadness. But I think she had that good. You know, this the white cat, the European cat she married over there in was that England or whatever, or wherever she moved to. Uh,
Hmm.
he got her when she was already, very seasoned. But see, I was
Hmm.
mad. I was jealous for quite a few years. I was a youngster doing my bid,
Hmm.
and I remember when that Ebony did a story on her, man. Man,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you, I
She a
impregnated
beautiful woman.
Tina Turner a few times, man. I'm just keep it real.
You stupid. Shut
All
up,
right,
kid.
she don't have some of my fruit inside of her. She don't even know.
Yeah, she's a pretty
Hey,
lady.
I
She's
was
a
crazy
beautiful
about that
woman.
movie, boy. That movie, man, them thighs stayed looking good for years.
Hmm. Yeah, she
It's
was a beautiful sister. But yeah, man.
larger
So
than
her
basketball.
daughter. So look for it, man. Next couple of years,
Yeah,
man. Her
yeah, I'm
daughter
gonna check
getting it
that out.
together.
I'm
His
gonna check
daughter
that out.
putting it together now, kid. So it's gonna have a whole another spin on that, but from his side. Like you said, you like to see both sides, right? So they're gonna
Yeah,
get
yeah, and that's
all.
the way it should be, man. It should be. It should
Hmm.
be. You're gonna tell if anytime, especially when it's some high profile individuals, no matter if it's religion or popularity through music, sports, professionalism, whatever it may be. Get both
Hmm.
sides. There's we don't always get the truth. We get one side of the
Hmm.
truth. You know, just like with
A
us.
version
In
of
our
it.
everyday, in our lifetime, we've been in different relationships with different females. Um, females sometimes want to spin it that the guy was dogging them out, this, that, and the third, when the female probably been the one dogging the dude out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean it's two
Oh,
sides of every story,
absolutely.
and there's truth on everything. That's
That's
that,
a fact.
that's his story, her story when it's a couple, male and female. Then sometimes there's the truth and the fictional
Hmm.
side of the truth. So
Yeah,
I mean, yes, in that instance, we can say there's four stories to every situation.
absolutely. Because the truth,
You know,
there is no the truth. There is a truth. Because what's true for you
very
ain't
true.
necessarily true for
Yeah,
that. Ain't necessarily true for that
you're
other
right.
person. But nevertheless, it's the truth to you.
Yeah,
You know what
perfect
I'm saying?
example. How I feel about my mom.
Hmm.
My mom, she used to get on my tail, but that was my girl though.
Hmm.
Man, let me tell you something. A lot of stuff happened when I was a kid concerning me and my mom. My mom saw it a whole lot different than I felt it. I ain't say it the way I saw it. I'm gonna say the way I felt it. know what I'm saying? She saw the whole lot different than the way I felt. Because sometimes we sit around, we talk about, some stuff that happened when I was a kid, we'll laugh about it, when before she passed. But at the same time, when I was a kid, I used to let her tell her little narrative of how she wanted the story to come out, because she was an adult, and I was gonna, as she would say, refute her word. You know what I'm saying? But when I got old enough and got some little balls, sweating, my balls started sweating a little bit down there when I was an adult. I said, shoot, it's time to tell the truth on this stuff now.
The way I see it. Yeah, the way I saw it.
Yeah.
That's how you saw it. That ain't the way I saw it.
When me, my brother, my sister sit around and talk about those same stories, we all had the same story. My mom's story was always different. My mom's story made her look like she didn't do no wrong, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So I would point it out to I said, well, it's mighty funny. You don't want to remember it like that. All the rest of us remember it this way, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
We said, nah, mom, that's what we're nah, y'all just lying. I ain't trying to, but we would be laughing, talking, cutting up with it, having a good time about it. We're able to laugh about it now. So when you're going through all that, man, it wasn't funny then. It was painful.
Perspective, man, is how you see it. Yeah, different perspectives, man. The way people see things, because they got, like I said, they got their way of thinking.
Yeah, and when it come down to, this real life, you having a dispute with somebody verbally, or you just let's just say a conversation. You know how some people take something that you might say and take it the wrong way, they interpret it the wrong way. That's when it's a matter of interpretation. And that's what a lot of times some situations are with people, is they may interpret something differently than what others interpret. You may see somebody, something they doing, you may see some wrong in it, and they may not see any wrong in it at all. And they may not even mean for it to be any wrong, but you can see it any other way because it's so wrong to you. So it's a matter of interpretation, what you feel is right and wrong and all that type of thing as well. But then again, that situation was just flat out, a right and a wrong to it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, it's all how you view it, man.
Exactly.
It's all how you view it when it's all said and done. And people gonna feel what they feel, no matter what. People gonna feel what they feel. Because of, and it's always based on your life experience. Like, your life experience has made all of us who we are. So depending on the circumstances in your life, primarily most of those of the experiences you had growing up as a kid, it determine how you think about most things in your life.
Right.
That's the determining factor about how you think of most things in your life, by the things you went through growing up.
Right.
Plain and simple.
Because, believe it or not, a lot of us still have childhood quirks about ourselves, things that bother us, and some things we don't grow out of. We don't stop.
Yeah, because it stay with you psychologically. Yeah, because it's you base most people is basically the person that you was formed to be by the time you 8 years old, man.
Right.
This is your basic formality. You add on layers after that shit. You add on layers on your life after that. But basically you are who you are by the time you 8 years old. 9 tops. For the most part. Then you add other layers onto that. But if you strip those layers away, that's the person you are.
Right.
And you strip those extra layers away.
I still got a lot of little hang-ups about myself when I was a kid, man. And I ain't even trying to shake. Some things I did shake. Quite a few things I didn't shake, man. I still can't stand needles. But I take it. I can't stand it.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it's all perspective with how you look at all types of different things.
And I'm going on mute for a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one was loud as hell. I guess I'll go over there tomorrow.
Yeah, that joint was loud, wasn't it, bro?
Yeah, that shit was loud as hell. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Certain little things I got, I got a little form of OCD about certain things. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you don't go out because how you stuff. Sometimes it just bothers you so much. Okay, like I can't stand. I don't like cucumbers, but I love when they're pickles. That's pickles.
Okay.
See, when I was a kid, I thought the cucumbers don't taste like pickles. And I have never been able to get past that pickle, man. It just stay with me. That's one of my things. So I don't eat cucumbers in my salad.
But you love pickles. Wow. Yeah. That's how it be, man. Exactly how it be.
My son, he likes ketchup. He can't stand tomatoes.
Nah, but you know what's funny? I like artificial strawberry flavor, but I don't like real strawberries.
But see, I love real strawberries, and I don't like strawberry ice cream or strawberry jelly.
Yeah, I like
So I guess
artificial.
I'm the opposite of you.
Yeah, I don't like. I force myself to eat them for the health benefits, but
Yeah.
as far as like actually enjoying it, nah. But the art,
I
but
ask
the
for strawberry
artificial
jelly
strawberry,
sometimes.
but the artificial strawberry
There
flavoring,
you go.
I love that shit. Same thing with raspberries. Same thing with raspberry. I love
Oh yeah.
raspberry flavoring stuff, but actual raspberries, I'm not particularly keen on them.
No,
I
yeah.
just force myself. I could put them into a smoothie and stuff and force myself to drink it, but for the health benefits, but not for the taste.
That's funny, man. It's not funny that you like it. It's funny because I realize that when I share my stories, man, with people, man, it's healing because I find out I'm not the only one running around here that's got certain things about himself that a lot of people don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just close people know these things. So that's what Tim was doing. Like, I don't feel so abnormal at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, we all go through things. I just was explaining to this young sister I was talking to, and I was explaining to her like, look, contrary to popular belief, most of the things that human beings go through is that human issues, not gender. Because some things she was talking about, and she was directing it towards gender, and I was like, no, there's not. I said they're not necessarily gender things. They're more human experiences. You understand? They'll try to pecker, oh, this is a gender issue. Women go through this, men go through that. In general, most of the things we go through is human issues. You know, it's
The
not
only
just
thing I
limited to
think,
gender. It's not limited to just gender. Like some people try to make everything one or the other. I was like, nah,
right?
it's not how real life work, B.
I think when it comes down to medical stuff, that's the gender thing.
You breaking up.
Certain things. I said
Say
I
it
think.
again.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, try it now.
I said I think when it comes down to medical stuff, that's more of a
So
gender
what
thing.
stuff? What kind of stuff?
Medical.
Oh, medical.
You got the female, you got certain issues females go through that we
hmm
as men,
I can't really hear you. Whatever you got going on, whatever you moving, it's overpowering your
Oh yeah.
voice.
My bad. My bad. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Finish that for that. Mhm.
Hey, let me say something to Eli real quick. Hey, Eli, I put that tape on my truck, man. That flex tape. So far so good. It hadn't rained yet though, but my light is still working. It's not melting the burn or anything, so I think it's gonna hold up pretty good. I'll save myself a few. Anyway. I was saying some stuff is.
Look at Russell Westbrook. I'm just looking at. That's turned the TV on ESPN. I see Russell Westbrook with the Lakers. He back home. Yeah, he back home. He on the Lakers now. Oh. He back home. He from LA, so he from LA. Yeah, he from up California. So that's a good pickup for them. He play hard. He gonna bring a lot of energy. He gonna bring. Yeah, yeah. Because he play with a lot of energy. Let me tell you, if he had a better shot, if Westbrook had a better shot, he'll probably be one of the absolute best. Damn near making a vow for the best player, man. With everything else that he could do, with his rebounding, his rebounds, he killing it with that. His assists. If his shot was better, shit, you could make a real case. He'd be the best player in the league.
But you know what they say, hard work beats talent any time.
Mm-hmm.
This cat is about to go to LA and straight cut up, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because he ain't no quitter, first of all.
Nah. Very competitive.
What he did, he's about to have the second best showing that he's had since he's been a professional ball player.
Yeah.
I'm not a Lakers fan, but it's just he's playing for one of the best players ever played the game. And then he got a few other playing with him. He got more than one player to the same thing he wants. And that's win at all costs.
Shit, cause LA added, LA added Carmelo too. People down, added Melo too. Shit, Melo could still give you 14 to 18 off the bench.
Yeah. And you know what has just happened with that situation? LeBron just threw it off what he's been wanting for.
Yeah.
They've been thinking about playing against they compete against each other. That's why they very competitive. They still respect each other.
They showing. I'm looking at this thing on the Bleacher Report. They're showing the Errol Spence. Damn, I'm looking at this thing. That's messed up for Errol, man. But I kind of thought I was thinking about what you said about the boxing guard putting stuff in a certain position. Like, yeah, it's quite possible, man.
Yeah, man. Because if you think about it, man, Ugas and they had a little dispute about Ugas and Pacquiao. And Errol. Bud missed out on the fight with Pacquiao, and Errol about to stand up. And now, neither one of them will be fighting. No time soon. So, man, it's like it's putting things into perspective, man.
Yeah.
And that's why that was not wishing anything negative on Errol.
No, it works like that sometimes. That's how it works.
Some things, sometimes
that's how it works, bro.
Sometimes we get a negative to get
positive.
We normally probably wouldn't get.
Yep, this is true. Very much true.
All the fights that we've been wanting to see that we're not seeing. And I'm gonna tell you, this is what I meant to bring out earlier. This might be one of those situations that may make some of these guys think twice about turning certain fights down when they can get them. They might want to go ahead and fight a little bit sooner. Because right now, sounds like Earl's gonna be able to come back with those problems. Him and his team feel that confidence. What they're saying about it.
But yeah, I know that shit is tough though, man. To have
Yeah.
been going through that hard, tough training camp, he was working hard. You see all the footage, man. I saw him. He was putting in work. And damn, boy, to have to
And he
get
looked
this
good.
far,
He was coming like
yeah,
something good,
and to
man.
get this
But I'm
late
gonna tell you,
in the camp
when
and
you
then have the fight be ended like this, damn, that's a
and then
blow, boy.
it's out on this big opportunity, man. Shoot, because it ain't no guarantee you get that back. See,
Nope.
it's like a Super Bowl, man, or a World Series. And the thing is, you gotta think about this, man. And these fighters need to think about this, man. What if it take him all in 2 years? We don't know that. But I'm just saying, what if
Yeah.
he might lose a step or two. He might have to go up to 154 instead of coming back to 147.
Oh, well, he already said that. He already said that. Like he ain't trying to mess around at 147 too much longer.
Right.
He
Exactly.
made that clear.
So this is one of those situations where in the fights, these fighters might, hopefully these fighters see this and say, but they're gonna take the fight, get what money we can get instead of trying to work, lay low and get about the fight for a while and trying to get more money.
Mm-hmm.
Two of the push in his ass, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you, I still thought, it was a big money fight regardless of when it took place. But I understood what they were saying with the promotion. They said they build up and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, they trying to get, make it like $100 million fight. That's what they were trying to do. It was already at least 30 or 40 million. That'll be taken because people don't buy that fight. Right, when it was announced that these two won't fight each other, really make another fight. So, it's sometimes, there's an envy too in the bush, especially when you got to worry about the powers that be. But something else, think about the future.
Yeah.
Or to think about the future, sometimes you got to think about the present.
Yeah, man. But yeah, that's messed up, man. I was when I saw that, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I reached out to Kyle because as soon as I saw it, when I saw it, I reached out to Kyle like, yo, is this shit true? He was like, yeah, bro, the fight's off. I was like, oh man.
When I first saw it, man, I didn't want to believe it.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, tell me this shit ain't true. I was like, tell me it ain't true, Kyle. I was like, tell me it ain't true.
I saw it through, they kind of, the group, I forget the person that I saw posting it from. When I saw it, I didn't know what to take them serious about because I told them they posted like, I know they're cleaning out.
Okay.
It's real though. I had another one, Vice to Dust.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
That's the third fight.
And I remember when the thing happened with Deontay Wilder, that Deontay Wilder fight, I was thinking to myself, damn, I hope nothing don't happen to this damn Spence fight. I swear
I was
that's the
thinking the
first.
same thing.
That shit ran right through my head, man.
I was thinking the same thing, but I said, but you know what? The thing I was thinking, I was thinking about COVID. I said, but these
Me
two
too.
guys, they won't fake. These two guys, their integrity won't let them fake COVID. But you don't know what else could happen. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing about it, like I wasn't even worried about them faking the COVID, but I was worried about the possibilities of some COVID shit happening with Pacquiao because he be around so many goddamn people all the time. When he running and shit like that, he be around all those people, man. Signing autographs. I saw him on today. He was signing autographs, shaking hands and shit. I'm like, oh man.
Yep.
Like, holy smoke. This shit really off. Damn.
Started off with the Teofimo and Cambosis fight. Start off with that one.
Mm-hmm.
And go Wilder and Fury. That's what I was saying. Go Fury and Wilder. Now this, and look, that fight called off what 2-3 weeks in advance of the fight,
Mm-hmm.
and this fight here called off about 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks in advance.
Crazy. Straight bullshit.
And you ain't
And
gonna hear
those
nothing about
two,
no ticket sales. You ain't gonna hear nothing about no slow ticket sales in this fight.
and
And it,
both of those things were suspect. That
uh,
Cambos, and both of those were suspect. The Cambosos,
yeah,
both of them were suspect.
yeah, I don't think neither one of them had COVID. I think it was just a ploy to,
Yep.
redo. I think in that fight it was an issue of sales.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't hear much about it. I don't even know what the venue was going to be for that fight. I knew they was fighting in Vegas or something, but I didn't know
Mm-hmm.
what venue they were fighting in. But wasn't hardly nobody checking for that fight. But then with the Fury fight, the Wilder haters, first thing they want to say, ticket sales was down. And that wasn't about ticket sales, it was about Tyson Fury himself.
Mm-hmm.
Them tickets were selling all right, man. Matter of fact, the most expensive tickets were sold out. We're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. We ain't talking about no few hundred. We're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. So, I don't know. I just don't remember in my lifetime somebody being able to get out of fights like that easily.
Yeah, yeah,
But,
it's a different era, man. It's a different time
mm-hmm.
for sure,
Yes, it is.
for sure.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. See what the fellas said. See what they squawking about, chatting about. Eli said, laughing his butt off. Everything come up today, Cinto. Came up today, Cinto. And he said, laughing my butt off again. Aquafina, talking about some water. And then he said perspectives. I think that's what we were talking about, interpretation of how we receive things, different sides of the story, the truth, and what somebody perceives to be the truth. Then he said, man, this show is like confirmation of many conversations I've had lately. You know what? That's how life is, man. We can have we can have conversations with some people, a different group of people, and then next thing you know, we get with another group of people, and those same topics will come up. And it's true. Yeah, that's how life is, man. They always told me, man,
Mm-hmm.
that life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what's coming up next. You know what I'm saying?
They hit you with the Forrest Gump, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
That ass with the Forrest Gump out here. But it is
That's
kind of
how I
true.
put.
You never know. You never know. What
Right,
truly
man.
what's next. It could be anything. It's based on. It's based on the direction you choose to go. Like that's how you secure your fate. It's like going
Right.
down a block. It's like going down a block with two turnoffs, one left and one right. They're showing Errol Spence now. They're showing this shit now. Let me see what they're saying on ESPN.
Okay.
He said to have surgery on will not fight, man. Damn. Damn.
You said
Crazy.
what?
Now they were just saying, talking about that he got to have surgery and the fight was off
Oh,
on ESPN.
that's where I got my confirmation 100% from yesterday. It's on ESPN. When I started
Mm-hmm.
seeing this stuff, I went to ESPN and I said, "Well, this is real."
Oh,
And the reason
oh,
that don't mean ESPN don't get it wrong sometimes,
yeah.
but
Nah, but usually by
it
the time I make
confirms.
it to them,
Yeah, exactly. And
Dennis Schroeder, Dennis Schroeder signed with the Celtics.
did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
how much? He signed with the
He turned
Celtics
down
for.
84 million with the Lakers, right?
Yeah, he got a small contract. He's like, what did that shit say? It looked, it said 5 point. He signed a 1 year deal, and it looked like it said, I know that it looked like it said 5.95, a
Yeah.
1 year deal.
Yeah, he turned out some big money, man.
Yeah,
But
he
I ain't
crazy,
mad at
man.
him though,
But you
man. I'm
know,
glad he gone,
but
man.
this is this is but you know that's why I said, remember we was talking about, I said how things done changed so much in our lifetime with sports. Like you could be so average, an average dude, and get superstar money now.
Yeah,
This is
man. I mean,
this
look
is
at
the
all the money
greatest
these guys
time.
been getting lately.
This is the greatest time to be an athlete ever. Like if you
Yeah,
was,
you said that a few days ago.
yeah, this the greatest time to be an athlete, man.
Yeah.
You know, you could be an average guy and you getting superstar money, like you're a superstar. Well, stuff that was only reserved for the absolute best, you getting now. Just being
Like
average.
I knew
You
I
don't
knew
gotta.
I knew I knew Kevin Durant was gonna finish real strong over there in the Olympics,
Hmm. Yeah,
especially
yeah, yeah.
when they sealed that 188 million for him.
Hmm.
I said, oh, he gonna get that gold
Oh yeah,
now.
KD at the height of his
Yeah,
career right now.
yeah, man. Shit.
Russell Westbrook,
He's still not better than LeBron.
he
What's
got
up, man? Good
he had
morning.
he at the height of his career right now. You know.
LeBron, I wonder how many more he need to be at $1 billion, man. I think he's gonna get to $1 billion faster than any athlete has in the past.
Hmm.
There's only been a couple of them over here in the United States.
Hmm.
What you think about that, Cal?
Hmm.
He already billionaire, so he already in the right direction.
Hmm.
I know he was getting closer. I didn't know he had hit it already.
Yeah, you got
But
to
I,
bill
I
it.
know I know he's generated. I thought I read he generated, but I didn't know he
Yeah,
had
he's
already
still
hit it.
yeah, LeBron still, I still, LeBron was my dude, man. I still, I was a LeBron James fan from day one, but I can't front on the fact, even though LeBron is my favorite, was and is my favorite player, I still can't front on the fact that KD, man, he getting to that level, like where he getting close to LeBron shit, man. Like he getting close.
Oh, KD a hell of a player, man. He's a hell of a
He getting
player.
close.
The-
He getting close. Like he getting
Well,
to
he
that
missed.
point. He getting
He
to that
on
point
the
where
court. On the court, um, those are two of the best ever played the game.
he getting
But
close, man. Cause
off the court, LeBron killed him
hmm
on money.
you know,
I,
but you
I
know,
can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see when it gets started. What's gonna happen?
hmm if they look, they're gonna
Oh
do as
man,
well. It depends. It's gonna depend a great deal on health. That's what happened to the Lakers this
that's
year.
all. That's what happened to all
Injuries
of them.
hurt them. Injuries was hurting them.
Brooklyn too.
Yeah.
Brooklyn,
Yep.
Brooklyn
Exactly.
couldn't stay healthy the
Brooklyn
whole
too.
season either. You
Yeah.
know
That's
they should have been a shoe
that's
in
the
all them
key.
all stars they got over there.
That's the key. If they can stay healthy, they're gonna do some things. If they can't,
It's gonna
they
be a
won't.
wall. It's
Yeah.
not
If
gonna
they
be a
can, they
war.
will.
It will be a wall.
If they can stay healthy, they will. If they can't, they won't.
Right.
It's really that simple. And shit.
And I'm not a don't get it wrong. I'm not a Lakers fan, but I followed LeBron throughout his career from high school. Uh, but normally I go for the East when it comes down to basketball championships and stuff like that. But my top player that I root for is in the West now, so I have
Yeah.
mixed emotions. But I never consider myself a Lakers fan, but I won't disrespect the fact that have, they got a lot of championships, probably more in the history of any other team or second or tied.
With
And then the
boss.
fact that they don't mind spending the money to get the talent. That's a hell of an organization. So I respect all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they was my second team. I don't. It was my second team. My teams, you know, obviously I'm an East Coast. I'm an East Coast, but the Lakers was my West always been my favorite West team since I was a kid.
Yeah.
They always was my favorite West team. Cause the era that I grew up in, you
Uh-huh.
know, but you
I
know,
just had two teams
I
that
was
I
a
didn't
Knick-
like when I was coming up. That was the
I was
Boston Celtics and the
yeah, I
Los
hated them.
Angeles Lakers.
But you know, I hated. Oh, you
But
hated
I
the Lakers
always
too?
admired the player. Yeah, I didn't like the Lakers because I was a Philadelphia
Oh, okay,
76ers fan.
okay,
So you
okay,
know how that go. And then
yeah,
and you know they used to come in third place all the time. But the
yeah.
thing is, I always liked the players though. I even like
Hmm.
Larry Bird, believe it or not, even though he was
Hmm.
the Celtics. I liked him because that
Hmm.
dude can play, man.
Hmm.
I can't take credit from somebody when I know they earned it, man.
Hmm.
Shoot, I don't care what team
I
they
hated
play
Larry
for. If
Bird.
they good, I gotta give it
Well,
up.
I hated them. You know, I ain't like the Celtics because you know I'm here in New York, so you know I was a Knicks fan when I was a
Yeah, yeah,
kid
yeah,
with my father
yeah.
and shit. You know, because my father was a big Knicks fan, so he pulled me into that shit. And so, but I shit, I ain't really like I get so sick and tired of that losing shit, man. I'm like that shit ain't good for your spirit, man. That ain't good
Right,
for your spirit, man. It ain't
right.
good for your spirit when you rooting for a goddamn loser all the time, man. That shit will translate into your life into other shit. I had to stop fucking with them. That's why I'm
Man,
happy
let me
when
tell you
Brooklyn
something.
now. That's why I'm glad I'm glad the Nets doing something now. Cause I'm rocking
Speaking
with
truth to
their ass
power,
now.
bro.
Yup.
Look here, you speaking truth to power. Look here. Um, I'm from the state of Tennessee.
Hmm.
I'm so used to losing. My team lose. Man, look
Y'all
here.
football team
We
is
got
good though. Y'all got a good football
hey,
team though now, yo.
yeah, but we ain't got no Super Bowl.
Nah, but
Bring
not
it.
yet. Yeah, but y'all
It's
y'all
cool
might
to
y'all
be
got a shot.
competitive.
Yeah.
I love some of the effort that the guys put in. Don't get me wrong. I love the fact that we got,
Nah,
you
I know
know,
what you mean.
we
That
got
falling
Derrick
short shit.
Henry and
That
all that.
falling
But
short
man,
shit ain't good.
we want a chip, man. We want a chip. Look here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Uh, but man, we got Julio Jones. Man, that's always been one of my favorite players since he was in college.
Yeah, he
And
nice.
man, you know, he ain't as young as he used to be. But
Hmm.
at the same time, he's still an effective player. But man, man, we can't. Hey, man, football's a physical, it's intellectual game, man. You can't just because you got all that talent, you got to win something. You know. Now it worked for Brady and Tampa Bay this past season,
Hmm.
but at the same time, it don't always work like that, man. See, we need a chip.
Nah,
We
shit.
don't need to get a half a yard. We don't need to get a half a yard close to overtime in
Yeah.
the Super Bowl league. We need to get across the line and score. You know what I'm saying?
Well, y'all was close. But shit, my real team, well, when it comes to football, you know, I'm here in New York, so you already know what time it is. But
Mm-hmm.
um my real team here, my first team is the Jets, and they ain't been shit for like 50 years. So imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, that ain't nothing. At
Yes,
least
that's Joe
Tennessee,
Namath.
yeah, y'all been at least the Tennessee Titans done been kind of decent and shit in recent years. Them motherfuckers, my team ain't been shit in forever.
Man,
Almost my whole lifetime.
we got so used to winning in the regular season when the McNairs and all them were here, man.
You a
Yo, that was
you a
my dude.
That
you a
and
Huh?
when
Jets
we
fan?
started losing,
That's
we
my yeah.
started
I'm
losing,
a
man.
Jets fan by nature, but I told you that losing.
Jets, Jets.
Yeah, that losing shit. But I'm a Giants fan by default because I had to root for somebody who was winning, and the Giants was winning.
Are they still sharing the same football field? I don't think they are
Yeah,
anymore, man.
nah, yeah, they
They
are.
are. They
Hmm.
still are. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they still got this
Yeah.
MetLife out in Jersey.
Yeah. I
That's a
had some
nice stadium.
customers.
I've been there. I've been there. That shit's a
Yeah.
beautiful stadium. The
Yeah.
only
That's what
thing
I
they
hear.
should
It's
have did,
super nice.
it's beautiful. The only thing they should have did, which I don't know why the hell
So
they didn't
cool.
do that shit, they should have put a dome on that shit, man.
Man, that's what I say about the Titans stadium, man.
Yeah, they should have put a dome.
They should have kept that summer gun off, man. We'll never
Cause
get a
they,
Super Bowl down here.
yeah,
We'll
yeah, cause
never
they
get a
want to
Super
do,
Bowl.
yeah, cause they want to do the Super Bowls and shit. I say it's a beautiful
Yeah.
stadium, but you should have put a dome, especially up here in the East,
Exactly.
man. We get
Exactly.
real winter. We get real true winter up
Right.
here, yo.
Now, if you like in the South in Florida or something like that,
That's
you could
different.
possibly get a Super Bowl, but
Yeah.
we'll never get a Super Bowl, man, without a
Mhm.
dome, man. So it's a done deal. That's me and this dude was talking years and years ago. He said, "Yeah, that's a nice football stadium you got over there, but you'll never get a Super Bowl." I said, "I don't know. We might get one." He said, "Nah, that's a done deal." There, bro. I said, "Man, they might be able to. Some engineers might come up with a way to put a dome on top of it. That's done. That's a done deal there." Just that's a done deal. I said,
Yeah,
you're right, you're right. I had to go
word.
and admit he tell the truth. I was still trying to have that little inclination of hope, man. But nah, that's a done deal, man. Shit.
But yeah, man, y'all team is good. At least y'all might have changed. You got a definite playoff team, and if y'all get a couple, make a couple of
Yeah,
breaks, y'all can make a real run, man, for that shit. I can't say the same for the Jets, but the Giants got a chance if only if this quarterback can make the necessary jump. If Daniel Jones can make the necessary jump, Saquon Barkley is back this year, so hopefully he can stay healthy.
yeah,
They supposedly improved the line. The defense is good. The Giants defense is good, so they hopefully improve
yeah,
the line. Saquon Barkley is back. He's the most sensational runner if his ass can stay healthy. You know, that's his key. If his big ass can stay healthy, he the most sensational back out there. You know, he got super talent, but he got to stay healthy. That shit don't mean nothing if you're not available to
right.
play because you always hurt and shit. You
Man,
know.
on our the history of our defensive teams always been either we getting ate up at the line or we getting ate up in the secondary. One or the other. I guess most teams the same way, but still, man, it's just we haven't been able to have both the front line and the secondary strong at the same time since, like I said, the McNair days, I guess, or either when Vince Young was there. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So man,
Vince
we just
Young.
need to
That
get back to
Vince
Vince.
Young.
Hey,
Damn.
they can say what they want to about Vince Young, but
That
that
was a
cat was a
talented
winner,
dude,
man.
man.
That
He
was a
was a
winner,
talented
man.
dude.
Hey, we won more games with him than we lost without him.
Yeah, Vince
I can
Young
say
was a
that.
super talent, man.
That little school of quarterbacks that they interchanged for him during that time, shoot, none of them had more wins than him. Kerry, because when Vince Young got hurt, they were already winning, and Kerry took over and
Hmm.
finished the season out. That was the last best season we had. We should have went to the Super Bowl and won that year. That's when we first got what's the kid named Johnson, Chris Johnson, and
Oh,
he
Chris
got hurt the
Johnson. Yeah.
first half against Baltimore, and he couldn't come out and perform anymore in the second half. And Ray Lewis took over after that.
Hmm.
We should have beat, and Jacksonville won that Super Bowl that year. We should have beat them, went on to the Super Bowl, and got our chip, man. But we had the best team in the league.
Hmm.
Shit.
Yeah, he was good around that time. I remember.
Yes,
Oh man,
I remember
Chris Johnson.
first time I saw him was in preseason. Man, I said, damn, we got a running back like that. I said,
Yeah,
oh,
that
we
boy
about to
was bad.
going to the joint now.
Yeah, he
I
was
just knew
bad,
we were
man.
going to
For
the joint.
he had a little space
Man,
where he was a real special back, man.
yeah. Now the problem they had with the quarterback position, Vince Young wasn't mature as he could have been,
Yeah,
but at the
yeah.
same time, Fisher and the rest of the coach, they really didn't get a boy a shot, man, because he wasn't their guy. He wasn't who they wanted to be.
That
They wanted Jay
and that was
Cutler.
the problem. And that was the
Yeah, they
problem.
wanted Jay Cutler, man. And Vince Young, the reason he was there is because of Bud Adams. That's who wanted.
Hmm.
Bud Adams saw McNair in that kid, man.
Yeah, that was the
And
problem.
see,
Like,
they should have kept him and McNair together so McNair could groom him on and off the field. And instead of letting McNair go to Baltimore. And if they kept them together for at least 1 or 2 seasons, that kid would have he would have done some great things in the league, man.
yeah, he was a super talent, man.
Done some great things.
They handled that. I always felt Tennessee handled that shit all wrong, man,
Oh
with him.
man, it was crappy, man. It was crappy. Then they listened to them old fans of ours that the
But
ones
that's
that always crying and boo-hooing on the radio and all that bull crap, like they know all about football, like they know how to coach or manage a team or whatever, and they ain't knowing no more than they just fans of the sport.
yeah,
It's
because
pissed me
that's
off,
that.
man.
Yeah, because but that's how football is. Football
Right.
is still an old boys network, man. They still
It
got a lot of
is.
these very
That's what I'm talking
archaic.
about. You know what I'm
They got
talking about.
the
Yeah.
very archaic mind ways of thinking. Like I'm gonna show
Mm-hmm.
it right now, even right now with my Jets. Like
They worry about them
they
ticket sales, man.
like right now with my team, the Jets. Like they did this disgusting ass shit. Now they drafted that kid from Duke, right? Now he
Yeah.
had a great. His season last season was great, but there was no reason. I'm gonna show you how that archaic, messed up way of thinking that these motherfuckers got. There was no reason that Justin Fields should have fell as far back as he did. Yo, the Bears was lucky. The Bears came up getting Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Without Justin Fields was without the worst you could have said he was the The worst you could have said is Justin Field was the second best quarterback in that shit. That's the worst. And I don't even put him as the worst. The second best. I put him before what's the name that went number one. Why? Because they played twice. He's beat him both times they played. Like people be denying, like overlooking that shit. You can't overlook. He beat him both times they played. He shined in that game when they beat Clemson in that semifinal. How you gonna overlook that shit?
Right.
When they matched up, when you matched up, they were supposed to be coming out of high school. They was 1A and 1B coming out of high school, and in
That
some
good.
instances, Field was ahead of him. And then they matched up against each other twice, and both times Justin Fields beat him. And then people overlooking that semifinal last year, he beat Clemson. But the narrative about him going into that draft was fucked up, man. That's why he fell as far back as he did. But the Bears gonna benefit from that shit though. Cause I was mad at the Jets. I was like, the Jets should have took him. When they was talking all this shit about they was gonna get rid of what's his name from USC, who went to Carolina, the quarterback, Sam Darnold, which was a damn good quarterback. The Jets just to fuck anybody up. So when it was determined up here that they was gonna let him go to go after another quarterback, I was like, they should be going after Justin Field, but no, they went after this other kid, this white kid. Because in their minds and shit, they still got in their minds that a black guy can't be a good quarterback. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. They got that shit in their minds still. My father taught me that shit when I was a kid. He said they think black men can't be quarterbacks because they don't think we can be leaders and they don't think we can think like that.
Right.
And then also the face of your franchise in football is usually the quarterback. And they want that shit to still be Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. They don't want that shit to be Lamar Jackson. They don't want that shit to be Lamar Jackson.
Right. You know what? When I see a team take a kid, a black kid, and put him in the position, or any kid of any melanin race, put him at the quarterback position that plays in a style like Lamar Jackson, I applaud them. You know, from Michael Vick on back. You know what I'm saying? Randall Cunningham, all of it. I applaud teams that take them because that tells me that they're thinking outside of the realm of racism. Because normally the good old boy mindset is to put a person that looks like them in that key position. But when they pull somebody up, you know, that doesn't look like them in those positions, that doesn't play like they play that position, shoot, I applaud them, man, because that means they trying to win.
They smart.
They're trying to win, and they see the talent in that kid, man.
Look, another example is a few years before.
Hello. Yeah. Here, Judge. Oh, that's me. Oh, excuse me. So sorry, y'all. See what the chat has to say. Maybe it's me that y'all can't hear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I said who else did it? Which other black quarterback this happened to a few years ago? He was the best quarterback in the draft, but he fell back later in the draft.
Say it again now.
Who was the best quarterback in the draft a couple of years ago that fell back in the draft because of that excuse me, I got to curse though. I want to curse because I'm going to exemplify this. That fucked up narrative they always give about black quarterbacks. And he was the best quarterback in that draft. Who else that fell back in recent years?
Did he win a Heisman in college?
He was the favorite to win it, but he won a championship in college.
Won a championship. I know Watson won a championship, but
Deshaun Watson. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what you're talking
Deshaun
about?
Watson. Yeah, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You gotta remember. Remember he took Alabama to the brink.
Yeah.
the first year, and then he beat them the next year. He was the best fucking
Right.
quarterback, man.
Right.
But because of that narrative that goes around
That,
about black
that they're,
quarterbacks,
they're not as
black
intelligent as the others.
yeah, the black quarterback and everything that's attached to us, he didn't go as high in that draft as he should have went.
Yeah.
But
I wanted
the
that
Texans
kid.
lucked up.
I want that kid in Nashville, man. That's what I wanted to
Yeah,
happen.
he was the best quarterback, and it happens all the time.
Yeah, he
It's
won the
like right
best out of
now.
that period.
It's like right now. I'm gonna show you something.
Man,
I'm waiting for when the season start. I want to see how this shit play. I know I got an idea how it's gonna play out. Like at the New Orleans
yeah,
Saints, they got Jameis Winston and this other guy, the white guy that was
yeah,
the other
yeah,
quarterback, right? To me,
yeah. He
it shouldn't
should
even be
have.
no contest. It shouldn't even be no contest. Jameis Winston should be that fucking. Jameis Winston got one weakness. He throw
Yeah,
interceptions because he be overly
yeah.
aggressive. He sat
That's his
behind.
problem.
He sat
Yeah,
behind. He threw for over 5,000 yards. Man, that boy's a Heisman
right.
Trophy winner. He's a Heisman
With
Trophy winner.
with
Still
those
for over,
interceptions.
and he won the championship in college.
Oh
That
yeah,
shouldn't even
yeah,
be.
yeah. And the Heisman, he won the Heisman too.
And he won the Heisman. He was a Heisman winner championship.
Yeah,
To me, it shouldn't even be no contest. They talking about this shit. You know how lucky they was to get him. All he had, to,
right.
and he sat behind Drew Brees, so he learned
Yeah,
some shit, and he said it.
exactly. And I'm gonna tell you something else. They didn't do bad. The New Orleans didn't do bad when they gave up Bridgewater
Nah,
for that
hell no,
kid.
not nah. I think they did a
They didn't
better
do bad
deal
at
with.
all.
Yeah, I think Bridgewater was good, but Jameis
If
Winston
you
is
think
better.
about it, you
He
think
just
about
don't. You remove the
Winston,
interceptions from him. If he get like if you get Winston to throw 10 interceptions or less,
you're a
shit,
gunslinger, man.
you can forget
You're a
about it, kid.
gunslinger, boy.
They gonna
I'm
be a
telling you.
problem. They gonna be a
Yeah.
problem, kid.
Mhm.
They gonna be a fucking problem. If he really picked up some of the things he claims he learned from Drew Brees, and instead of trying to force that ball somewhere, because he got a strong arm, he got a cannon, he got a strong arm.
I'm throwing
But if
off a
he
little bit. Drew Brees, did he go ahead and retire? He's still there, ain't
nah, Drew Brees retired.
he? He went on and retired.
Yeah, he
Okay.
retired. That's why Jameis Winston and this guys. That's why Jameis and that guy is competing for the quarterback job.
Challenging for that spot.
Yeah,
What's the
but it
kid's
shouldn't
name
be
that's down there?
the,
What's
the white guy. He white guy. He be running and all that shit.
I can look it up.
He alright, but I forget his name right now.
I
But
can look it up.
he ain't better than Jameis Winston. I don't care what nobody said.
Yeah, we'll
They can
see
make
how
all
it
that
works.
narrative up. They can
And
say
see,
all that
Jameson
narrative
ain't.
shit that they want to.
Jameson used to stay healthy. He used to stay healthy,
On
man.
top of
He's a big
on top of that,
quarterback too. You know what I'm saying?
yo, he put up
Yeah,
numbers. Like I said, yeah, he threw all of my interceptions because he be trying so hard. You know
yeah,
understand what I'm saying?
exactly.
You just got to go to the right place. Watch the difference in his career now that he on the Saints, as opposed to when he was on.
Yeah.
Watch how his career take off now. Now that he on the
Mm-hmm.
Saints, as opposed to when he was on the Buccaneers. Watch how his shit take off because um, what's his name? The head coach of the Saints, Peyton.
Yeah, I know you're
Peyton is
talking
a
about. I can't
good
think of his name.
Peyton.
Yeah,
Peyton.
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 Yeah,
Peyton. Peyton. Peyton is good with the quarterback. Peyton used to work with the Giants. That's how I know him. He was with
right.
the Giants, so he
Yeah.
good with that shit. He good with the quarterbacks.
He used to be a
So
quarterback's coach anyway, didn't he? Yeah.
yeah, he was quarterback coach. So he good with that.
Let me catch this chat up real quick. Miss Patricia Shelton, she stuck her head in the door for a minute and said, I missed both shows. Couldn't keep my eyes open. Y'all have an awesome day. You too, Patricia. Um, Silver, hold on. Hold on. I don't have my specs on. No, Silvestri, well, that person, 2011, said salute. He also said Heat is the best this year for my basketball, I assume. And Eli said AT&T may be the best stadium. Yeah, that's what I've been told, Eli. One day I'm going to come down there and check it out. Go ahead, Feature.
You breaking up? I can't hear you. Nah, that's a nice stadium. That Dallas
Okay,
stadium,
you
that
got
shit
it.
is
I was
bad.
reading the chat. Okay.
The
My
Giants
bad.
Stadium would equal that.
I
MetLife Stadium would equal Dallas Stadium if it had that dome. That dome shit in Dallas put it over the top, man.
yeah.
That dome. That's the game changer with that shit though.
How old is that stadium up
That
there? That Giants and Jets stadium.
MetLife.
Was it about 8
Nah,
years?
MetLife is new. Yeah, it's not that old. It's not as old. It's not
Okay.
that as old because you
But
remember they used to
they
play.
were sharing
They used
they were sharing
they used
stadiums
to play at
before
the
that though, right?
Meadowlands. Yeah,
Yeah.
they used to play
Okay.
at the
See.
Meadowlands. They used to play at
Okay.
the Meadowlands Stadium.
So they
And
got
then
this stadium they got is what about 2 years old?
nah,
About four.
it's older than that. It's older than that. It's older than that. It's about 8. It's
Yeah, that's
older
what
than
I'm
that,
thinking.
but it's not as old
Okay,
as
so
the
it's the same one I'm thinking about then. The same one I'm thinking about.
it's the it's the
8 years
it's
old.
the it's the newer stadium. It's the newer stadium because they used to play
Yeah.
in they used to play in the Meadowlands.
Yeah. Yeah. They should have kept
They
that
used
on
to
though.
see what happened up here was they was trying to build one up and they was trying to build one in New York, up in the city. But the people
Yeah.
in the city was fighting that shit.
Yeah.
Now they regretted it after the fact. They wish they had done that shit. They was gonna build a
Mm-hmm.
state of the art place in the city in Manhattan. But then they was fighting
Yeah.
and shit. They was fighting with them and then they ended up doing it.
That
They
was
ended up
on the New
regretting.
Jersey side.
Yeah. And then they ended up regretting that shit because they wish they had done it now after the fact. But it's a beautiful stadium. I ain't gonna front. The shit is nice. I've been there a couple of
Mm-hmm.
times. But the only thing that shit is missing is that dome. If that shit had that dome, it'd be one of the absolute top stadiums in the country. 100%.
Right. Yeah, state of the art.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but it's we're about to
Yeah,
get
but
them
that
sports.
AT&T,
We're about to kick off.
them AT&T though, that shit is a beautiful stadium though. That fucking dome. I
Yeah,
love them domes,
that's
man.
setting like the trend. That one is setting
Them
like the
dome
trend
shits.
for these newer stadiums now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Man, I got a million bugs on my windshield. It seems like a million more on the body of my truck.
Mm-hmm. I got one more
Yeah,
day
my
of work,
daughter.
and I'm probably have a couple of days off, man. Shit. I
How many
hope
more
so.
days at work?
I said I got one more night of work, and then I should be
You
off.
want to take a break?
Hopefully
Yeah.
this guy come back, cause this guy disappeared. One of the other guys that work where I work at, this motherfucker disappeared. That's why I was covering his shifts, and I haven't heard
That's
nothing
why I'm gonna
about
take
him.
it.
I hadn't heard
You've been
nothing
working
about
like
him being
16
back.
hours, eh?
I hadn't heard nothing. Yeah, I hadn't heard nothing about him being back yet. And the supervisor that run that where I work at, she about to go on vacation for a week.
Oh shit.
But I know damn well I ain't working. I ain't covering no more shit this week. I'm gonna say I done did this shit. I done worked 4 straight, 7 days with no days off. Shit, I'm about to be back. I've been missing some days in the gym. I'm about to be back heavy back in the gym
Yeah.
with my kids, man, in my program. Cause
What
I'm starting
what
my
time you
program
doing?
back in.
Yeah.
Well, we finished up for the summer shit. I'm gonna redo some stuff in October out in Jersey though, out in New Jersey. What else is it? All right there. Yeah, in New Jersey. I'm gonna go out in New Jersey and do the program out there.
Okay.
Huh?
What
Yeah. Yeah.
what what on a normal
Huh?
work schedule? On your normal work schedule, what time you normally shut down to rest up for the night?
Oh, like when I'm in the gym and everything too.
No, like when you going to sleep. Yeah, after you do
Like
all
when I
your stuff after you get home from work.
yeah,
Like when
cause
you
see
finish work. Go
cause
ahead.
the majority cause I work mostly I do the overnight shift, so I could be in the gym and shit to do my program during
Okay.
the day. So you know, I get home around 7, and I rest for maybe a couple hours. I rest for like maybe to around 11, 12. And I go in. If I get into the gym, when I'm on my regular schedule with that, I'll be in the gym from about 12 to around 6, 7, 6, 7 the latest on my work days. Cause I switched sites where I'm at now for my job. Like I used to work, but where I used to work at, the school I used to work at was right near. It wasn't too far from the gym.
Yeah.
But now I'm way far away from that shit. I'm way far away from it. I'm out in Queens now, and the gym I'm working out of, which is Gym X, is in Brooklyn, and it's a trip away
Okay.
where I'm at. Yeah, 'cause where I'm at, like on College Park where I work at, to get to that place, yeah, it's just a definite trek and shit. But I'm about to step up on that hard body. And my business partners, one of which is my cousin. They've been making some real gains, some real moves out there with the program in Jersey.
Oh,
I hired in this.
you guys own the gym.
Well, it's not. It's well, with our program, it's called the Thai Initiative Program. I told you it's the Professional Trainers Advancing Humanity. They do a lot of stuff
Okay.
there. It's a community outreach program that they do there. My program, which is a health, fit and healthness, and violence prevention program, which is my boxing program, is the lead program of the Thai Initiative. See, my program is the lead program, but they do a bunch of other
Okay.
stuff. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
do a bunch of we do. They got arts and crafts. They do a lot of different stuff. You know, a lot of different program, arts and crafts. Uh, they do a bunch of stuff. Like they always doing something. Like they do. They had one of the sisters I know. She a realtor. They had her come out. She gave us like a 6-week course on realty. There. So she do a lot of. They doing like they always adding something to the program. And that's outside of my program. But he just made a connection with a school out there for the violence prevention. So we could be supposed to be having a meeting. He's setting up a meeting now
Okay.
for us to set up for when we want to restart in October. I'll be going back out there, setting up some days because I'm gonna be having to set my schedule a certain way where I can, schedule everything between what I'm doing here actually in the city here in New York. Because I'm in New York now. I got a spot here, but I'm gonna be moving to. I'll be in Jersey. I'll be moving to Jersey. I'll be moving to Jersey and 'cause I got another spot out in Jersey, apartment I got out there. I'll be out there probably by if everything go well by the end of let me see. What's this? This will be in August now, right? I'll be there maybe by the end of this month. I should start transferring some more of my stuff from here in New York to over there.
Okay.
I'm gonna start taking some of my stuff from New York over into Jersey soon.
That's good, man.
So, but I'm gonna be commuting back and forth though. I'm gonna be going back and forth
Yeah.
between what I'm doing here in New York and what I'm doing over there.
Son, no way.
Yeah, I want to really, you know, dig deep, dig deep with
So
some of this
play a lot
young,
of
with some of
basketball.
this young talent, some of this young talent. I got this one young kid I like a lot. I got this one young kid I like a lot. He light heavy, talented kid, Southpaw kid. He was playing football I think at a JUCO college, and something happened there. He got, I don't know if he got kicked out or he left, but so he was trying to get into something else, and he said he was thinking about doing some MMA because one of his friends did MMA. So then instead of doing the MMA, he tried the boxing instead. He got some talent too. So I've been
Okay.
working. Yeah, he got some real talent. He got nice size for a light heavyweight. He's southpaw. He got quick hands. He can move. He got good rhythm. He can move. I'm just gonna really put him through the paces and just keep him active and try to keep him going. But I like what I see with him. You know, if he could stay dedicated, you know, if he could stay dedicated, he might could do something.
Right.
You know, I think he got some. I think he got some real talent. So I'm just trying to
Good stuff,
create
man.
something, that's what I'm working on. Just creating an environment, man, for them to be able to thrive. You know, that's the key. You want to be able to create an environment for them that's conducive for success. You know,
That's right.
that's what you just want to do. It's like how let's say like how Customato did with Mike Tyson, and he took Mike from Brooklyn and put him in an environment that was conducive for success. Like, you know, put him in an environment where
Right.
9 times out of 10, if you got a remotely little bit of talent, you're gonna be successful. You know, stuff like that. Same thing he did it with Floyd Patterson. You know,
Right.
because you got two guys from Brooklyn, one from Bed-Stuy, one from Brownsville, and toughest parts of Brooklyn. Both of them shits is thorough. Bed-Stuy and Brownsville,
Yeah.
they both have known got a history of real thorough cats coming out of both of them. So he got two kids from there, turned them into champions. You know, yeah, my son and I got my son training too now. He stepping back training. He was playing football. See, when I was little, when I had my gym years back, my son was coming to the gym a lot. My son was, you know, he showed a lot of talent, but what kind of stagnated his growth with the boxing was when me and my ex-wife got divorced. That interfered with it, you know, because
In
for a
a good
while,
way.
it interfered with it interfered with his develop for me and him with the boxing. So he getting back into it now, but it interfered with it because like I said, when he was young, he showed a lot of natural talent for the boxing, my son. But when me and her divorced, you know, me and her was clearing open enemies for a while. You know, she was my arch rival. I was Batman, she was the fucking Joker. You know, we was arch
Right.
nemesis. She was my arch nemesis. So that interfered. So my son started playing football. I tried to get him to play baseball. We tried to get him to play baseball, but he wasn't interested in that shit. He's like, that shit too boring. You know. But I wanted him to play. I wish I could have gotten him to stay with the baseball. You know, shit, all that money them motherfuckers are making, being average. I wish
Yeah.
I could have convinced them to stay with that shit. So
Yeah,
he
it
was
would have
doing
been
with the.
nice.
hmm So he was doing the football thing for a while, and but he kind of lost. He kind of lost his zest for that. You know, the school he was playing at up here in New York. He's playing for the Caps because he's playing. You know, they got the. He's playing for. You got the best teams up here. You got the Holy Cross, and his school was the other one. They were like the second best one he was playing for, and he got like one letter from like Michigan and shit, some shit like that. But he wasn't getting heavy recruitment and shit like that, you know. Cause the other school is the biggest school. They get more the bigger recruitment, you know.
Oh, okay.
Holy Cross. That's the Holy Cross
Oh,
though. Up
yeah.
here in New York, yeah, they got mad championships. They got mad championships like in
Yeah.
all sports, like football, basketball. That's where like what's his name went there? I think Lamar Odom and what's his name? My man who used to play for the Nets. The point guard. He was real nice. What's his name? He played for the Nets. He was the number one draft pick. He was the number one draft pick.
You talking about, came from
He from
William,
New.
William,
He had a real
Gary
good.
Harris.
He no, he got drafted by the Nets. He was the number one pick, and he went to the Nets. He played in college. He played at Georgia, 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 Georgia Tech. GA. I think he played for a GA. Um, um, what's his name, man? I can't. I'm looking. I can see his face clear as day. He had a real good handle. He had a real good handle. And he was married to that lady. He was married to that chick. She be on the Housewife, basketball wise. Um,
You ain't
what's
talking
her
about,
name?
you're not talking about Caraway?
Huh?
Caraway. Irvin?
No, not her. I can't believe I can't think of this motherfucker name. I can see him. I'm seeing him like clear as day. He was the number one pick, and I think he went to Georgia. He went to Georgia Tech. I think GA from New York, from Brooklyn. He played at Holy Cross. He played for the Nets. He was the Nets star player for a while. What's his name? He had the real good handle, man. Um,
He played for Brooklyn?
you know him. You know him. I just can't think of his name. When I said name, you go like, oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. He was there when around the time when Derek Coleman and them was there.
What city and state is you say from Brooklyn?
He's from New York. Yeah.
You ain't talking about stuff. You ain't talking about Marbury, are you?
Not Marbury. He's before Marbury.
Oh, Anderson. It's Kenny
Anderson. Kenny Anderson. Yeah. Kenny Anderson. Yeah. Yeah. Kenny Anderson. Yeah. They all play. He played like there. Kenny Anderson and them. They played there and shit. Yeah.
Let's
Kenny
look.
Anderson and them.
Let's
That school was yeah, he went there. So my son, he went to sit back to box. I'm gonna let him start. We started some working out and training. He's showing. I'm gonna see what I'm see if he still got some of his talent. So far, it's looking good. But I told my mom I'm gonna work his ass hard. Like I ain't gonna play no games with him. You know. But I don't work out. He don't worked out with me a couple of times. Like when I was training,
yeah.
and he was hanging out with me and shit a little bit. So, I put him through some paces and shit. He ain't bitch up. So I'm gonna see, what he working with. 'Cause he don't seem to be. He not scared. He not scared to work hard. I see that with him. That's the key. He ain't scared to work hard. 'Cause you gotta work. You gotta put that work in the fight game. You know, can't be slacking on that running and all that shit. You got to do that. You got to do that. You got to run, run, run. You got to do all that. You gotta put that work in. Don't cut no try not to cut no corners. You know. So so far he's been showing me that. But we about to ramp everything up going into the fall, and the rest of the winter.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a few calls before I get on going, man.
Hmm.
You at the house?
Yes. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, yeah. I'm at the store. I just left the house, but yeah, that's good. But I just wanted to stay on with you for a little bit. I
Yeah, I
got home,
appreciate you, man.
but
'Cause I needed it. I ain't gonna lie to
yeah,
you. I'm still sleepy
uh-huh.
though, but
Yeah.
I got a couple people I made promise I'll call them at certain times. So I'll
Okay,
reach out to them.
no doubt. All right, bro.
Let
So
me
you
see it.
still travel safe the rest of the way.
I
You know,
appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna do
I'll,
that.
I'll check you out later
Uh,
on tonight. I'll check you out later on when we
okay.
get back at it. When we get
Bet.
back at it.
You know how we do. All
Yeah,
right.
indeed. All right, bro.
All right, bro. Take it
All right,
easy.
one,
Appreciate it.
one.
Jelly Bean 4280 says salute to you guys. Love that content. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I see him.
Eli said
Eli.
Marbury.
Yeah.
But
Nah,
yeah, he
nah.
was talking about Kenny Anderson though.
Kenny Anderson. Kenny Anderson. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Hey Eli, I'm getting ready to jump off and Peaches is jumping off, and I got a couple calls I gotta make. But you know, I'll holler at you guys. I appreciate all the company, man. Gets me through the night, man. And I be desperately needing it sometimes, man. All the time, really, but sometimes worse than others. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I appreciate you, brothers. We're gonna get back together and chop it up on another episode of Life in the Truck Lane. That's the holler, y'all. Peace.
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.